Good morning, everyone. That's Professor Henrik Caesar here. I am a prep provider for the CFA exams here in Brazil. You may also find me on the list of prep providers at the CFA Institute. And I'm going to conduct here the live, it's a review, complete review, as much as we can, right? About the material CFA Level 1 2024 exams that will start in few days. I'm going to start with the same order as the material that you have on the CFA ecosystem or in the books, if you acquire the books. And so we're going to start with quantitative methods, and then we're going to go all the way to portfolio management. I will not do a review of ethics today. Okay, we're predicting that's going to be a long live. I usually we have 10 topics to talk about. Some topics have 11. Another topic has 19 learning modules. So I'm not going to rush, but also cannot spend the whole 24 hours of the day. Not even, because we're starting already at 7 a.m. Eastern United States time, or Eastern time, and I am here in Brazil. We are 9 a.m. at this moment. All right, friends, before we start, if you like our methodology, if you like the way I explain the material, get in touch with us. We have course preparations in English or in Portuguese to anyone interested in pursue the CFA program. The CFA program starting this year, 2024, it became more robust. I even myself, that's my opinion, but I think it's an educated opinion. It's comparable now with an MBA program, okay? In my opinion. Okay, an MBA program doesn't, in finance, in a very respected university, right? Or is a university with a good reputation, the CFA charter will give you pretty much the same status in the financial market. Right? That's an opinion. It's not a fact, but it's an educated opinion. All right, friends, so without further delay, I'm going to start here. We're going to start, like I said, with QM, quantitative methods, and then we're going to go and proceed all the way to portfolio management. Put your questions on the chat, and let's go. All right. So let me see here. The first module will be quantitative methods. All right, friends, so there we go. We're in portfolio management, and I thought everything was under control. Just a second. I will adjust that, and voila. Perfect. Okay, so right here we have the topics of quantitative methods that you must know for the exam. Okay, so we have, as you see, we have 11 learning modules. So it's going to be kind of like one of the longest, or what I'd say, the topic that will take some time here to cover. If you want to cover, doing a good job, I was in a review. The other one that's going to take a little while to go over, obviously, is financial statement analysis, FSA, and fixed income. Fixed income will have 19 modules. Right. So let's go. I'm going to start with rate of returns, which is the learning module 1. TVM, which is learning module 2. Stats measures, learning module 3, though it's not showing. Learning module 4. Probability trees, then portfolio mathematics, simulation, estimation and inference, hypothesis test, parametric versus non-parametric, pay attention on this one, linear regression, and then big data. All right? I'm not going to do this for every single one because you probably are aware, right, of the changes. But here we have new learning modules for quantitative method, and obviously the learning modules, that's an opinion, we may have more chances to be in the exam, right, because they're new. So it makes sense to test you at least in one question on the new material. Again, I don't know for a fact, but I'm using this as a motivational factor for you to do a good job understanding the topics that are new, right? The classic topics are TVM and finance, some of the probabilities and the distributions, probability distributions, hypothesis testing, linear regression, but the other ones are new, okay? The rate of returns, it used to be the same as TVM, but now has its own learning module. Good, so let's start it. All right, friends, so the first one here we see is the learning module rates and returns, right? So let's go over the learning outcomes, and then I will kind of gonna call your attention to the points here, like I call the key points, okay, of this learning module. And I will do this for every learning module. I'll go over the learning outcomes and some key points, and then I explain the ones that I find more challenge in the topic. So let's see. The learning outcomes for rate of returns. And pay attention here if you have not done that. Well, it might be too late now if your exam is Monday, or 2 days from now. However, if you're not, if you have tomorrow, Sunday, if you have the free day, if you intend to study, and if you have not done this, do it. It's an advice here. So what I mean by do what? I'm saying to you, do the learning outcomes, right? Go over the topics or the learning modules that you found a little bit more of a challenge for you, and then you go over the learning outcomes and see if they make sense, if you're able to imagine which type of questions would come from this learning outcome. I think that's a good exercise to do. So let's see, the first one is interpret interest rates. Okay, and then they give you rate of return, discount rate, opportunity cost. So it's kind of like in which scenario, right, you're using some kind of discount rate or rate of return, right, as an opportunity cost as well. Okay, so again, it's just the elements inside the rate of return, the components. So I would read a learning outcome like that, and I'd say, which type of questions could they choose from this learning outcome, right? So I would say, see, it's interpret. So if it's interpret, right, then I don't need to probably, at least on this first learning module, this learning outcome, I don't need to worry much about a calculation because there's no calculation here. It has interpret. So maybe they can give you a number and then ask you, based on such and such information, what is the liquidity premium on that, on between two different investments, right? Or what is the inflation premium? Or what is the risk-free, right? Anyway, so you need to understand the components and explain each component of a rate of return. Good. So that would be could be a non-calculation question, a conceptual question. Sure, yes, it could. It definitely could, right? It could be either, like I said, the learning outcome doesn't say calculate. Therefore, I wouldn't expect from learning outcome 1 here a calculation. But maybe below, they will ask a calculate, as you can see on learning outcome 3 of that list, right? Again, folks, if you're joining us now, I'm doing a review for the level 1 CFA exam. And for those that are following since the beginning, I will not go over every single learning outcome for the future topics because, it will be very time consuming. I want to go straight to the point. But I'm doing this for this first one so you understand the methodology that I like to use to explain the material, the CFA material. All right, friends, so let's see. Second one, explain the interest rate as the sum of risk-free and premiums. That's exactly what I mentioned before. In here, the first calculate of the day. Calculate and interpret. It's not calculate or interpret, right? And I'm just already opening the door here for probabilities, right? And, or, multiply, add. So calculate and interpret different approaches to return measurements over time. Right? What are you talking about here? Well, return measurements. Well, we have several return measures, and maybe one will be in the exam. Maybe 2 will be in the exam. I don't know. Right? We should expect, 8%. I would say like 10 questions, right, of QM. Well, or maybe give it or take a little bit because the weights vary. Well, you should expect at least one calculate, yes. What is the probability? I don't know. I would say high probability, but I cannot promise you it's probably not going to be there. You know, there are 11 topics, right? If you're going to get 10 questions, you cannot have a question from each one of those topics, right? So again, and remember, this is important also to mention now. This, I like to mention those things right in the beginning. You have to imagine how many possible exams can be created for the CFA Level 1. Because remember, now we have 4 CFA Level 1 exams from the same material during 4 different months. Now, during those months, we have what? A week of exams, right? 2 exams a day, right? Now imagine like how many exams around the world we need to create to make it fair for everyone. So otherwise, our friends in Australia will take the exam while our friends in Los Angeles are still sleeping. By the time that they finish, our friends in LA are probably waking up. And again, I'm not saying, I'm just using an example because those are the extremities, okay? I'm not generalizing anything. But, someone could be tempted to give a phone call or send a message, and say, listen, I seen such and such and such questions on my exam. Be prepared for it. I don't know. That would be breaking the code of ethics, obviously, but, things like that may happen. I don't know. I would be naive in not thinking that it doesn't. Well, because of that, imagine that we have to create several different exams to guarantee the integrity, to guarantee that it's fair, that everybody is going through the same process. What am I trying to say with that? That anything now in the official material could be a question in the exam. Simple as that. Anything. Maybe a footnote. I don't know. If I have to create thousands of questions so I can create different and fair exams, well, maybe the footnotes will be footnotes on the lectures, on the lessons, may be a question. The examples, right? Those examples on the green rectangle that we have there, they could be also a question, right? So I'm actually gonna just go back a little bit here and kind of explain for the folks that are arriving now, right? Or just explaining here some kind of the strategies that you may use, or some of the important facts that some of you might have missed when you're thinking about the CFA exam level 1, okay? So be prepared for any type of questions, Fred. Any type of questions could show up in the exam. It's fair game, right? So what do I mean? Well, try to do a very comprehensive reading of the material. I know if you're going to take the exam in a few days, that might be too late, but at least go over the learning outcomes, right? Go over each learning outcome, and then you see how well you're doing on each one. And those that you really say, oh, this one I don't remember anything. I cannot even imagine a question that could come from this learning outcome. Well, then go back there, read the learning outcome, and do something if you haven't done it yet, because I found this very helpful. Each learning outcome on the official material has an example. It's on the green rectangle. Read the example. The example doesn't have, in most of the examples, they have no chances to be in the exam because most of those examples, they will be long and require some time. And you have around 1.5 minutes to answer 180 questions on CFA Level 1 exam. Those questions are going to be, in my opinion, very direct, very to the point, not much that time that you're going to spend reading to interpret and then answer. Ethics, obviously, you might have a little story there telling you something that you have to answer. Then might have like 5 lines, I don't know, okay? So that's a different case. The other questions I imagine, and again, it's an opinion, that will be very short and sweet. All right, good. Let's go back to work, okay? To the review. And I am receiving here some messages, okay? I will answer as we go, I promise, okay? So let's see. Well, let's go back to the rates of returns on quantitative methods. All right, friends, so let's see here. Next one, compare. Okay, this one I want to call your attention. Money-weighted and time-weighted rate of return are isolated in one learning module. Well, on one learning outcome, excuse me. Well, if they are isolated as one learning outcome, in my opinion, educated opinion, I would say, it has chances or more chances than the other rate of returns to appear in the exam. Right? We're going to talk about the holding period of return, HPR. But if I have to choose to ask you a question in the exam between the HPR and the money-weighted return, I'd rather ask you a question about the money-weighted return because it's a little bit more complex. So, and again, it has a separate learning outcome for that one. Therefore, I don't know, maybe, could be a high probability that they would be in the exam. Okay? All right. Calculate and interpret continuously compounded returns. Right? Look, is that the the Euler number, the 2.718, that at a power of RT? Remember that formula? Right? And believe it or not, a lot of people have a hard time. A lot of people would say, I don't know, but the sample that I have, sometimes I have a hard time using the E on the calculator. I know, maybe it's not your case, but sometimes it happens. Or sometimes some people just cannot even find it on the time of the exam. Anyway, I always say, put in your pocket that E is 2.718, you're done, right? So then you can, if you don't find the little E in your calculator, don't panic, just put there 2.718 at the power of RT, okay? Or in the event you completely forgot the continuously compounded formula, what do? Well, imagine the continuously compounded could be compounded by seconds, right? A rate of return compounded by seconds. So just calculate how many seconds you have in 1 year, and you will be able to calculate it's 3 alternatives. I don't think it's going to have like 5 numbers after the dot, 1.05378. Might be like 1.03, and then you'll be able to find on the 3 alternatives the one that's the correct answer. So I'm not saying that compounding per second is identical to use the formula of the with the E, the Euler number, because if you keep open the decimals, you'll see the little difference, but that difference is going to happen, far after the dot. Therefore, you'll be okay if you do that technique. All right? That's a little tip for you. Okay? For those, especially those that want to understand what's the rate compound by second, continuously compounded. Friends, let's see. Last one, calculate and interpret major return measures and describe the appropriate use. All right. So we're going to have, for example, as the review progresses, we're going to talk about the weighted average cost of capital, right, which is a discount rate for projects. We're going to talk about that in corporate finance or corporate issuers now, right? On my time, it was corporate finance. It's been a while. Therefore, it's important to understand, for example, on the dividend growth model, which rate of return, which discount rate do I use? So you need to understand when to use and which one to use. And I'm telling you right now, for level 2, it's going to be extremely important when you do valuation on equity for level 2. Why? Because valuation on level 2, second exam, you're going to see different formulas, right? Or different, methods, right? Cash flow discounted model, then the growth model, 3 stages. You're going to have the residual income model, etc. And for each one, you need to know which discount rate to use. There might even be a conceptual question on level 2 regarding that. So make sure that you do another point here. It's important to do a good job on the level 1 content, because I'm telling you, a lot of this will be a bridge. It is a bridge for the material for the second exam. So get this in order, because when you study for level 1, already think about level 2. And when you study for level 2, already think about level 3, right? Because it's going to be connected, right? In a way, the topics are going to build up, right? So there you go. Well, key points, I already mentioned, right? The key points are the determinants of a rate of return. So I put here the nominal rate of return. Anything nominal has inflation inside. Anything real does not have inflation, right? So nominal rate of return, nothing more than. If you do inflation plus risk-free rate, you will get a very approximate number to the correct calculation, which will be 1 plus the risk-free times 1 plus inflation. But you get a very close number if you just do risk-free plus inflation equals the nominal rate. All right. The other ones we see here is the holding period of return, arithmetic, geometric, in returns and the harmonic mean. The harmonic mean is it's mentioned right here on this learning module 1. The money weighted and time weighted, the calculation of the money weighted return I found important. Annualized returns, so how do you analyze a return that's compounded, right, in a different frequency than annual, right? That's the famous effective annual rate, right? The EAR, right? That you should know, that should be something you know immediately after I say EAR, right? Analyze the continuously compounded measures. Gross and net return, well, that's simple, right? Gross, it's before anything. Net is after some payments, right? Taxes, commissions, fees. We're going to see a lot of this gross and net return when you talk about hedge funds in alternative investments, because you need to see the calculation and how much is the return of the limited partner if this, and this and happen. Those are the rules of the hedge fund. How much is in the end? That's what you call like the gross and net return. Pre-tax and after-tax, that's self-explanatory. Real returns, well, real is without inflation, right? And leverage returns. Okay. I want you to make a comment here about the inflation premium versus the other premiums. The inflation premium, it's like an amount to correct the losses that your buying power will have in the future years. That's what inflation is there. If inflation was zero, means that 100 money today will be equal, would buy the same amount that 100 monies later on. That's not inflation, right? So the inflation is just to protect that buying power. The other components of a rate of return are premiums. We call inflation premium, but I like to keep that a little bit separate because the other premiums are something that's related to the asset itself. Right? Inflation is related to the correction of the losses that the buying power someone will have. All right, friends, so let's see here. Again, I am not going to be doing this as if I was teaching the material on my prep courses, right? We're going to have to cover this a little bit faster, but you can always pause the video if you're watching later. You take screenshot if you want, but I have to go a little bit quicker here. So holding period of return, HPR, make sure that you understand that formula. It's very simple. It's how much I paid today, then how much I sold later on, right? What I paid is negative, what I sold is positive. Any income, maybe it could be a dividend, could be a interest, and then you divide it by the price you paid. It doesn't matter how long you took that investment, 3 years, 10 years, right? That's the holding period on return. So a rule of thumb is if you're doing the holding period of return for 10 years, then you take that rate of return and divide it by 10 to get an estimation, right? More or less on how much was your average annual return. But this is not perfect or not a good measurement if depending the situation of that investment that you are analyzing the return. Right? We're going to talk about that when we arrive on the time-weighted and the money-weighted return for you to understand what does it mean that in certain situations we have to use a different method of return calculation. Okay, so for folks that are actually sending me the questions here, okay, I will answer as we go. Okay, I'm actually making notes of that. All right, friends, next one. Geometric mean return, which is, you can associate that, friends, with the time-weighted return. Well, that's it. So think about time-weighted, think about geometric, right? And I hope you have done practice exercise with those, but it's very simple, right? It's 1 plus one of the rate of returns multiplied by 1 plus the other one times the other one. Then you do that symbol of the square root, and on top of that little area here, right, you put the number of returns that you have inside that root symbol. And that's it, right? Or you can do it a power of 1 divided by the number of returns. Minus 1, because if you added 1 to do the calculation, then you have to subtract 1. Right? We do the add 1 because we want to make sure that this formula will work. That's the idea. And remember, if the return is negative, is 1 minus that return. Okay. Now, be careful here, because it could be, if those returns are done quarterly, per quarter, you don't need to do the square roots or the root symbol. You don't need to, okay? Because it's per quarter, so you multiply 1, first quarter, second, third, fourth, boom, you already have the annual return. So think about that too, okay? So I'm not saying that the question is going to be that tricky in the exam. I don't know. I don't think so. This one I can say that the CFA Institute has already announced in several occasions that the exams are fair. They're not tricky, right? They're not there to confuse you, right? Also, it's an international exam, so now it's an opinion, but again, educated opinion. I believe they will be sensitive to the language used to write the questions, to make some kind of international English, let's say, for everybody, right? Because I would say that most of the folks taking the CFA exams today are not English speakers the first language. Right? I think it's a fair statement based on the number of colleagues that we have around the world. They're earning their charter with more frequency in the last 5-10 years. Right, so there you go. That's the geometric return. Right. Next is the harmonic mean. Harmonic mean, calculation. The harmonic mean, well, learned, right? It's just you do the inverse of each observation. You add, and then you do n, which is the number of observations divided by that total. That's your harmonic mean. I would say understand when to use the harmonic mean, friends. Understand when, right? When is the time that will be more appropriated to use the harmonic mean. One example here will be in the time of outliers. If you're doing some kind of average and there's a probability of high outliers coming in, well, the harmonic mean kind of like minimize the effect of an outlier. Now imagine, for example, you're analyzing return, you get negative 40% or positive 60%. I'm deviating from that expected value. Well, if I do the inverse of those numbers, they become very small. That's the purpose of the harmonic mean. They invert the number, so a large outlier becomes a tiny little component of that average calculation. So that's why. Finally, the money and time weighted return. Okay, money and time weighted, it's very important. Time weighted is the geometric mean, so that's the approach. When to use, right? When should I use the time weighted and the money weighted? Well, you need to know the time weighted is if there's not much movement in the account, right? They just keep it's like a passive investment, right? Earning returns, okay? With relatively, low frequency of investments. What do I mean by low frequency investments? It's like adding more money, taking money out of the account. Then use the geometric mean or use the time weighted. Now, if there's a lot of in and outs on the account, in and outs means we're going to add some cash there every year. We're going to remove. We're going to earn dividends. Right, so it has a lot of movimentation, right? I guess that's the word. Then the money weighted is better. Okay, so you know when to use the money weighted and when to use the time weighted, right? The money weighted return is the IRR, the internal rate of return, right? So it might be a calculation question. So you're going to have to read the problem and you have to say, okay, how much money was, right, at the end of year 1, year 2, year 3. I don't think you're going to get too many years, right? Because if you know how to do for 3 years, you know how to do for 20 years. So again, if I want to test you in your knowledge or do a calculation, 3 is enough, in my opinion, right? And also for the time's sake of the exam. Anyhow, so, and then you use the IRR formula and you calculate the money-weighted return. But I would say also be expected a conceptual question about the money-weighted rate of return. Okay, so if you need to practice that, so write it down. That you after the live, that's what you need. Oh, here I got a little bit off target. There you go, back there. Okay, next we're gonna talk about the annualized return when it's compounded in different frequency, right? So semi-annual, quarterly, daily, right? So you need to know semi-annual is compounded twice a year. Quarterly is 4, daily 365, per second is 60 times 60 times 24 times 12, right? And then you can also do that separately, in case you don't remember the continuous compounded form. All right, so I put here even per second, for those that are reading. Continuously compounded, think about per second, right? So here a couple examples. Make sure that you understand how to do this type of changes. Especially folks in countries outside the United States, I can say, as is examples that I've seen, that sometimes the calculation of returns are presented to you differently than here on the CFA material. If that's your case, I've seen cases like that here in Brazil. People studying for other certifications, or I wouldn't even compare the CFA with a certification, it's a charter. But anyway, folks studying for other exams will see a different way of doing this calculation. Sometimes they get confused. So I'm going to say, if that's your case, just remember, the frequency is how many times you're going to divide the annual rate, then you do the calculation, and then you have to annualize that return. That's the approach here. Good. Now we're done with rate of returns. We're going to the next learning module, which is time value in finance. It's a classic module here. This is since my time that TVM is there. TVM is very important. On the other hand, what I observed here is that the examples of the TVM are very finance oriented now, but not that before it wasn't, but now it's actually very specific. For example, I've seen here in TVM some examples about options, about bonds. And I tell you, when we cover options and bonds, we're going to see the calculations that you've seen here. So I would put that on the side, and I would focus on only one thing here for TVM, which will be the timeline approach for those problems. Right? Because here, as you see on the key points, like I said, I'm not going to read all the learning outcomes anymore. I'm just going to do one more hint here for you. I have calculate, calculate, and explain. Yeah, calculate, calculate, and explain. Well, so this means that most likely you're going to have a calculation question from the TVM question. I don't know, but that's fair, right, to say. Right. Another thing for the folks that don't know that yet, but on level 3, you're going to get the open questions, right? The open questions are going to be framed exactly as the learning outcomes. It's going to give you a command, and you're going to have to perform that command. If you start getting the habit of understanding what that command word means now, what does a calculate? A calculate means, obviously, you have to calculate and give a numerical result. That's obvious. What about an analyze? Do you know how to analyze something? Do you know how to discuss something? Do you know how to explain? Did you know that describe is different than explain? Well, so think about that for the level 3 exam, right? So do this concept now. Try to understand, okay, if it's explain, what do I have to do? If it's describe, what do I have to do? If you start doing this from level 1, I think it will be helpful, very helpful, when you get to level 3. All right, friends, so here we're talking about several different instruments. Like I mentioned to you, a lot of those examples, my friends, are going to be on material that we're going to cover as we go. So, for example, fixed income instruments. We're going to talk about fixed income on bonds, right? When you talk about fixed income module. Equity. Right? Implied return, right? So I give you an investment and I have to calculate the implied return. On fixed income, on equity, maybe on hedge funds, maybe on private equity. Okay. For example, a typical question on private equity investment, right, is to calculate the rate of return of an investment that the fund acquired at time 0 time, and then sold at time n. How much was the return? All right. Cash flow additivity means that you can add any cash flows if it happens at the same year. That's why you have that idea of discounting. And here also option calculation. We're going to see that on options. So I'm not going to even talk about an example now, because I'm going to talk about that when we arrive on the binomial approach to answer a question about how much an option price should be. All right. Forward exchange rates, we'll talk about forward exchange rates on fixed income. I'm going to show some examples there, so there's no need to do here again. Right? All right. Here you have the timeline, friends, and here a couple tips for you, I guess, related to the calculator. I don't know which one you're using, if you're using the Texas or if you're using the HP. But remember the PV, AV, PMT, the number of periods, or N, the rate, or the I, and the net present value formula can be helpful here. Okay? Because if the cash flows are different each year, you can use the net present value to calculate the present value of those cash flows, assuming an initial investment of 0. So if you're using that CFJ0, right, or CJ0, whatever it is, the first number that you put it on, the formula for the NPV on a calculator, put 0. And if you do that, then you're going to compute to the present value of all cash flows. Doesn't matter if they're equal or different, right? Because the PMT formula only works. If the cash flows are the same every year. Right. Also, make sure that you really know how to use your begin or BGN or BAG function of your calculator. And I'll give you here, put leases. I don't know if it's going to be a question on level 1 about that. Level 2 most likely, or more likely. Leasing contracts are done using the begin mode of your calculation. So there you go. Timeline. So timeline is always a good idea to have this in mind. Okay, because if I imagine here a difficult or relatively medium to difficult question related to TVM timeline, might have 2 timelines. How much you're going to need in the future, and then how much you need to start saving now to arrive on how much you need it in the future. That type of questions. That's the timeline questions. So I would review a few of those. We're using the begin mode as well. Okay. Several examples on the CFA ecosystem. Okay, related to that. Good. So here is just a few examples. Right. So for the folks that want to pause the video and see this, right. So we're giving some examples here with the financial assets that pay cash flows in 5 years and calculated that, right? You can see that the second example, the financial asset B that I'm highlighting here, that looks like a bond, right? 3333 and 103. So if you did your studies properly, you should be able to predict here something about this bond. For example, let's say this bond is, I'm just already kind of jumping on fixed income because of the example. Let's say how much interest this bond pays every year or every period, right? $3. $3 in a face value of what? Of 100. How do I know that? Well, I see 103 in my last cash flow, which is typical from a bond, right? A bond that pays you in the end, it pays you back what you invested. Right? Plus the interest that you should earn that year. Okay. So again, when you look at, this should talk to you in a way. That should mean something. Because this is going to be helpful for you in the exam. Because when you already structure, you see something structured, you immediately think about bonds. You immediately, your mind focus on fixed income and start bringing the information that you know about fixed income, and you'll be able to digest, let's say, if that's a good word or not, the question, in a much easier way. All right, good. So this one I don't think should be a problem for you. Implied rate of return or returns is just like, okay, if I have the beginning, I have the end, I have how much I get in the middle, can I calculate my return? So yes, okay. So that's the implied return. Think about the YTM, yield to maturity of a bond, as being a implied return of the bond. Okay. All right. A couple examples which I'm just going to show you here, but again, I'm not going to, it will be out of purpose to keep doing every single one. So look at that, right? We're talking about here a scenario when you have a fixed income instrument that will be immediately invested once you get it. That's something we need to understand. I put this example here because it's how return on a bond investment works. So if I'm going to get fixed payment of $700, let's assume that that's not a bond because I'm not going to get a principal back. But I'm just earning $700 in, or 700 monies, right? In every year, right? If I receive it on year 1, right? I can take the money and immediately invest. Second, same deal. The third, cash flow. The fourth, cash flow. The tip here is to understand that you're gonna get each cash flow 1 year from today, and then 1 year after, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. Therefore, if you have 5 years from now to the end, remember, when you get the first cash flow on year 1, you reinvested for 4 years, right? Or in this case here, I'm gonna reinvest it for 3 years because I only have 4 years investment, right? When I receive the second cash flow 2 years from now, I invested for 2 years, so on and so forth. The last cash flow, it doesn't earn anything. Look at that, right? Because that's when you receive it, you already have your total. And then you need to add all those cash flows to see how much you have in the end, and then you can calculate the return. So this is exactly how a bond investment should work. Now a question that I will again mention in fixed income is, if you receive the yield to maturity as the interest rate, and you are able to reinvest those cash flows at exactly yield to maturity that the bond's paying, you will earn a rate of return equal to the yield to maturity. Classic question, might be showing up in the exam, I don't know, maybe. One of your CFA level 1 exams, maybe, okay? High probability, maybe. Like I said, it's so many different exams that they have to create now that I wouldn't see why not asking a question like that. That it's important to know, right? That you're gonna earn the yield to maturity if you're able to earn the yield to maturity and reinvest the cash flow at the yield to maturity. All right, let's see. Here are some examples of forward exchange rate, okay, which we'll talk about in economics a little bit. And this is, in my opinion, it's something that you need to definitely know for level 2, like how to calculate forward rates of currencies. Another example here is the binomial model, okay, which use probability trees, okay, and these numbers are not very, there's one extra 0 here, and one extra 0 there. There we go, better, okay. So, wanna wait, sorry about that. There you go. Good. So, there you go. In this case, okay, how would you calculate the price of a call option? I'm going to show to you in the option exercise, or the option module. We'll show an example there. All right, next learning module, friends, on the sequence here is statistical measures of asset returns. Important, because look at that. You have to calculate, and interpret, I have 4, evaluate, I have 3, okay? So again, it's a probability of calculation, interpretation, evaluation on any question. How many questions I'm gonna get on this? I don't know, maybe 1, maybe none, maybe 2, okay? Wouldn't be logical to, logical actually not the correct word, but I would not assume that you're gonna get all questions of quantitative math exactly on the same topic. I think that's fair to say, right? It's, although I don't know, but I think it's a correct interpretation. All right, calculate, interpret, evaluate central tendency and location. What does it mean when you hear central tendency and location? That's standard deviation and the average, the mean, right? The mean is a central tendency. Everything goes around the expected value. That's central tendency, the tendency of being around that number, around that expected number. What about location? Location is how far your observation is from the expected. Therefore, that's the idea, or tendency in location. Calculate, interpret, and evaluate dispersion. Well, let me rephrase what I said. Dispersion has more to do with the standard deviation. Right? The location, it's more around we would say, think about an interval here, a confidence interval in exactly where your expected value will be with a certainty, with a certain level of certainty. Yeah. Dispersion is how far the number that you observed is from the expected value. We're going to talk a little bit about skewness and kurtosis, classic topics, okay, and correlation. Correlation is big on level 1 material 2024. It appears in several, in QM, in several learning modules here. So I think it's important for you to review your correlation covariance formulas. All right, so there you go. A couple important points here, right? The measure center tendency, outliers that we already mentioned to you, location, dispersion, the range, right? Like an interval maybe. Mean absolute deviation, the MAD, friends. MAD, right? The MAD. It's, mean. Look, just read carefully what the name says. Mean absolute deviation. So it's the average deviation on absolute value. So that's it. What is a deviation? The deviation is I expected this and I got that. That minus this or this minus that is a deviation. Because I can do that minus this or this minus that, I might get a negative number, right? Well, negative numbers are not good in statistics because they don't mean much. Because what means more when you're measuring something is like I'm going that way, I'm going this way, I'm going to go up, I'm going down. But what is the distance that I am from the expected value? Even though I'm to the left, to the right, to the top, on the bottom, I have a difference, and I have to measure that in absolute value in this example. So take all those distance, those differences, right? Remove the negative sign, add, and we're talking about mean, right? MAD, well, divided by the number of observations, or depending on the case, the number of observations minus 1 or 2 or 3 degrees of freedom. We talk about that when we arrive there. All right? So that's the idea of MAD. And now on the same token, I'll explain to you the standard deviation. Well, the standard deviation is the same logic. I'm going to get deviations, plus or minus. We don't like minus. We have to remove the minus. 2 ways. One, absolute value, MAD. Another way, square the deviation. Well, we square the deviation. I got rid of the negative sign. Then I can add, I can weight by the probability of each one to happen, or add and divide it by n. But that number is on the squared dimension. In the end, you have to unsquare that number. Well, when I unsquare that number, you get the standard deviation. Before unsquaring it, you get the variance. Right? That's it. A variance is a square. So now memorize the word variance with squares, because when I mention the ANOVA table in linear regression that's coming, I want you to remember that when I hear the word sum of squares, it's just the sum of the variance of each observation. That's what sum of squares is. And the mean sum of squares, well, is just take the sum of squares and divide it by the number that I use for the average. All right? Good. So I already said about standard deviation, variant, downside deviation. Downside deviation, remember Sortino ratio. Remember Sortino with downside deviation is going to be probably helpful in portfolio management, measurements of portfolio performance, if you're just looking for the numbers that are below the expected value. So the downside deviation is important in finance. Coefficient of variation, it's the standard deviation divided by the mean. Okay? Measures of shape of the distribution. I want you to remember here your normal distribution, your skewed distribution, right? Your leptokurtic distribution, your mesokurtic, right? And your platykurtic distribution. Platykurtic, in my mind, remembers plateau. It's a French word, but I think it's universal in a way, right? It's something flat, like plat. Then I can remember that the distribution has some kind of like a flat, right? No, it doesn't have a peak, it's flat. That's the platy. Meso is, let's say, the equal, right? The normal. There we go, that's the normal distribution. And of course, the other one is the leptokurtic, the one that's very pointy, and it has more what you call fat tails. Okay, be careful with the fat tails, because fat tails, it can create a more probability of outliers. I'll explain when we get there. All right, let's see. Are you doing questions? Oh, so far so good. Let's see. There we go. Correlation, absolutely super important. Correlation, I want you to think about two things here. A, do I know how to compute the correlation? Well, I do if I have the covariance. So, do I know how to compute the covariance? Yes, I'm going to show here the formula. Okay, if you get a calculation of covariance in your exam, I do not imagine it's going to be something that's going to take too long. So make sure that you know how to structure the formula of the covariance. And then if you get a question to calculate covariance, I would expect something that I can see in a table. I can grab those numbers, I can put in that formula and calculate the covariance. I would say probably that would be more on that level. And if I have to calculate the correlation, then I just apply the formula, which is covariance divided by standard deviation observation 1 times standard deviation observation 2, or 3 or 4. But we're talking about here correlation of two variables. All right. Scatter plotting, super important for linear regression. So scatter plot is going to give you an idea how the observations, right, and or the results of a prediction aligns with the expectation, right? So if there's very little deviation, which you call error, so be careful. The deviations might be appearing as the word deviation, squares, or is going to this. Imagine it's the same thing. All right. There you go. Good. A little glitch here, but now it's back. Thank you. Ooh, I was stressed for a second. I had a little power off, power on. Well, let's go. Let's continue. All right. Scatter plot, covariance, correlation, and properties of correlation. Correlation, on properties of correlation, friends, you might get a conceptual question of correlation. Why we use correlation more often than covariance when we're doing portfolio management? Well, first of all, correlation go from -1 to 1, right? And covariance could be technically for -infinity to +infinity. Well, then someone will say, but Professor Caesar, -1 to 1 is also infinite numbers in between. I agree. But it's more intuitive to analyze numbers that goes from -1 to 1 than from -infinity to +infinity. Now think about that. All right. Because if something is 0.00000000000 something, well, it's 0, right? So in that intuition, it's better to use something go from -1 to +1. All right, good. Now let's see here. Measure central tendency, mean, mode, median. Mean, mode, median. On the normal distribution, they are all aligned. If you have skewness, you have to see which one is bigger than the other, right? The mean, the mode, and the median for positive skewness, and the opposite, right? Median is always in the middle, sorry. Okay? The median is always in the middle. Doesn't matter which distribution, if it's skewed or not, the median is in the middle, right? Now, the ones that are going to vary is the mode and the mean. So the mean is going to be larger than all those three in a positive skewed and lower in a negative skewed distribution. All right, dealing to outliers. I put those two words here, trimming and winsorization, or winsorize. I'm not, apologies here for the English speakers. I don't know if you pronounce that D or not, Windsor or Windsor. But anyhow, is this name here that looks, I don't know, England comes to my mind when I read this word, Windsorize. The Buckingham Palace comes to my mind immediately. I don't know why I can make that association. But anyway, that helps me to remember that winsorize and trimming is pretty much the same thing. It's kind of limiting against outliers. Think about that. I use those two words because in machine learning, in big data analysis, trimming, winsorize, lemmatization are words that you need to know. Okay, we're going to talk about that when we arrive in big data. All right. Here I have measures of location. That's maybe with high probability one question on quartile, quintiles, location, find it. You give you a bunch of bins, BINs, and then you have to kind of like locate it, which one is in a position 15, position 34, whatever. That's in that list. So I'm going to show an example of that. Deviations already mentioned, and the interquartiles, which is a range measurement. Okay, we're going to show it to you, a possible question. And by the way, understand that because that's how your CFA grade will be presented to you once you receive it, right? It's going to be more on that format. You're going to have to read, it's called like the whisker box way of presenting the data. All right. So be comfortable with mean, median, mode, variance, standard deviation, what they are, okay? Here is what I mentioned to you about skewness and kurtosis, okay? Right there. What is kurtosis, by the way? Kurtosis, think about that. Kurtosis of 3, it's like when the tails of these normal distributions are arriving. It's never going to touch the x, right? You see, this is the x-axis here, right? I know those lines are never going to touch, but imagine they would. If they would, the normal distribution would cut at 3, minus 3 plus 3. There you go, 3 to the left, 3 to the right. That's it. That's 99% of your number to be under that observation. 3 that way, 3 that way. If it's higher than 3, 3.5, 4, that means that you're going to have more probability of outliers. Well, that's the concept of kurtosis. When a kurtosis is excess, you have more than 3, 3.5, 3.6, whatever, that means that the tails are not going to touch. I know they will not, but imagine they would. They're not going to touch a number plus, minus, plus 3. They're going to touch on minus 4 plus 4. See? So if I go from minus 3 to 3, I have this range. If I go from minus 4 to 4, I have a larger range. So that's not good because increase the risk of outliers. Think about that when you think about kurtosis. All right. Okay, more. Okay. Just giving credit, the source of the image here are getimage.com. Okay, I forgot. I usually put the source on the other ones, and this one I just noticed that's not there. But I like to give the credit for the image that I'm using here. All right, friends. So the normal distribution has 0 skewness. And here's the order of the mean, median, mode, if it's positive or negative skewed. All right. We already explained to you MAD, I already explained standard deviation, variance, downside deviation, and coefficient of variation. I think that's all good. Okay. So there you go. Those are the formulas. Okay. Now, a little bit about correlation. Correlation is the star, in my opinion, one of the stars of the new material 2024, correlation, covariance. And I know, I suspect that that's because the importance that correlation will have on portfolio management, right? We always talk about correlation, minimize the correlation, right? Or get exposure, so we need to get some more correlated variables. Anyway, that's the job of the portfolio manager. You're going to be applying this on the studies for level 3 exam. All right, so that's what I'm saying. Think about level 1, level 2, and level 3 being connected, right? And the more you learn from level 1 and more you learn from level 2, it's going to make your life easier on level 3. Okay? All right, I'll give you a quick example. Imagine you decided not to study derivatives in alternative investments for level 1 and level 2, and you do a very good job studying the other component. Boom, you passed both exams, because derivatives and alternatives are low weight compared with FSA, ethics, and so on and so forth. Great. You go to level 3, you're gonna pay a price in quotations because you're gonna need this basic knowledge of level 1 and level 2 to understand portfolio management of derivatives on level 3. So that's the tip here for you. All right, covariance. Covariance, I have two things, two multiplication, a multiplication, right? Something multiplies something else. Well, what is something? Something is the deviation, look at that, x minus x bar. X minus x bar is the deviation from the variable x in relation to its average, its mean. That's a deviation on the first parenthesis here, multiplied by another deviation, the deviation of the second variable with its mean. That's the bar means mean. There you go. So I'm multiplying deviation 1 with the variable A with the deviation 1 of variable B, and then I do the same, I add, and I divide it by n or n minus 1, depending on the situation, but mostly like n when the sample is large. There I get the covariance. So if you get a question like that, you might get The summation of x1, x bar is this much, the number of observations is this much, calculate the covariance. Something quick, but memorize the formula. It might be helpful for you. Okay, I think. Okay, all right. Once you have the covariance, then it's easy to calculate the correlation because I just have to divide it by the standard deviation of each, multiplying the standard deviation of the variables. Don't expect 3 variables, expect only 2 variables. Huh? And then you would divide the covariance by that multiplication of standard deviations to get the correlation. But if you have the correlation and multiplied by the standard deviations of x and y, you get the covariance. Very good. All right, friends, look here. It's the scatter plot that I mentioned to you. It's a little introduction to linear regression here for you. Okay, so for linear regression, it's important to remember, we're going to arrive on linear regression soon, but the idea is, okay, that I find a relationship between one variable explaining another. That would be great. Imagine this, if you find this model that can predict that with accuracy, that something's going to happen, or is very, a very high probability. That's gold, right? So that's one of the ideas of understanding linear regression. Very well. So linear regression will be finding the linear equation that pass through those lines, those points here. And the ones that the deviations are not too high, it's a better model. And when you're talking about linear regression, you have to understand the assumptions and the violations of the linear regression. I mean, what's a violation of linear regression? Imagine you have a model that's predicting all the time with certain accuracy. But if this model has something that's not part of the assumption of linear regression, that means that later on, maybe in the beginning is working well, maybe in the long term will work not well, right? So that's the idea. So linear regression has to we have to respect the assumptions to make sure that the linear regression works. By the way, level 2 exam will ask you that. What are the steps involved to make sure that your linear regression model passes the scrutiny that you have to go through to then say, listen, this model is good, right? It's not perfect, but it's good. It passed all the assumptions. We're going to talk about that in linear regression. All right. So some of the limitations, here we're talking about correlation, not yet linear regression. Okay, so the correlation, so try to memorize some limitations, because I could expect a question like that. Which of the following is most likely a limitation of correlation analysis, covariance analysis, right? So remember, causation versus correlation, 2 different things. Causation does not necessarily mean correlation, right? Or correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation. The outliers, the problem with the outliers can make the correlation not a good measurement. The nonlinear relationship can make this not, because that's a violation of the assumption, right? There's a restricted range, well, -1 to 1. No. The spurious correlation, the one that you imagine, that every time it's raining, the stock market goes down, right? And you keep observing this like very, very high frequency. And that goes back to the causation and correlation, right? Doesn't have anything. And the spurious correlation is the one that you believe there is, but there isn't. Time lags, dynamics, and the sample size all infer on the calculation of correlation. So remember, limitations could be questions. Assumptions could be questions on the exam. Which of the following is an assumption? Which of the following most likely is, least likely is an assumption? Which one most likely is a limitation? Least likely is a limitation. So every time that we see limitations and assumptions, we need to imagine that a question like that could appear in the exam. All right, friends, let's see here. Probability trees and conditional expectation is our next. It's a short module. This one here is just remember your probability trees. I hope most of you have seen this on your at least 2 years of university degree necessary to take the level 1. I hope you have seen probability tree on this journey that you got of formal learning. But if not, I do not expect a very complicated probability tree in your exam. Maybe you're going to get a tree to do a problem, to show how to solve a problem using a tree on the binomial option pricing, On level 2, I probably suspect you're going to get a tree of interest rates. We call the interest rate tree, and you have to figure out the price of a bond using that, but that's level 2, not level 1. So again, probability trees is important, conditional expectation is important, right? Remember the Bayes formula is one that I'm going to mention here with more emphasis. All right, calculate, formulate, explain, calculate, and interpret. So we have 2 calculates. Formulate a problem as a probability tree. I cannot imagine how a question like that would be in the exam, but maybe everything is possible. Explain conditional expectation. Talking about Bayes formula here pretty much. Now, if this happens, then that one is going to happen with what probability? Right. And here is, look, calculate and interpret an investment setting using the Bayes formula. That's a learning outcome by itself. That's predicting that could have a probability or higher probability to be in the exam. All right. So let's see. A couple examples that you should practice, should be able to do in the exam. The probability trees and conditional expectations, and the probability rule, which is like the backwards process of solving a tree. All right. So let's see here. First, let's talk about joint probability. That one is not showing. Let me see. There you go. Joint probability and conditional probability. So what do they mean? What are they? So look, independent events, if I want to know the probability of this and that both happening, I have to multiply the probabilities. Okay? Remember, probabilities are number less than 100%. So it's 0 point something. When I multiply 0 point something by 0 point something by 0 point something, I get a number that's 0.000 something. It's a smaller number than I got it. So that's the idea of multiplying probabilities, because if I need this and that and that and that, well, I should expect a tiny probability to happen if I have everything happening. That's why when you're going to play one of those lucky games, whatever, right, that you have to pick 5 numbers, well, out of 60 numbers, right, you have to pick 5 right. So 1 divided by 60 times 1 divided by 59 times 1 divided by 9. Imagine the tiny chances that you get to it. That's the probability of happening, right? They call several events happening at the same time. If they are independent, you just multiply the probability. Now, if they are dependent, this formula is good for you to put in your pocket. The probability of 2 events happening, if they are not independent, look at that, is the probability of one given the other times the probability of the other. So this A/B should be actually a more vertical line. It means given that. What is a given that? Well, given that means something happened, and then if that something happened, what is the probability of the other one to happen? See, that's the conditional probability. So I want to tell you one thing here, so for you to understand the Bayes formula, which is my next point. If the events are dependent, the probability of the joint probability, both happening, joint probability, is the probability of both happening equal to the probability of one given the other times the probability of the other. Memorize that formula, because I want you to compare that with the Bayes formula that I'm going to show further down. Okay. If we're talking about one or the other, not joint, but one or the other, well, then you just add the probabilities, and if they are not independent, well, not 3, usually they are, right? You have to subtract the probability of both happening. If you want to just one or the other. If I want to, let's say, if I read the Wall Street Journal, right, someone else read the Financial Times, and then a third person read both, well, what is the probability that someone reads the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal, but not both? That's why you have to subtract the intersection, as we call, right? If you think the Venn diagram is those kind of like clusters, right, touching each other, the one in the middle that everyone touch, right? That's the probability of, that's the event when everyone happens, right? All right, that's a typical tree here. We're not going to solve that, but here are the outcomes. On the branches are the probabilities, and then you have to keep bringing from back to the middle, and then back all the way to the beginning. All right? I hope you know how to do a probability tree. Okay. All right. Now the Bayes formula, which I think it's the star of this module here. Look, let's talk about the one I just gave you before. Okay. The probability of, see, I inverted here, right? The probability of A given B equals the probability of both divided by the probability of B. It's just the same formula I gave you before, so I just inverted, right? I brought the PB that was multiplying the conditional, and I brought to the other side dividing. That's all. But look at that. I have the probability of something happening given that something else happened is this formula. Now, look at the Bayes formula. The Bayes formula is up here, this one. The probability of something happened given that something else happened, exactly as this other one here, is now I introduced another conditional probability here. So look at that. I have two conditional probabilities on the Bayes formula. That's the key to understand the formula. I have two conditionals, right? I have the one given the other equals the other given the one, using that, right? And then multiply by the probability of the first one divided by the probability of the second one. That's the Bayes formula, friends. So if something happened, right, given that something happened, right, how do I calculate the probability of something else happen? That's the Bayes formula. So Bayes formula use two conditional, because the Bayes formulas predict a conditional probability using another conditional probability, while the normal conditional formula uses the intersection, the joint probability to calculate the conditional probability. Try to understand that difference, right? Because it's going to be helpful for you in the exam. That's just an example here. All right, next topic, friends, portfolio mathematics, new topic, right? So this one, look at who is there again? Covariance, correlation, again, right? So I'm telling you, covariance, correlation, Bayes formulas, money-weighted rate of return. So far, the stars, in my opinion, of the material QM 2024. We arrive on the parametric, non-parametric, in my opinion, also good stars from being in your exam, QM. All right, let's see here, friends. Portfolio expected invariance, again, covariance, correlation. So I just put it here one more time so you remember that formula. All right. That might be important for you to understand how a covariance correlation table looks like. There you go. Very well used in finance. Okay. There you go. It's the asset correlation covariance. You're going to see this again in other topics. And one here that I don't want you to forget is the ROI, safety first ratio measurement. Okay, that was not a star, but it was like in one learning outcome when you have to understand risk and safety criteria. So well, why not to expect a ROI safety criteria or safety first ratio in the exam? So is the expected return of a particular portfolio or investment minus the required return, minimum required return of that investor divided by the risk of that portfolio. The largest number wins. It could happen, it could be a question on the ROI, ROY, or safety first ratio in your exam. Okay? So I would not disconsider the safety first approach for choosing the best portfolio. Okay? All right. Next, simulation. That's new as well. Simulation is important because when you talk about risk management, when we talk about interest rate trees to calculate bond prices, simulation methods are very used. Very used. We have to simulate. Our stress test. Some of you probably have heard about it. That's a method of simulation. I have to simulate the worst case scenario to see what happens, right? So that's very important in finance. Therefore, right here, simulation methods in QM for you. My opinion, it's the least of the stars, but again, every one of those modules could appear as a question in your exam, okay? Simulation methods, what are the important points? Log normal distribution. Make sure you understand what it is. What's a log normal? Log normal, logarithmus, does not admit negative numbers. A log normal distribution is a distribution that only accepts positive numbers from 0 to positive infinity. Well, think about something that will behave that way. In other words, in finance, what is never negative? The price of a stock, never negative. Therefore, you have to use the log normal distribution to predict, to analyze, to infer about stock prices. Now, if I'm talking about returns, return can be positive, can be negative, can be minus infinity, God forbid, or plus infinity, yes. But in this case, I cannot use a log normal distribution. I have to use a more like a normal distribution or a t-distribution, something that includes positive or negatives or left of the average and the right of the average. All right. And then continuous compound rate of return, we already spoke up there on rate of return, learning module 1. Monte Carlo simulation, understand Monte Carlo simulation. Know how to explain Monte Carlo simulation and what are the pros and cons of Monte Carlo simulation. It could be a question on the exam, easy. And then bootstrapping. I'm not only gonna talk about bootstrapping here, friends, but I prepare for you all methods of sampling and resampling. Okay? You need to understand the difference between resample and sampling. Because for resample, for the exam, you need to know 2 methods. For sampling, you need to know 2 methods. Sampling is to create a sample. Resampling, you have a tiny sample, you need to do the best out of it. Okay, 2 methods for resampling, 2 methods for sampling. Bootstrapping is on the resampling category. All right. So look at the log normal distribution. Look at the normal distribution here. Right, there you go. Log normal distribution. It's skewed, positive skewed. Right. Positive because the longer tail goes to the positive numbers. And if it was negative skewed, the tail, this big tail, would go towards the negative numbers. This is a log normal, it's a positive. Another one that behaves like the log normal is the F distribution, chi-square distribution, we're going to talk about further down. Those distributions do not accept negative numbers. So, now not in finance, well, yes, in finance as well. What else besides price cannot be negative? Variance cannot be negative because variance is always squared, remember? Squared numbers are always positive. So if I want to analyze variances, I need a distribution that does not accept negative numbers. We don't use the log normal for that. We use the F distribution or the chi-square, C-H-I, number 2 on top of the I, the chi-square, not chi-square, not chi. All right. And here the continuous compound formula, the price or value times E, 2.718 at RT. All right. Let me explain here a bit of simulation. Okay, there you go. I want to give credit to the image here for the book of Bernard Taylor, Quantitative Methods, where I saw this image and then I reproduced here. I found very interesting way to explain Monte Carlo simulation. Okay, look at that. You give some kind of frequency and then you translate that to a roulette. Right? That's the Monte Carlo simulation idea comes from. Monte Carlo used to be one of very must-go casino in the world. I don't think it's there anymore. I mean, it used to be back in the 50s and 60s, I guess. But that's where the name comes from. There you go. So now imagine a roulette. So roulette, you keep spinning, and every time it's going to stop in a number. So that's what the simulation is. It keeps spinning and spinning and spinning. It should keep giving you several different outcomes depending on the probability initial used. Because see, the sectors here are not divided equally, right? One is 20%, the other one is 10%, another one is 40%, again, right? So of course the 40% has more chances to appear, and then the other ones, and you keep simulating, right? Several spins until you get some kind of idea what to expect. That's the idea of the Monte Carlo simulation. Now, what are the problems? list some problems on Monte Carlo simulation, because you know it's useful. Otherwise, wouldn't be using here, wouldn't even be tested in the exam, right? It's useful, very useful. But there are some problems. I'll give you one, then you're going to research the others. The problem with the Monte Carlo simulation is historical data, right? He assumes the past is going to happen, and that might not be the case in many, many cases. All right, now bootstrapping. Okay, well, bootstrapping was just a topic alone, and so I found it very important to understand bootstrapping. And at the same time, I already going to explain the other methods as well, all at once. Okay, so I'm going to allow me to go down here. Okay, further down, I'm going to explain to you with an example: bootstrapping, jackknife, clustering, and stratify sampling. All four very soon. All right. Next, we're approaching here almost the half of QM. Estimation in inference. Contrast random, stratify, cluster, convenience, and judgmental sampling. That's why I want to do all together, because you need to know all. You need to know bootstrap, you need to know jackknife, you need to know the clustering, and you need to know the stratified sampling. All right? So let's see here. So try to understand. They're not difficult. So what I'd suggest to you is get some examples. Or perform each one of them so you can remember the steps of doing so. All right. So let's start with the central limit theorem, because this is like a very classic topic. It's been like since the time I was studying for the exam, even before, I imagine. What is the central limit theorem? That it's very well used in finance. Well, if you have a population, okay, and we don't need a population to infer something. We need a sample out of that population to infer something. Therefore, we have to assume, according to this theorem, that doesn't matter how the population is distributed. If you take a large sample, what is large? Well, people say 30 elements. I don't think this question will be there because it's kind of a little vague. So I would not expect something like that. But a large sample. Take the large sample, and if this sample is large enough, it can be assumed to be normal distributed. And then you can analyze the sample using parametric approach. I'm going to introduce you to the word parametric. What's parametric? Parametric is a analysis using some data like mean, standard deviation, correlation, covariance. Right? That's parametric test. If I don't have the mean, if I don't have the standard deviation, then I have to use a non-parametric test to analyze something. All right, so that's an example here for you, okay? This example here comes from also getimage.com. Population with skewed distribution, look at that, okay? Look at that. There's no way you can analyze this one using probability distribution. No probability distribution explain this behavior here in terms of expectations. Well, then if this is the only thing you have, you could use a non-parametric test or take a sample out of here and look at that. If you take 2 elements, you get approximately normal. Well, if you keep taking more, look at that. 25 elements, you already get the bell shape. So important to remember what is this central limit theorem means. Here I put for you the standard error, because the standard error might be in the exam. Standard error is the standard deviation divided by the square root of n. Now, what about if I square this portion here? If I square this portion, I get sigma, which is the symbol, square, divided by n, right? Because the square root goes away. Well, sigma square is the variance. So could be presented the variance divided by n is the standard error, or the standard deviation divided by the square root of n. So be careful because it's the same thing, okay? If it appears as a variance divided by n, that's population. N minus 1 is a tiny sample. We assume here a large sample, then we don't need to do the degrees of freedom of 1 or 2 or anything. But sometimes you will, okay? Yes, Professor, so you think it's going to have a question where I have to use n or n minus 1? Look, then I would say the objective of that question is to test you if you know when to use n and when to use n minus 1. That's the only reason I can see that. I would not expect it, but maybe. All right, friends, let's explain to you bootstrapping, jackknife, clustering, and our stratified sampling. So I'm gonna excuse myself, okay, a little bit here. Where are we? There you go. And I'm gonna remove myself a little bit so you can see the whole thing there you go. Make it a little bit more visible, and then we're gonna analyze that. Okay, maybe I'm gonna even reduce a little bit the image here. There you go. Well, so first of all, I want you to just focus on the resampling method. So those are the ones I'm gonna talk about here. Look at that. What are resampling methods? Well, resampling, okay, is when, imagine you have a small sample, you want to do the best out of it. Perfect, that's the idea. So look at that, I put the original data set here. This is not necessarily related to the financial market. The next example I use is the financial market. This is just a simple way. Look at that, I have 5 numbers. That's it, it's a small sample. Let's do the best out of it, right? So first of all, you calculate the average of that sample. Good. Then you create the samples of that sample. So what you're going to do is, now is the key. Bootstrapping, you're going to take one element of that sample, write it down, then put it back. Then you're going to take another element, write it down, put it back. You keep on doing that. It could be that you're doing 5 here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is usually the same number of the data set. It could be that all the numbers are the same. Yes, it could, because I'm doing reposition. I'm doing the reposition of the number. So it's possible that that number shows up several times. Look at the number 90 on the bootstrap sample 1. It appears 2 times. Right? So in this case, you keep creating samples. I'll just use 2 samples here as an example, like samples of the sample. Then, do you know what I do? I take the average of each one of those samples. I'll just add and divide it by the number of observations. Right? There you go. And then what I do after? I take each one of those averages and I divide it by the number of samples that I created, and that's the average that we're going to use to do our inference, to calculate standard deviation, covariance, correlation, etc., etc., etc. That's it. Okay? So that's called bootstrapping. The key is that one of the keys that to remember is to reposition. Right? You have to reposition. You have to replace the number at each time that you selecting from the original sample. Now the jackknife is a little bit different, but not too different, because the jackknife has no reposition. So the numbers are going to be unique on each sample. So you're going to take the sample, okay? Oh, by the way, the step 1 is not necessarily needed, the original mean. It's usually done for comparison, because the mean that you're going to use for the hypothesis test or for the inference that you're going to make, create an interval, etc., that will be from the jackknife mean, right? After you perform jackknife sampling, resampling. All right, there you go. So do the same, but now take number, okay? And that number will not appear again. Then you take another number, take another number, take another number, randomly. Boom. And then you create your samples, right? The samples could be the same size of the mean, but that's not a good idea, right? Because you might end up getting exactly the same number. So you're going to kind of reduce the number, let's say 4, right? Or 3, you decide. The idea is, could you use different samples? In this case, the samples will be exactly the same size. When you go to the stratified random sampling, then I'm going to explain to you that you could select it stratas, as we call, right? Samples, subsamples in different sizes. Here now, because the data is limited, right? So let's say I have 5. Let's the jackknife. Let's do it samples of 4, samples of 3. Could be samples of 2, I guess. All right. The idea is, once you have those jackknife samples, that notice that they're not the number does not repeat. The number does not repeat, and the number of observations is smaller than the total on the original sample. Bootstrapping, you usually use the same total because we're doing the reposition. Here, we're not doing the reposition. Therefore, if we use the same total, you're going to get the same sample. That's not the idea. So reduce 1 or 2 elements. Right. There you go. Get all those averages, my friend. and do the average of those averages, the mean of those means, and that's the mean that you're going to use for your inference. All right. Now let's talk about stratified sampling, right? Now sampling, right? That's actually finding a sample. The other one is resampling. Now it's sampling. Well, then we're going to be doing here, you have to understand the difference. When you use the stratified, when you use the cluster sampling. There you go. So 2 examples here for you. First, the stratified sampling. So define what you call the strata or subset. Okay, those subsets, you can do it in any scenario. So here you put the tech stocks strata, a finance stock strata, and I put the returns of each one. Right? So divided in sectors. There you go. And I put the returns of each one. Then I calculate the number of here I just saw a mistake. Okay. Well, anyway. We'll talk about that. So calculate the mean of each one of those stratas, right? 1.4, 0.6% in those 2 cases. Now, the key to understand stratified sample is that the samples does not have to have the same size. In this example, I used the same size, but now I regret. I should use 1:5, 1:4, but or 1:3, 1:2 to make the point. Anyhow, so you can have different sizes. This one has 3 elements, that one has 10, has 5. You decide it, right? And then to guarantee that you're going to have at least one of each represented in your final sample, you're going to apply this technique, stratified sampling. All right, so then you calculate the mean of each one. Now, be careful, right? On those means, right, I will select, okay, for example, 2 elements, if I'm doing it, 2 elements from the tech stocks, and I randomly selected, I got 1% and negative 2%. Right. Randomly, I select from this strata that I created, 3, 4, there you go. Then, look what I do. I cannot add those numbers and divide it by the number of observations because they have different sizes. So I have to weight according to the size of the sample. That's key to understand stratified sampling. So this one has 2 elements. The tech. The finance has 3 elements. Well, so the weight of the tech is 2, the weight of the finance is 3, and then I multiply, right? I'll take the size tech times, we can do the average, okay? Then I can do those average of those numbers, and I take 2 times that average plus 3 times the other average, and I divide it by 5 in this example, and then I'll get the average of the stratified sampling. Right? So you divide in categories. From those categories, you selected several subsets, at least 1 element of each category. It could be 1 of these, 2 of that. The samples doesn't have to be all on the same size. And then you calculate the average of each one of those samples. You weight those averages according to the size of each sample, and then calculate the average. That's the one you're going to use for the statistics observations. All right, finally, cluster. Cluster is a little simpler, okay? You can see by the number of lines I use it here. All right, divided the data set in clusters. Now, in this case, not per stock. I'm going to do in industries. Tech, finance, marketing, healthcare. Now, I'm going to get 1 of each, okay? Or I'm going to select it out of this. Imagine that you have like regions of a country, and you cannot take the entire population. So I'm going to say north, east, south. There you go, middle, right? So if we're talking about the United States of America, we're talking about maybe taking 1 state on the west, 1 on the east, etc. There you go. So imagine that I did this with the industries, tech, finance, marketing, healthcare. There you go. Those. And I selected several observations from each one, returns on stocks on that sector, or the return of the sector in particular time. Selected here, and then, okay, I do a cluster sample with those numbers. I'll take 1 of each, 2 of each, 3 of each. You decide it, okay? And then you create that sample, and then you divide it by the number of observations, and that will be the average you're going to use on your statistic observation inference about the data. There you go. That's the idea about stratified sampling, the clustering sampling, and the resample, jackknife, and bootstrap. All right, friends, we're approaching to the end here because we have hypothesis testing, linear regression, big data, and we're going to finish QM, the review, and we're going to start economics very soon. Let me see how you're doing the questions here because I'm getting a lot of questions on the WhatsApp. Now here is good. All right, good. So let's see here. Hypothesis test. All right. So explain hypothesis test, construct a test, and contrast parametric and non-parametric test. I will actually going to have one, actually going to rephrase what I said. We have hypothesis test, parametric, non-parametric, linear regression, and big data. Okay? So let's see. I'm going to start right to the point here. Friends, understand the 6 steps of hypothesis test. Six steps. Okay? First, state the hypothesis. And the H0, the null hypothesis, this is always, imagine that, this is always the one you want to reject. That's your null hypothesis. I want to reject that. So I want to reject that the returns are negative. I want to reject that the mean is 0. I want to reject on linear regression that the coefficient of my linear regression equals to 0. I'm going to reject the relationship of 2 variables equals to 0. Reject, reject, reject. That's your H0. And the other one's called the alternate hypothesis is the one that you want to fail to reject. We do not use the word accept because accept is too strong. Fail to reject is better. All right, so state the hypothesis. Second step. Which distribution are you going to use to analyze this data? Well, if I'm talking about variances, I have to use the F or the chi-square. If I'm talking about expected value, which is the average expected, I'm going to use the T distribution, most likely, or a Z normal distribution. It depends, okay, of the scenario, the sample, degrees of freedom, etc. Very good. Now, state the hypothesis, choose the statistic distribution that you're going to use, then identify your level of certainty of the test. In my case here, 95 or 99%. Most of the time is 95%. Then, with the 95%, with the degrees of freedom, right, with your test or distribution you chose, you find the critical value. Right? The old way was finding a table, right? You go to that table, you're going to 1.5, then go 1 here, 0.5 here, boop, that number, that's the critical value. Now Excel can do that for you, and etc. Right? So once you find the critical value, put that on the side. And then, friends, you're going to compute your critical value, let's say. You're going to grab the data. See, in step 5, you're going to get the data and get the average, get the standard deviation, get everything. And then you're going to perform a test. In the test, I'm going to show to you how it's done. It's always the difference, right, between your average of your data minus your hypothesis that you want to reject, divided by the standard deviation. If that number is bigger than the critical value in step 4, you reject. If it's not, you fail to reject. That's the steps. So it's a good idea to understand the steps on hypothesis. Before I show the examples, a couple things that might be an exam, could be a question, or the type of errors. Error type 1, error type 2. Make sure that you understand each one. Error type 1 is to reject when it's true, and error type 2 is when you fail to reject when it's false. Okay? So think about an example that makes sense. When I was a university professor, I was very linear towards absence of students because I always imagine, look, you pay so much to be here. If you don't want to be in the classroom, that's your loss, because you're going to lose the material, you're going to be behind, etc. So I'm not going to be like here, being a high school teacher and being like enforcing, you have to bring some medical notes or etc. So I would be lenient so much that someone could skip the class and say, I'm sorry, I was sick yesterday, and I would accept it, right? I wouldn't question. I would be committing which type of error? Well, I'm committing the error 2 because I might waive some absence of someone that's actually not telling me the truth. Well, that's fine. That was my prerogative. But if I was more, strict, I really needed a lot of proof and this and that, I could end up rejecting some of the cases of students that actually were totally legit of missing a class, but I would reject because I need more proof. Right? So again, we remember an example of how you commit error 1, how you commit error 2, and I think it should be fine in a question in the exam. Right. Here is just a graph explaining to you, showing to you how you make a decision on the hypothesis test is to reject anything that gets outside the critical value. So see, the critical value is always a negative and a positive, creating a bounder or bound, and then whatever is outside, so your critical value is bigger. I always use the absolute value. So if your critical absolute value of your calculated critical value after you collect the sample and apply the test, it's larger than the critical value pre-assigned, then you reject the hypothesis. That's what is written here. That's the test of hypothesis for expected value. If I expect it to be 0, right? If I expect to be something, this test here is the number that I got as an average minus the number that I hypothesized divided by the standard deviation. Okay, so mean minus 80 divided by error. That's your test. If this number is higher than the critical value pre-assigned, you reject the hypothesis. A little bit about F and chi-square, because I've seen some questions on that on the bank questions. So I think it's worth to mention. The F, I'm going to show that to you on the linear regression table. The chi-square, just observed minus expected divided by expected is the test. Now, I didn't put here, but I just want to mention to you, maybe you want to take a look on how to calculate the degrees of freedom on a chi-square test. I didn't put here because I found too specific, but now, again, I'm just at least calling your attention that maybe a question like that will be in the exam. Now, look what I have here, okay? Is the test for correlation parametrically. That's a parametric test of correlation, okay? How do I know? Because I'm using a probability distribution. I have the average, I have the standard deviation, I have everything I need to use a parametric test. For the correlation, use this formula here, friends. R square root n minus 2 divided by square root of 1 minus r square, r being the correlation that you calculated. You want to make sure that this correlation is not 0 or is 0. What, no? So sometimes you want to make sure that the correlation is equal to 0. There's no correlation, right? Or the correlation is not different than 0. So usually the hypothesis, the correlation equals to 0. I want to reject that. There we go. So that's the formula you're going to use it. But you're going to use that formula in step 5. First, you're going to state the hypothesis, then you're going to select the appropriate test, okay, which is this formula. Then you're going to choose the percentage of certainty. Then you're going to look for the critical value associated to that. Then you're going to collect data. Then you find a correlation. Then you replace the correlation on this formula with the number of observations and do your t-test, your t-stats, and then compares the critical value. In this case, you see we got 4.00131. Our pre-assigned critical value in step 4, as you can see, it was 2.76. Therefore, we're going to reject the hypothesis that the correlation equals 0. Simple as that. Okay? This one here comes from the CFA material a few years ago, but it's still the same topic. Okay? All right, let's continue. So again, this is a parametric test. I'm going to show another example here for you of a F-test. Okay? The F-test is the same idea. So state the hypothesis, decide the test you're going to use. So if it's variance, I'm analyzing the variance of two variables. Well, I need to use a F-test. I cannot use the T-test. I have to use a F, because the F distribution is the one that deals with numbers positives only, which is the variance is the case. There we go. So if you're analyzing variance, use the F-test. Great. What is the F-test? The F-test is, you're going to see on the linear regression, but just that's the test here, MSR divided by MSE, right? That's the test I'm going to use. So I'm going to go, I calculate my ANOVA table. My ANOVA table is going to give my F-test. How is that done? Well, the ANOVA table is going to take the SR, right? The square regression. Okay, what's square? Square is variance. Variance of the regression. I call that the good variance. Good variance divided by bad variance. What's bad variance? Is the squares of the errors, the variance of the errors. So I want to, on the numerator, the variance of the regression, one explaining the other, divided by the error term. Okay? So obviously, if you see here, if the error term is the MSE, the average of square of errors, the average variance of errors is larger than the average variance of the regression, this F is going to be tiny. But if my square regression, the average of the square of the regression, which is the good variance, divided by the average square of error is very small, then my F-test is going to be larger, and I will reject any hypothesis. Okay, that's a good tip for you to understand the F-test. Only use it for variance, analysis of two variables. If you want to calculate the variance of a variable distribution against its mean, right? Usually the variance of observation against its own mean, you use the chi-square test. But if I want to calculate the variance of two, let's say independent variable, variance of two elements, I have to use the F-test. All right, friend, now we are arriving here to the parametric, non-parametric test. So I'm going to ask you here to take a few seconds to take a look on this table here, okay? And that's the time I will use to drink a glass of water. All right, I am back. So I miss myself here. Let me put myself back into the equation here, shall we? There we go. There we go. Where am I? There we go. I am arriving. Voila, I'm here. Good. So let's proceed. There we go. So take a look. Parametric, hypothesis test, non-parametric, the explanation in an example. I don't know how much the Wilcoxon-Rank sum test or the Spearman correlation test are going to be in the exam, but I want you to remember those names. And the first one is Wilcoxon-Rank. The other one is Spearman correlation test. Ranking is the key word. Ranking is the key word for hypothesis non-parametric. Okay, non-parametric tests use rankings. Okay, that's the key word. All right. So I already explained to you, the non-parametric is usually the one when you don't have statistical measurements, dispersion, distance, tendencies, anything. Then you have to use a non-parametric test. All right, so let's talk about that. Okay? Tests concerning correlation, very well used. The Spearman correlation non-parametric test. Okay, and there you go, the Spearman rank correlation coefficient. It's a coefficient, 0 point something, right? Remember, correlation goes from -1 to 1. So you're always going to expect a number that's between -1 and 1, including on the Spearman rank test for correlation. It's going to give you the correlation of two variables using a non-parametric test. I have an example to show you. All right. So here again, I just put it for comparison purpose. This is the parametric test for correlation. It's going to just tell you if the correlation is different than 0. And then you can assume that the correlation that you computed is good. You're testing that correlation. Okay? Now, if you don't have parameters to do that, then you're going to have to use another test called the Spearman correlation test. All right. So without going much in details, because unfortunately we don't have that much time. We have a lot of time, but we have so much to cover. So honestly, we don't have that much time. So I want you to memorize this. Should you memorize this formula? I don't know. Every formula is important, so just put it in your pocket if you can. Okay. we never know if you're going to have to calculate the correlation using the Spearman formula. So there you go. 1 minus 6 times the summation of d squared, which I'm going to show to you what it is, divided by n, number of observations, times n squared, number of observations squared, minus 1. Okay? Not too difficult to memorize, right? But let's see an example. Okay? And again, if it's I'm going to give you a number, the minus 1 to 1, and you know the interpretation. Now let's take an example. There you go. So look at this example that I did for you. I have two companies, and I want to kind of compare the correlation of the return on those two stocks. Stock A, stock B, company A, company B, whatever. All right. So I ranked, right, in month of the year, January to July. Could it be December? Yes. Could it be 10 years? Yes, of course. But it's going to be too long. So if you understand for 7 months, you understand for 77 months, 777 months, so on and so forth. There you go. The returns on January to July for company A, and the returns January to July company B. Perfect. Now I'm going to rank those returns from smaller to larger. So a smaller return was right here. For company A was in April. So I gave a score of 1. The largest return for company A was in July. I gave a score of 7 because I have 7 observations. Right? 1, 2, 3. Sometimes, I mean, I hope it doesn't happen. If it does, you have to calculate that. If the numbers are identical, right? February is 2, March is 2, then they get the same ranking, but the next one we will skip 1. So if it is 2, the number 1 and number 2 are the same, the next one will be the third in the observation. There you go. Now do the same for company B. And now look what you do. When you do the ranking, you're going to do the deviations from the ranks, the differences. So look what I'm doing. The ranking of the January return for company A was 3rd. For the company B was 6. So I have a deviation of 3, negative, positive, I don't care because I'm going to square that number. So there's a difference of 3 squared, 9. Then on February I have a difference of 1 squared, and so on and so forth. Then you add those numbers, and then you're going to put, that's your d squared, by the way, on the formula. And then you're going to throw in the formula. 1 minus 6 times the d squared, which is the sum, 15. 7 is my sample. N squared is 49. And I got 0.73. That's the correlation between stock A and stock B. Very high correlation. You can see because the ranking difference, it's very tiny in 6 of those months. And that's, of course, they are correlated. If the difference is minimum, they are correlated. If the difference are very large, they are not that correlated. There you go, friends. Then formally introduced you to an example of the Spearman non-parametric test. There you go. You want to memorize the formula? 1 minus 6, the summation of d squared. D squared might be given on the exam, or even the summation of d squared might be in the exam. You just have to replace on this formula here. All right. Let's talk about a little bit of contingence table. Just explain what it is. Right? So contingence table is about the frequency of observations, right? So, and usually the chi-square, look at that, that's important to mention. The most common used test with contingence table is the chi-square, okay? Chi-square test calculation, the chi-square statistics, observing the frequency, right? So I'm going to show here to you the chi-square test. Look, it's always the same steps. State hypothesis, find the level, find the appropriate test you're going to use. So if I want to use a chi-square, look at that. Observation minus expectations squared divided by expectations. It has to be squared because, again, we know it's positive numbers. All right. Now, that's the formula of the degrees of freedom of the chi-square. Okay, so if you get a question like that, there you go. R for rows, C for columns. You're going to get a contingence table. What is a contingence table? Something like that. Rows, columns. I have 3 rows and 3 columns here. I have a 3 by 3 here. Okay? And then I would replace here to get the number of degrees of freedom. I don't know. A very specific question, yes, but hey, we never know. So put that in your pocket. What is this calculation? R minus 1, C minus 1 is to calculate the degrees of freedom in a chi-square distribution. All right. I'm not going to be doing a comprehensive example of the Wilcox rank. I'm going to give it up to you to kind of review. But it's the same idea, okay? The Wilcox non-parametric test and the Spearman. Spearman is just for correlation, okay? And now the Wilcoxon ranking or test, then it can be used for a different purpose other than correlation. For example, to analyze performance or see relation between decisions which you want to use, that type of thing. So I have, like, for example, 2 strategies here. Each strategy is one, give me some monthly returns, and I want to do a non-parametric test to see what it is. So I'm going to leave here for you. Okay, so if you want to take a picture of this or a screenshot, go ahead. But I'm not going to be doing this example here just for the sake of the time. Okay. So in this case, we do not try to find evidence which one is the best. Wilcoxon non-parametric test. All right, good. Let's continue. I'm arriving now on the last 2. Last 2, the QM. Huh? And I still have economics, although each portfolio management to cover. Let's see. Linear regression. Again, I think you could, with high probability, get questions on linear regression in your exam. Why do I say that? Well, I say that, friends, because linear regression is going to be heavy on level 2, right? So I'm not giving any privileged information. You can see the table contents of the level 2, right? It's public information. Therefore, you will see that the linear regression is very well discussed on the level 2 material. But level 1 is introducing you to linear regression. So I want you to remember, linear regression here is only one independent variable. It's called single regression. The other one will be called multiple regression. Multiple regression is level 2, single regression level 1. What do you need to know for linear regression? What it is, assumptions of linear regression. I could smell a question from assumptions, or the violations of the assumptions of the linear regression. And I'm going to show here the possible violations, the name of the possible violation. I think it's a little bit more level 2, but I decided to put here anyway because it is on the material level 1. I just don't know how it's going to be tested because I know it's a material for level 2, so sometimes you don't see on level 1, you're going to see on level 2, but you're being prepared for the material with the lessons. But I don't know if it's necessarily going to be tested. I don't know, but I'm going to cover anyway. Okay? And maybe, I don't think you will, that you're going to have to calculate the value of the dependent variable using the linear regression. Maybe not, but I'm going to talk about that anyway. All right, so let's go to the key points because you already understood the learning outcomes, right? Oh, this, describe, explain, calculate. So if there's a calculate, you could get a calculate question. If there's no calculate, most likely you're not going to get a calculation question. All right, the key points. So how do you estimate a linear regression model? Answer, use Excel tool package. Can do it very quickly, right? Of course, Python, etc. But I'm at the old school. I learned how to do this on Excel. Then what is the linear regression? What are the parameters? What are parameters? Parameters are 2. You need the intercept, which is the value of the dependent variable if the independent variable is 0, and you need the coefficient of the independent variable, which is called the slope of the line. There you go. Those are the assumptions. So make sure you memorize. You need the assumption of linearity. So it has to be a line to explain the behavior of the dependent and the independent variable. Homoscedasticity. Ooh, I have a problem with that. And homoscedasticity. There you go. That's the error term from observation to observation, prediction to prediction has to be the same and small. The error terms have to be independent of each other, otherwise you'd have zero correlation, and the assumption of the error being normal distributed. Right? Those are assumptions. Memorize those. Right. I'm gonna show the ANOVA table. So we're gonna make sure that you understand how to interpret an ANOVA table, and then measures of fit, meaning when a regression is good or bad. That's very level 2. Level 2, you're going to have to go and explain what is a fitness of a linear regression model. Or is a linear regression that has a high predictable power, the power of the test, if it was a hypothesis test, but the power of the linear regression prediction. And you also need to understand here if the model is too robust. It has like 25 independent variables to explain something. Well, would prefer something a little smaller if possible, right? That's the concept of fitness, right? I'm going to show the ANOVA table, and I'm going to show those 4 types, or not 3 types here, actually, log, ling, log models. Okay, the first name is related to the dependent variable. The second is referring to the independent variable. What does it mean? It means that if I have a log ling model, I have the log of the dependent variable equal intercept plus slope times independent variable. So the log is on the dependent variable. If I have a ling log, I have dependent variable equal intercept plus the log, or ln, of the independent variable. The log both will have a log. Log of the dependent equals to the intercept plus the log of the independent. Okay, log, it depends which number you're going to put it there. Could be several different ways that those problems happen. So I can see here, if you get in the exam, you're going to have to replace the values and find the dependent variable. All right. So all linear regression models, friend, will have this format. Y equal ax plus b. In the text is y equal b plus b1x. It doesn't matter. The one that doesn't have the x is the intercept. The one that have the x is the x will be the independent variable, and the a is the slope. The number that multiplies the independent variable is called the slope. Okay? Remember that for portfolio management, when you talk about the capital market line, security market line, what's the slope of those curves? Okay, all right. So there you go. How do you get this? Well, you collect the data. Okay, collect the data, and then you run a regression pack. And then it will give you this equation. Right? In reality, it's going to give you the ANOVA table, which you're going to have a lot to analyze about it. Look, before I go to the ANOVA table, I want to show to you this is an example of homoscedasticity right there. Okay, on the second graph here. Okay, the first graph, excuse me, with those little dots. See that the dots are very close to the line, and they're very aligned, they don't change. That's homoscedasticity, that's okay. The second one, right here, on the blue line, you see that the error terms are differing. It's kind of getting higher, right? Then we have they'll have homoscedasticity here, okay? One thing to remind you, that the problem is not the homoscedasticity. The problem is the conditional homoscedasticity, which will be that the error term is somehow correlated. All right. Let's talk about the ANOVA table. Well, that's an example here, but I'm going to give you a bigger one. Okay. There you go. Look, try to get as much as information as you can. I'm going to have to go quick here, but look, I have three components of the ANOVA table. 3 components. Okay. Component number 1 is going to give you an overall fitness of the model. The second table, the ANOVA, the one in the middle, that's going to give you something about the explanation power of the independent variable in relation to the dependent variable. That's what the second gives me. And the third one is going to give me information about the components of my linear regression if they are different than 0. Right? Because if the intercept is 0, might not be good. Right? And but it's not critical, but if the slope, right, the number that multiply the independent variable is 0, then we have a problem. So we need to test for that. That's what the third table shows you. Right. So the first table, the numbers that you need to understand for level 1 is the R square, which in this case is 0.1177, means 11.77% of explanation power, meaning the X explain Y 11.77% of the time. Okay? If I do the square root of the r square, I get r, and r is correlation. So the number here, 0.34, is the correlation, called multiple r. I don't know why they call multiple r. I mean, I should know, but I never went looking for the information. Why they don't call correlation, right? Or single r, anyhow. That's 0.34%. That's the correlation of those variables. Okay? Adjusted r square, it's more for level 2. When you have multiple variables, the adjusted r square is going to play a more important role there. All right. Second portion of the ANOVA table, friends, the numbers that I was mentioning before. Look, the SS, okay, the MS, the S stands for squares. And the first S is sum of squares, sum of the variance. Look, the sum of the variance of the regression, which is called the good variance, it's 1.027. And the sum of the bad variance, which is called the regression, is 7.7. Okay? And the total is 8.73. Guess what? If I divided 1.0027964 906, look at me, I need glasses now. If I divided that sum of squares of the regression, I divided by the total sum of squares, good and bad, I have the r square. So maybe you have to calculate the r square using the ANOVA table. Now you know how to do it. Now, what about the f-test? First of all, is that f-test good or bad? What do you think? An f-test of 8.00. Well, if you have a critical value to compare, then you know. But if you don't, take a look on the significance of f. The closer to 0, the better the f is. Okay? The closer the significance closer to 0, the better the f is. Therefore, this f is good. It's good for what? Well, it's good to explain that the good variance in relation to the bad variance. In other words, it's telling us that there is some explanation power. That's not totally random that the X predicts Y. That's what the f-test is doing. Now, it's not a super prediction power because the R square is giving you 11.77, but there is something, so you can move forward with this model as long as the intercept and the variable that multiplies X, the independent, is not 0. Then we need the third table. The third table is the table that's going to tell us what is the regression. The regression is right here on the coefficients. So I can do y equal 3.408208858 minus, because there's a minus here, 0.000584873 There you go. That's my regression. I replace X with whatever number is given on the problem, and I predict Y. There you go. Now, the intercept is 3.4. Now, you can look at it and see, well, that looks very different than 0, but you still have to test it. Now, the second one is very close to 0. It's 0.00058. Okay? So I need to make sure that this number is not 0. How do I do that? I do a hypothesis test that the intercept equals to 0, and I want to reject that. And I do another hypothesis test saying that the independent variable is 0, or the number that multiplies the independent variable is 0, and I want to reject that. Now, you don't need to do the test because the test is done here for you. Look at that. The t-stats and the p-value are going to give you that answer. How do you get the t-stats? You take the coefficient minus the hypothesis, which is 0. So take the coefficient minus 0 and divide it by the standard error. That's your t-stats we explained to you right there when we start hypothesis testing. There you go. Now, if I do that, I get a t-stats of 31 for the intercept and minus 2.8. Forget the minus. I'm going to look at a 31 and 2.83. Is that good enough to reject? The first one, absolutely, is way above 3, right? So if it's a normal distribution and is bigger than 3, you reject it right away. So that one, I don't even need a critical value. The next one, 2.83, forget the negative sign, it's very close to 3. I'm tempted to reject, but I don't have a critical value here to compare. I'm going to take a look on the p-value. If the p-value is less than 2.5%, for 2 tails, or 5%, because I'm giving you 95% confidence, 5% for 1 tail, 2.5 or 2 tails. If my p-value is smaller than that, I reject. If it's not, I fail to reject. In this case, it's 0.006. It's tiny. Therefore, I reject that the spending, which is the independent variable in this case, is 0. That's it. Done. Okay? So look at that. So one more time and then we move on. The first table, called regression statistics, is going to give you some preliminary information about the fitness of the model, how well X predict Y, and the correlation of that. The second will give you if there is some explanatory power, even though the R-square is high or low, the F-test is going to give you that. And the third one is going to give if the coefficients are different than 0 and which coefficients are they. There you go. Typical questions you may get is find the regression looking at the table. There you go. I already showed it to you. What is the percentage of Y explained by X? It's the same thing to ask what is the R-square. Okay? Confirm the F is 8.0056. Oh, how do I do that? You take the mean square of the good divided by the mean square of the bad. So mean is the 1.02796 divided by 0.228 here, and I get 8, which is that number. There you go. Calculate the change in GDP if spending is 1,000. Here I'm using an example where the GDP is explained by this government spending. Okay. Then I put 1,000. I put 1,000 multiply by the spending. I add the intercept, and that's my change in GDP. And are the intercept the independent variable different than 0? Yes, they are. It's already showed here on the p-value or the t-stats table. All right, friends. Good. I hope it is, because I wish I had more time to go over this. All right. Now we finishing the linear regression here, explaining what I already said. Measures a good fit. The testing of the coefficients. I already explained that. The prediction of the regression, I already explained that. The ANOVA table, there we go. We did it all here. Okay. But I'm going to go very slow, so if you want to kind of like take a screenshot of this information, there you go. All right. And I want to let you know if you want to get the sample here that I use, get in touch with me. We can send it to you, a PDF file with those images if you found useful. All right. I'm going to finish here, friends, on this, what I said to you about the log. Matter of fact, let me put it a little bit. There you go. The log log is just saying that if it's a log link, the Y variable will have a log in front of it. If it's the link log, the independent variable is going to have a log in front of it, or ln. And if it's the log, then both will have a log in front of it. So let's just take a look on the last one. Look at that. ln of y equals b0, which is the intercept, plus b1 ln of x. There you go. That's a log model. Finally, we're finishing big data. I said to you in the beginning that was going to be one of the longest one because it's one of the changed the most. So economics, I'm going to go a little faster. FSA, I'm going to spend more time. Fixed income, definitely, we're going to spend some time. But the other ones that haven't changed much, I'm just going to, because I already have another video that I did for November exam 2023. So you can complement the topics that I'm going to go a little fast here with that video because that's the material that has not changed. I'm focusing, as I said to you when I proposed the live, that I was going to focus on the material that has changed quite a bit for the exam in 2024. All right, friends, let's keep on going. Last topic, big data, new topic, and I predict a question of big data on your exam. Which one? I don't know. I mean, actually, I predict some, but I don't know if it's going to be there. But yeah, I predict some, and I'm going to tell you here as we go which ones I predicted that will be there, but I don't know, right? I don't know anything. I mean, no, that's not true. I mean, I wouldn't be proposing this type of what I'm doing here if I didn't know that. Modest on the side, I do believe I understand very, very well the content. That's what I'm here explaining to you, right? But I don't know which question will be in your exam, unfortunately. And if I knew, guess what? I couldn't tell you. Right? I would be violating my code of ethics, and by any means I want to do that, right? And you shouldn't do either. Don't violate your code of ethics. Never, okay? But especially for tiny little things, right? Please don't do that, right? Because again, right, that's gonna influentiate your behavior, and then you're gonna pay a price in the end. So respect the code of ethics. That's very important. If you wanna use the 3 letters CFA after your name, make sure that you act with professional ethics. We colleagues expect you to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna kind of like, if you do some unethical things, and this extends to the credential CFA that you have, that's going to actually jeopardize all the CFA network community. So think about that too, right? Violation of the code of ethics, it's not good. Right? And you signed it, because if you're taking the exam, you definitely sign the pledge. All right, let's go. The points. Describe aspects of fintech that are directly related to a data analysis. Describe big data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, and describe the applications of big data. Well, so what are the important points that I want to mention here to you? How is fintech used in quantitative analysis? We're talking about here robo-advising. We're talking about any type of financial solutions here, including artificial intelligence, sure. Big data. Big data, what is big data? Look, I'll prepare you. We have 2 types of big data. Big data is a lot of data, yes, but one big data could be structured, and some data could be unstructured. What is a structured big data? Well, it's when you have, let's say, books with names, information about clients, like a client list, right? All organized, but you have like several pages and pages and pages of information, and you want to kind of find something about that clientele that you have. That's a structured data, right? If it's structured, it's easy to feed the machine, so the machine can come up with some kind of analysis about that data, because that's what you want. You want to filter information. Maybe the data, you take a look on the age groups and see an average age, and say maybe you should be focused on this group, more on this group. That's big data analysis. You want to get some kind of information out of that sample or that data that you have. Now, what about unstructured data? Well, unstructured data, you have a lot of data. It's all over the place. And you need to kind of filter that to come up with something about it. Right? So think about Facebook collecting all this information, Google collecting all the information that you have, right? X collecting all the information that you have. And now, what do we do with that? Right? We need to analyze that data. I need to find something, right? Because if I have all this data, and data has value, right? That's why, you have those cookies that you have to accept, not accept, do that story, right? Why do you think X is now a private company? Because if you have a private company that collects data, that data is yours. You're collecting the data, and you can use it. You can have some purpose. So data, it's very valuable in those days. It's a good commodity. Because, you can imagine if I can tailorize my customers, and I know exactly to who advertise and goes directly to that person. Wow, that's facilitates sales. Anyway, so that's big data analysis. It's important for the financial industry. Of course it is. And you need to know how to perform the steps. There you go. So unstructured and structured. Okay? All right. So let's start with the machine learning, because, again, you're going to need a machine to do that job for you, right? So you're going to have to teach that machine to work for you, okay? We have 3 types of teaching the machines, okay? Maybe this could be a question on your exam. Supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. So supervised learning, you feed the model some kind of performance metrics or how to perform, and the model will follow. Example, linear regression. Linear regression is a type of supervised learning. So it could be a question, which of the following most likely is a type of supervised learning? A, linear regression. B, clustering. B or C, deep neural network. And then you have to choose linear regression. Okay. Now, unsupervised learning, well, then this unsupervised learning is kind of like the machine is pretty much guessing by we try and error until we figure it out what it is. Right? So you give them give the machine a bunch of pictures of animals, and it has to classify, and then after a lot of good teaching, it's going to be able to, by itself, is going to be able to classify the animals in different categories, right? Based on the number of legs, based on some kind of features, shapes, etc. That's more or less the unsupervised learning idea. And then you have the reinforcement learning. That reinforcement learning is the machine learning by making them. The more you work, the more you learn, right? So like we're talking about here, for example, face recognition things, or that we call the deep neural network, deep NN, deep neural network, which the machine has to start doing a lot of thinking, and is going to learn that by reinforcement. Okay, so again, it depends on the purpose that you want. What do you want? And then you apply these teachings to the machine. There you go. Now I'm going to talk about the big data. Okay, so look at that. Let's talk about the steps involved in big data analysis. First, data preparation. Remember those names. It might be useful for you in the exam. Preparation, curation, wrangling, engineering, training, and validation. Once again, one more time. Preparation, curation, wrangling, engineering, training, and validation. Those are the key steps from the beginning all the way to the end, which you're going to get the results, right? That's what the validation. Validation is they're the answers that you get. Good. So let's see each one of those steps. So I have here for you the preparation. You have to identify the source of data. Remember, you have structured and unstructured data. Okay? So you have to prepare that data. If it's structured, it's pretty much prepared. If it's unstructured, you have to kind of organize, let's say, this way. Then curation, okay? You kind of like, preparation, you collect the data. In curation, you kind of prepare the data for analysis. So imagine you're going to feed Python with some kind of information, right? So how do you kind of like arrive on the set that you're going to really need so the machine will understand what you want, okay? Or you'll do a better job predicting things. There you go. Then wrangling, okay? Wrangling, it's kind of like doing some filtering, doing some cutting the words. For example, why do I have to put words with the same roots in the machine? No. Like, for example, look at you. If you're searching for something on the net, you don't need to type the whole name, right? You can type just a portion of it, and boom, and the machine gets it. That's the idea of wrangling. You're not going to feed too much information there, right? So you're going to filter, and you go like if there's some words that are similar, you're just going to use the root of that word, right? So all those words in English that finish with ly, just like what do you call it? This is an adverb, I guess. They would be just using the root of the word. Okay. So instead of finally, you're gonna use fin. That will do it. Fin is the Latin word for end. Right. Good. There you go. Now you did wrangling. Now you're gonna feed the machine, right? And then when you feed the machine, you're gonna train the machine. You're gonna keep kind of making sure that the model is gonna start working. Remember the words underfit, overfit, perfectly fit. Underfit, the model is not predicting well. The model is guessing more than giving you some answers. Not good. Overfit, well, the model is kind of exaggerating on the answer. That's too much. That's what do you call, there's some noises making the machine to think more than it should. Okay? I'm going to give an example here for you. And the perfectly fit is when the machine starts giving you kind of coherent data, information that you can use. There you go. And that's model validation is when you actually validate the model. And then interpretation visualization when you get the answers and you start now using on your favor. All right, look at an example of an overfit model here, friends. That's it. Look at that. Look at the cost to build. Now, if there was you ask a machine to kind of come up with a way to build a road, and he gets this one, okay? This one is way more expensive if you do a straight line, correct? I can see that, right? So therefore, that's an overfit model. Keep that in mind. Overfit's not good. Underfit's not good. Perfectly fit is good. So you want to kind of like reasonable answer, but you don't want to like, this is due to noises. So imagine that the noises is like, you cannot cut any trees. Boom. Well, the machine learned that, and now see a situation like that, and then instead of like, going over the tree, or even taking the tree move a little bit to the side and then go straight, you create this scenario here. That's an overfit example. All right, good. Well, let's finish. Let's finish with fintech, what it is. Okay, so fintech's very well. Fintech used to be on portfolio management. Now it's kind of like moved to QM. So understand what it is. I think those questions might be relatively easy. I mean, you can complicate, of course, but everyone knows the advantage of fintech will be efficiency, lower cost, accessibility, some problems, cybersecurity risk, well, definitely a big problem, some regulatory compliance, and operational risks. Okay, so understand that, and I think the questions that you have on the ecosystems are good enough. Finally, the answers. Right? Data visualization. Look what you have here. You have a word cloud or word tag. Okay? I have to make a comment here on the video. I got this image here, and I tried to look for the source, and I couldn't find it. So if you're watching this video, that's your image, let me know. I'll give you the credits, or I remove it from the video. But I think, with your, let's say to the owner of the image, I mean, it's for pedagogical purpose, so I think you should consider living here, right? That's going to be good for the students or those taking the exam to know what a word cloud means, okay? But if I knew from where was this, I'll definitely give the source. Professor, you could choose another one and give the source. Yeah, I could, but I like this one here a lot, so I decided to use it. Anyhow. What is giving you here? Well, it's giving you the most frequent words. In level 2, you're going to have to understand this type of total frequency, right? The how to measure if the words are important, relevant, not important, right? So that's level 2. Right here, there you go. Try to see, you see financial report, analysis, stocks. So you can get some, imagine this is the data you filter from all your customers. Well, then you understand that all your customers are in the financial industry. There you go. Now you have some idea what to do. There you go. 3 maps. Okay. Try to understand. It's a way to present the answer. Okay. It's each color, intensity of color here represents more, less intensity it represents less, and each color represents a category. The scatter plot that we already seen, and the heat map, the closer to blue, less, the closer to orange, more. Okay, whatever you want to measure. All right, and friends, this one here, data for, this one I got from the CFA Institute, just decided to put here, but I did some, what do you call? I summarized, let's say, the steps involved in big data analysis, including structured and unstructured. So I'm going to go quick here with you. I think I'm going more to level 2 material, but I don't know, I think it's important for you to understand this. So let's see. Step number 1, data collection and curation. Okay, that's for structured data. Look at that. Data is almost ready to input in the machine. Or unstructured data, the data is not ready to input in the machine. There you go. That's step 1. Look at the step number 2 here, right, that I put down here. Data preparation and wrangling, right? There you go. What do you do on data preparation and wrangling? There you go. Follow the arrow here. So preparation, inaccurate error. You're going to remove all the errors, let's say duplications. Now you're going to kind of like remove things that doesn't make any sense, etc. Okay? Then you're going to do the wrangling. The wrangling is filtration, selecting, and conversion. Look at some keywords that you can use. Trimming, we already mentioned before. Scaling, similar. And Winsorization, actually I didn't put the D here, put the D there, so again, for those that English speakers as the first language, if it was not Windsorization, I put that because I remember that I mentioned to you, one way that I used to memorize this word, Windsorization, I remember Windsor, and therefore make me memorize that, and I think I accidentally put an extra D on above, right? So folks that are watching A since the beginning, that's the comment that I have to make. There you go. Understand what streaming, scaling, and winsorization, right? That's just like cutting the words, making sure that the words are good enough to be in the machine. Now, this is more for structured data, streaming, scaling, winsorization. But if I'm talking about unstructured data, right, then I have to do a little bit more work. I have to remove tags, punctuation, numbers, symbols, currency symbols, capital letters, all that stuff, okay? So I have to do like more wrangling. I have to lowercase only, the stop words, like question marks, etc., and just keep the word roots. The word roots is what we call lemmatization. That's the word lemmatization, means just keep the words on their roots. Right. Stemming is kind of like cutting, also like short. Anyway, you're creating a set of data to input in the machine that's easy for the machine to process. There you go. Finally, look at that, the data exploration. Again, I divided in structured, unstructured data for you, okay, in some examples. Because, see, parentheses here. The question could be, if you have unstructured data, blah, 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 blah. If the data is structured, see what I'm saying? So, different procedures. So, try to understand the procedures that you do with structured data, unstructured data, and see if you can get it, because it could be a question like that, right? That's kind of specific, yes, but it's in the material. You need to know. Right? If it's in the material, the official material, technically, theoretically, you need to know. All right. So those are the what we do. Exploratory data analysis. We use charts and graphs for the structured data. We use word clouds for unstructured data. That could be a question. I just create a question here, right? Which of the following will be a more appropriated way to analyze the unstructured data? Word clouds, charts, or graphs? Oh, word clouds. Okay. There you go. So think about that when you're studying for the exam, okay? All right. Big data analysis, the final model training. Okay, this is a bit too heavy, okay? But I put it here anyway. All right. When you want to do the results, you need to see if those results are good or bad. So you have a couple methods to do so. This is very level 2, but I want to mention now, okay? So first of all, it's a supervised or non-supervised. I already mentioned to you, it's important that you make that distinction, okay? And here we call a confusion matrix. A confusion matrix, it's just a matrix which we have total positives, true positives, true negatives, false positives, false negatives, and we want a true positives and true negatives most. You don't want a false, you want a true. So the more true that the machine gives it to you, the more accurate will be, okay? Those are the formulas. I don't think you need to know that for level 1. Precision is total positive, true positive divided by true positives plus false positives. Then you have recall, accuracy, and then F1 of fitness is a measure of fitness of the model, how well it's performed. Okay, just keep there. Just remember to you the overfit, the word for overfit that's strongly related to overfit is called high variance, okay? Noises. And underfit, high bias. So bias associated to underfit, high variance, okay? But it's a overvariance, think about that, right? Noises and guesses, that's the key word for that. All right, friends, with that, I conclude QM. So we're going to go straight to economics now, okay? Because it has to be dynamic, okay? All right. And all the questions that I received here directly, I already answered as I went over the material. All right, economics now. So very quick, those are the topics you need to know. Firm and market structure, that's the microeconomics portion of your exam. Business cycle, very important, right? Understand what the business, the stages and the indicators of the business cycle. So if you get into a recession, if you go into an expansion, if you're at the peak. Fiscal policy, monetary policy, see, they're now detached into different topics. Geopolitics, trade and capital flows, and then we have the last two, it would be international finance, like forex markets and exchange rate calculations. There you go. So let's start. So first topic is microeconomics, right? So microeconomics, right? We're going to talk about the firm and market structure. That's the key here. And they're not even focused on the monopoly. So they're focused on those market structures here. Right? Well, let's very quickly here. Determine, interpret, break-even, and shutdown points. When the company should shut down on the short run, on the long run, when it should keep open. I have an example here for you. Economy of scales, important. Now, perfect competition, monopoly, competition, oligopoly. Perfect competition, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, and monopoly. Okay, but monopoly is not too much on your exam. Take a look. Explain supply and demand relationship under monopolistic competition and supply and demand under oligopoly. Okay, so those are the stars, monopolist, competition, and oligopolies. Right? That's because those are the most ones that we could find in real life. We could find oligopolies, you could find perfect competition. It's rare when you find, let's rephrase, I think I said it wrong. So one more time. It's relatively easy to find monopolistic competition in the normal scenario, yes. It's relatively easy to find oligopolies, yes. Not too easy to find monopolies because monopolies must be regulated in most countries or otherwise they're not allowed to exist. And perfect competition is rare, right? Because perfect competition, you have to sell homogeneous projects. It's very difficult to do that. So that's why I think the emphasis is going to be in oligopoly, monopolistic competition. Right? And then finishing with concentration. This is nothing different from the firm and market structures topic of the CFA level 1 until 2023. Note here that I don't have supply, demand, elasticity anymore. Where is the supply, demand, and elasticity? It's on the prerequisites, okay? So on the prerequisites now. Right, key points. The production break-even, shutdown and economy of scales, market structures. I'm going to mention monopolistic, oligopoly, and the type of market structure depending on the characteristics. So you could get a question like that. They give you several characteristics. You have to identify what is the market structure. Well, first of all, friends, I want you to start analyzing the costs, because if you understand the cost behavior in a microeconomic point of view, it might be helpful for you to understand what's coming after. So notice that all of those costs, they start high and then they fall. Every single one. Which costs I'm talking about here? I have the marginal cost, called the MC, average total cost, average variable cost, the AVC, and AFC, average fixed cost. So all the costs. Remind you, the fixed cost plus variable cost equals total cost. Marginal cost, the cost to make one additional unit. And look at how exponential the marginal cost goes. It's the exponential cost. Marginal cost, it increases rapidly, okay? Because the marginal cost, that's the opportunity cost and all the others associated. If you want to produce more and more and more, it's getting more and more expensive. That's the idea. All right. All costs are going to increase after this trough point here. Every single one, except the average fixed cost, because the fixed cost just decline, approaching zero. Okay? So that little inflection is when the costs start going up, and you have to assume that's always going to go up. Now, why it goes down? Right? Why it goes down? That's called economy of scales. That's why it goes down. Okay? Economy of scales, you're going to produce more efficiently, then cost goes down, but then after that, the cost is going to go up, and that's it. Right? So understand that the ATC is always above the AVC, obviously, because the ATC and AVC, the ATC includes AFC, the fixed cost. Now, comment. In the long run, imagine that the AFC does not exist. okay, it's going to be 0. So what's going to matter is the average total cost, which will be pretty much equal to the average variable cost. Okay, so that might be helpful to decide it on the long run, on the short run, when a company should exit the market. All right, those are important here to mention, those graphs. Okay, this is the graph of monopolistic competition and monopoly. I have two curves. One, the first one is, the first curve here is the demand curve. The second one is the marginal revenue. Marginal revenue is always below the demand curve on a monopolistic competition in a monopoly, okay? In an oligopoly as well. And the point that I'm making here is this point here where the marginal revenue intersects to the marginal cost. It determines the best quantity to produce, in this case QM, but what would be the reasonable price to charge for that quantity? So if you go to the point here, this intersection, and you go to the left, right here, on the y-axis, you should get the price that would be reasonable to charge for that quantity. But a monopoly and a monopolistic competition and oligopoly as well, they're not going to do that. They're going to go to the demand curve to look for the price to charge. So instead of going on the marginal one, they're going to go up, 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 right there on this point E, and then they're going to come to the left, and then that's the price of they will charge. So see, they will charge a higher price than they could. They could charge less, but they decide to charge more because people buy. The demand curve determines how much people will pay for. The marginal revenue determines the quantity to produce. There you go. That might be helpful. Perfect competition has a flat demand curve and a flat marginal curve, marginal revenue, and they're both the same. Okay? And the oligopoly is the one that has the broken demand curve. We call the kinked demand curve. Okay? It breaks. Why does it break? Well, because if the oligopoly increase the price, the others may not, probably will not increase their price, and so the demand will lower. So it's going to break. But they're not going to lose the entire demand. No, because an oligopoly, what is the key element of an oligopoly? The number of sellers. It's small. It's 4 or 5. I don't know. Wow. If it's 4 or 5 and one of that increase the price, well, the people, the folks that live around there are not going to migrate to another area to buy from, keep on buying from that oligopoly. That's why the oligopoly will not lose the entire demand, but the demand is going to shift a little bit, right? They're going to lose it a little bit, but not the whole thing. Right. That's with the understanding that the competitors of the oligopoly will not raise their price as well. Friends, I'm not going to spend much time on this table. I just want you to take a picture or screenshot, whatever, take a look, and try to understand the more characteristics, the most that you can for each market structure. It's worth it, right? Because you could get a question like that. Right. Let's talk about break-even and shutdown. Well, break-even and shutdown. Break-even is when the total cost, the fixed cost, the total cost, equals total revenue. That's break-even. We're going to talk about that on degrees of operating leverage when you talk about capital structure. So I'm going to talk about the break-even there. The shutdown, though, is important to know this. On the short run, okay, what is the short run? Is when the companies are not yet established, right? They're still in and out, exit the market, enter the market, all that stuff. That's the short run. On the short run, a company should be open or should keep open if the price is higher than the variable cost, the average variable. Boom, keep it open. That's it. That's the rule. Now, if the price is lower than the variable cost, you shut down. But if the price, that's the last one that you see here. If the price is 10 and the total cost is 15, I don't know. Because the total cost is not telling me anything. I need to break the total cost into variable and fixed and look at the variable per unit and then compare the price per unit to make that decision. Okay? On the long run, because the ATC is the only one that exists, I mean, that's a little bit confusing, but the average variable cost is always the most important one. But in the long run, imagine that you don't have the fixed cost, so the average total cost is the only one that matters on the long run. So in the long run, if the price is high, lower than the average total cost, and then you might want to shut down. But on the short run is comparable with the variable cost. There you go, friend. That's an example of economy of scales, which I mentioned to you, right? The costs start high, and then they go down, and then they start going up again. And I'm going to finish here with the concentration ratios. Classic questions. I've seen this in several question banks, so it's worth to mention. The 4-firm concentration ratio is an easy one. You just add the market share to the top 4, and if it's a high number, and the problem will give it to you, what is high, what's medium, what's low, and then you can make a decision. That's to find oligopolies, right? Or find monopolies as well, but oligopolies are the one that we're looking for when you do that. And the HHI, believe it or not, HHI is material for level 3 as well. Okay? Herfindahl-Hirschman index. Okay? You're going to take the market share of all companies, every single one in that sector, in that market, is square, add, and compare with a number in a table. Right? Usually if the HHI is lower than 1,000, there's no concentration, there's no oligopoly into that market. Now, how this question could appear on your exam? I would say a conceptual question. What is the superiority, or why the HHI is better than the 4-firm concentration ratio? Answer, because it includes all firms in the market. Right? What is the negative points, and etc. So, like I said, always the pros and cons could be questions in the exam. Business cycles, friends, is the next topic you need to know. I'm going to go straight to the point here. Okay, so there you go. The learning objectives are right there. Okay, learning objectives. Key points are the business cycle, credit cycles, and indicators. That's what I'm going to explore here with you now. So take a look. The business cycle has expansion, peak, recession, and trough. Those are the ones. If you can see different ones, but those are the ones that CFA Institute use in the material. Expansion, peak, recession, and trough. When you are in expansion, where in your peak, when a recession or in a trough, how do you know? Well, you can take a look on some indicators. Take a look on the indicators. The indicators always happens a little bit before the business cycle point. That's what I'm trying to show here on this image. Okay, so I have a list of indicators coming up. I'm just gonna, you're gonna try to memorize one of each. Okay, so one or maybe more, maybe like 2 or 3 of each type of indicator, and hopefully that will be enough for the exam. Defining credit cycles. Credit cycles could be in your exam, friends. So the credit cycles is what? Borrowing, right? Lending and borrowing, okay? Lending and borrowing, okay? Lending, okay, and borrowing will happen, right, depending on the business cycle. So credit cycles, you need to know the difference between credit. Which one is longer? Which one is shorter? Because that could be type of question. So changing the lender's willingness to lend money. Okay, and borrows to get some money. Of course, if the country is in an expansion, well, more willingness to borrow, depending if the interest rates are low, if the country is moving forward, yeah, the financial institutions will be inclined to lend, and everybody's happy. Now, in times of recession, tight, high interest rates, credit cycle mitigate, now it gets smaller. There you go. Oh, credit cycles. Take a look. What is the definition? All right, friends, I'm going to show here to you the economic indicator. So for that, okay, I'm going to remove myself a little bit from, so you can see the whole thing by yourself. There you go. I'm back. There you go. I'll be back soon. So there you go. Leading indicators, lagging indicators, coincidental or coincident indicators. So 3 types of indicators. What the leading indicator tells you, what the lagging indicator tells you, what the coincidental indicator tells you. So leading is that you're arriving, you're getting to that point on the business cycle. Lagging is that you're leaving, right? You're leaving that one. Kind of like we're already deep in the middle. Coincidental, it's that indicator, it's explaining exactly what the stage of the economy will be on the business cycle. That's what the coincidental are. There you go. So leading, change before overall economy, lagging, change after, and the coincidental, it's simultaneously. What are the indicators? Think about unemployment, think about inflation. When you have high inflation, which indicator is that? When you have high unemployment, which indicator is that? Usually high unemployment, takes a while for unemployment to kick in. We might be seeing this on a lagging indicator. Okay, it's already in. Right? We are already into that. In that side of the economy. Now it's changing after the economy. The economy got to a recession. Ooh, now I see the unemployment increasing. So that's a lagging indicator. When I see high inflation, accelerated high inflation, I'm arriving to the peak, right? So that would be a leading indicator. There you go. So it's important that if you go back, I didn't want to use the official material here, but if you go back to the official material, I advise you to take a look on the table that they have there where they show each one of those indicators and examples of indicators, events under each one. I would memorize 3 for the coincidental, 3 for the leading, 3 for the lagging, and hopefully one of the questions will be that you'll be able to answer. I put here something about the economic theories about related to the business cycle to explain the business cycle and some policy recommendations regarding. So the Keynesian, monetarist, Austrian, and classic. Austrian classic, kind of similar. But what does explain the business cycle under each theory? I don't know. Could be a question. It was there. It was there in the official material. So, right? Who caused the business cycle ups and downs under the Keynesian theory? What about under the monetarist, under the Austrian, and under the classic? So you want to pause the video, take a screenshot, and then kind of memorize this. Right? Maybe I'm helping you with one question in your exam by showing that table to you. Okay? Like I said, we are a little bit on time constraints, so I'm not going to be reading line by line, but you can stop, take a look. I think it's very self-explanatory the way I did here. All right, continuing. I kind of put here, okay, from the material of the CFA examples. If you are on the recovery, expansion, slowdown, and contraction, right? Actually, slowdown will be like a just when things are getting down. It's a little bit of the not the trough, but similar to the contraction here. Okay. Take a look, just sales and production. How is sales and production under the recovery, expansion, slowdown, contraction? How is the inventory to sales under recovery, expansion, slowdown, contraction? And you might be helpful for you understanding those indicators that I mentioned to you. My friends, let's see here. So it's just kind of like. There you go. Not really. Oops. Good. So let's go. Fiscal policy now. I'm going to actually do fiscal and monetary policy together. Okay. I hope that's a topic that you are comfortable with because, you really need to understand fiscal and monetary policy not only for finance but for, every day. So I hope this makes sense. Right. What is fiscal policy? Fiscal policy is the federal government implementing a policy to fix the economy. Think about 2 scenarios, recession and inflation. Okay, recession and inflation. By the way, the prerequisites are going to be needed here. You need to know what's GDP, you need to know what's GDP per capita, what's real GDP, right? What increased the GDP, what decreased the GDP, if the aggregated output increase, what happened to the inflation or price level? If the aggregated demand, aggregated consumption increase, what happened to the price? Those are prerequisites now. All right. So compare monetary and fiscal. Describe the roles and objective of a fiscal policy and the implementation of the fiscal policy. Like I said to you, I'm gonna use fiscal and monetary policy. I'm gonna explain combined here for you. Okay, because I think it would make sense. Because the idea is the same. The central bank implements monetary policy, wants to fix the economy. The federal government implements fiscal policy and wants to fix the economy. Well, that's it. How? Well, then you need to know how. Okay? So what are the tools that the federal government has for doing fiscal policy? What are the tools that the central bank of a country has to implement monetary policy? Learn the tools, learn how it's implemented. That would be a question, could be a question in the exam. All right. So a couple points here that are important. Of course, you could be tested in something very specific on that chapter, on the module. I already alert that to you. So I'm not going to have time to do specificity. I actually using an example here. For example, you might have to memorize the fiscal multiplier. That's different than the money multiplier, because you could get a specific question about the fiscal multiplier versus the money multiplier. Fiscal is fiscal policy. Money multiplier is monetary policy. All right. So the key points are the difference between those two, or the similarities, the roles and objectives, right? The tools, the implementation, and the multipliers. Okay. I'll put here some problems as well from each one. What is the problem that you could face, the government could face, in implementing fiscal policy? One of the problems is called crowding out. Crowding out is the government starts spending a lot of money to stimulate the economy, and it hurts the private sector by doing that. So it's crowding out. It's trying to do something good, but it's in the kind of like not doing anything. That's crowding out. Right? 1 minus the inverse, or 1 minus the marginal propensity to consume, is the fiscal multiplier. So if you get a very specific question, they're going to give you the marginal propensity to consume, and it's going to ask you to the fiscal multiplier. Well, you have to remember the formula. And what about if they give you the marginal propensity to save? Well, the marginal propensity to save, it's the 1 minus the marginal propensity to consume. So remember, marginal propensity to consume plus marginal propensity to save equals to 100%. All right, very quickly here, friend, look, the federal government. The federal government wants to implement fiscal policy. The federal government can implement automatic fiscal policy or discretionary fiscal policy. Discretionary, it's big changes, and it needs some kind of approval from the legislative power of that country, assuming that there is one. Automatic can be done immediately. So automatic is small change. So think about the federal government wants to increase the salaries of the federal workers to correct for inflation losses. That can be done automatically. Now, the federal government wants to spend more, or the federal government wants to increase or decrease taxes, because those are the tools of fiscal policy. Two tools: changing taxes and change spending. That's it. Increase or decrease, you need to know when to use. And I'm going to show now. So now he decided to do a fiscal policy discretionary expansionary. What is going to be doing? We need to expand the economy. We have to start spending more money to stimulate, build more roads, not stimulate the economy, and or lower taxes. Because lower taxes, people would have more money in their pockets, companies could produce more, and the country would move away from a recession. So expansionary policy is used on a recession. Contractionary policy is the opposite. The government stops spending, the government increases taxes, right? And the economy contracts. Contracts because the economy is in a high inflation, accelerated inflation. That's what's happening in most countries in the world as we speak. So the governments try to correct by doing that. Contractionary fiscal policy. Now, this one it might not be exactly, because I didn't see much of this on the official material, but I put this anyway. It could be, the fiscal policy could be focused on the demand, meaning buyers, or the suppliers, which would be producers, or both. Right? That's called demand side, supply side. A little bit more about the School of Economics, Keynesians and monetarists. Keynesians defend government spending and changing taxes as needed. Monetarists defends a control government spending and control monetary change, which is coming on the monetary policy. Monetarist is all about steady, rules-oriented, controlled. Keynesian is as needed. That's the key word here for understand the difference. All right, problems with fiscal policy. Well, fiscal policy has lags, L-A-G, not L-E-G. Yes, apologies for the accent. Wait and see lag. What does it mean? The government, the economic team of that government say, listen, I think the economy is going to a recession. Well, let's wait and see. And then we take action. There you go. Then once they decided to do something, and if it's a big enough of a change, they have to ask the legislative power, legislative lag. And then once this takes time in certain countries, especially if it's divided, then the implementation lag, which is to implementing, takes time. And then the effectiveness, which is going to take time. So that could maybe cause the economy could be already in expansion, and that happens, right? Could be in an expansion, or the economy could not, be that bad as they thought would be, and then they overdo, and then the economy getting out of rail, right? Disrail the economy. That happens, right? That's what the monetarists criticize Keynesian economics. That's one of the reasons, right? Because the government think is helping, but in reality is damaging by going in and out, changing taxes, adding more, spending less, and so forth and so on and so forth. All right. Crowding out is another problem, because it's when the fiscal policy ends up hurting the private sector. So, for example, I remember when I studied this long time ago in the university, the example was the federal government of that country spent $1 billion building libraries all over the country to give access to books to everybody. So at the same time, bookstores are closing because now nobody buys books because they go to the library. That's an example of crowding out. All right. Fiscal multiplier, marginal propensity to consume, okay, plus marginal propensity to save equals to 1, and that's the formula that you need to remember. That's good enough for me on fiscal policy. Of course, you could get more specific questions, absolutely, but this is a revision, friends, so allow me, for the sake of the time, to move on. Monetary policy, well, monetary policy, same idea. The country needs to get out of a problem, recession. Think about recession or inflation. Forget about anything else. Countries in a recession, what do we do? Countries in high inflation, what the monetary authority does. Monetary authority, we talk about central banks. So central bank will do some, will take tools to implement to fix those problems. All right, there you go. What is the role of a central bank on monetary policy? Well, that's the orchestrator of the monetary policy. What is the transmission mechanism? It's important to understand monetary transmission or monetary transmission mechanism. What are the objectives? Well, I already mentioned, right? Fixing a problem and the interaction between monetary and fiscal. This is more level 2 and level 3. If the fiscal policy is expansionary and the monetary policy is contractionary, what happened to the interest rate? Right? If is the reverse, contractionary fiscal with the expansionary monetary, what happened to the interest rate? What about if they're both the same? Okay, that's more level 2 questions, but it's always a good idea to kind of like understand what it means. Okay, so just to answer the question, if the fiscal policy is expansionary, the federal government needs to borrow money to invest, to spend. So imagine the federal government borrowing money. The banks are looking around and say, hold on a second, this guy here and this government wants to borrow money. I'm going to increase my interest rate because I know the government needs. So increase the interest rate because of the demand of the federal government to borrow. And at the same time, if we have a contractionary monetary policy, what the central bank does, I'm going to explain more now, but the central bank will increase the interest rate. So look at this. Expansionary fiscal, the government borrows more, increase the interest rate. The contractionary monetary, increase the interest rate. What's the result on the interest rate when you have an expansionary fiscal and a contractionary monetary? The interest rates increase. So that's more or less the logic. That would be great if you could get it now. All right. The tools of central banks. The central banks can do open market operations. The central bank can change the required reserves of the banks, and the central bank can change the discount rate. Let's go one by one quickly. OMOs, open market operations. The central bank will buy or sell IOUs of the federal government to the banks. IOUs are the bonds and titles, notes, securities of that country. That's securities. Look, if I sell securities to the bank, what the bank gives to me? Money. So if the federal central bank, I was going to say Federal Reserve, but Federal Reserve is the central bank of the United States. In general, central bank will sell securities. It will take money away from the banks. Look, by doing that, I'm reducing the amount of money in circulation. And this consequently puts a stop on an inflationary period. So there's go. That's a contractionary monetary policy. We sell securities to the banks. Now, if I want to implement a expansionary monetary policy, well, then I will buy those securities from the banks and give the money back. Remember, when banks have money, they want to make loans. And when we make loans, we stimulate the economy because people are borrowing, they're buying. That's expansionary. You need to know when the tool implemented is contractionary or expansionary. It's important. Second one is the required reserves of banks. So banks are required to have the deposits inside the bank. They have the fraction deposit system, means they don't have to have 100% of all the deposits in the banks. So they keep X% and the rest they make loans. So the larger is this X% that they have to retain, the less loans they make. The opposite is true. The lower the requirement, the more loans. There you go. So if the central bank wants to remove money from the economy and contract the economy, it will increase those reserves. If the central bank decides that we need to put more money in the economy, then the central bank will lower the required reserves of the banks. Just a little bit of history. In 2008, 2009, that area, it was almost zero, the requirements, the interest rates, everything, because the economy tanked in 2008 with the financial crisis, right? So to stimulate some economies around the world, that was done. Finally, the discount rate. Look, the discount rate is the lowest interest rate that you can possibly find, right? That's the lowest. What interest rate is that? Well, it's the interest rate that the central bank will charge, okay, a bank that needs a loan, okay? So, of course, I'm back. And that loan is going to be charged for the lowest interest rate. The thing is, the interest rate on the central bank changes. All the other rates, mortgage rates, credit card rates, etc., should change accordingly. So if you lower the discount rate, the other interest rates go down. If you increase the discount rate, all the other interest rates go down. High interest, lower consumption, we stop the economy from growing. That's usually in an inflationary scenario. And the opposite is for a recessionary scenario. Right. Oh, there we go. Continuing here. Yeah, let's talk about the transmission mechanism. There you go. I'm going to actually minimize a little bit here. There you go. Wrong. There you go. Look, now, what is transmission mechanism? Transmission mechanism is how the monetary authority will transmit to the economy what it wants, what the intent is. So we need to make sure that people will buy more. We need to make sure the companies will produce more. Or we need to make sure that the people is going to stop spending, right? How the monetary authority does that? Well, that's because you cannot, knock everybody's door or make a phone call and say, please stop spending. It doesn't work that way, right? We need to kind of make it something to make this happen. So there you go. That's why I use those dominoes here. The central bank does something here, and then we'll transmit to the economy and will be done accordingly. So an example, the increase in the discount rate, increase credit card rates, and then people stop spending or spend less. That's the transmission, okay? And the opposite is true, okay? The transmission could be direct or indirect. Indirect is what the Keynesian economics believe. Direct is what the monetarists believe. So if it's direct, mean immediately after doing something, it's going to be reflecting the economy. And if it's indirect, it might take a while. That's the idea. Now, what could block? Remember, what could block fiscal policy? Block means not work properly. Well, it could, we said, crowding out. What about transmission mechanism or monetary policy? What could block? Liquidity trap could block the efficiency of monetary policy. What is liquidity trap? Liquidity trap is when the interest rate is already so low that lowering that interest rate is not going to make any change. Right? That's a liquidity trap. Okay? Well, that's it, friends, from fiscal and monetary. Let's go now to geopolitics. Okay? Geopolitics. Let's go. So describe geopolitics from a corporation in terms of globalization. Maybe some questions about the World Bank, IMF, WTO. What is the geopolitical risk? Right? And the tools of geopolitics, impact, and the geopolitical risk. Okay, so let's go to the point. It's a relatively easy chapter. I predict a question because it's new. It was from 2023 material, first time that they introduced this. So I believe that has chance to be some questions in your exam about that. So take a look here on the first one. We have this graph here that I suggest you to memorize. What is what creates multilateralism, cooperation? That means when the countries involved, they accepted globalization and accepted full cooperation. That's what you call multilateralism. But if it's bilateralism, there is cooperation, but there's no global cooperation. There's cooperation among few countries. That's what we call bilateral. Now, if there's no globalization, there's no global interaction, and there's no cooperation, then we call an autarky. And if there is sense of global, but no cooperation or few cooperation, then we call hegemony. There you go. Try to memorize those names. That could be a question on your exam. Okay? Here, degrees of cooperation. Okay, I'm putting myself a little bit here. So try to understand what is an example of cooperation. Standardization rules. So make sure that all the electric outlets are the same in all the countries. There you go. That's an example of standard. That's cooperation. Now, inconsistent rule, arbitrary rules, etc. It's examples of non-cooperation. There you go. Make this a little smaller there. Good. Moving on. Geopolitical risks. Okay. And geopolitical tools. Geopolitical risks, try to memorize those three. Event, exogenous, thematic. Because could be a question on the exam about which one most likely is an event risk, which one of the following is least likely an exogenous risk. So a change in government from socialist to capitalist and vice versa is an event risk. Risk for what? Think you are a financial analyst. We're talking about financial analysts here, right? So what is an event risk for us on the financial market? Well, we have a global portfolio, and if you have a global portfolio, we need to make sure that there's no event risk. For example, I'm investing in a country where it's capitalist, so, focus on industries, production, etc. And then comes a socialist government and change those rules that could affect my portfolio. That's an event risk. An exogenous risk is a little bit higher. It's like a coup d'etat. It's like a change in the government without democratic means, right? Without a democratic way. That could affect my portfolio if I have bonds or stocks from that country. They had a coup d'etat. And finally, a thematic risk. It's a war that could cause disruptions on my portfolio. That's why the financial analyst, CFA, chartered financial analyst, now charter holder, needs to know geopolitics, right? Because you might be facing those risks, right? What about geopolitical tools? Tools that nations has, National security, right? Would be threatening another country with some kind of national, like war or something. An economic tool, okay? Kind of like influencing the economy, or financial tools, banking and financial system and things like that. So I would go over the difference between geopolitical risk and geopolitical tools. Okay. And here I have the global index, okay, and I got this graph from the charts.com. Just showing to you, if it's green, then there's very low political risk or event risk, or but if it's a little bit on the orange here, then we have some kind of event risk. Okay, I just put this in the event. You get a little graph, and you have to identify. It'll give you 3 points. Which one has more risk than the other? So always remember, the ones that are above the line are more risk. The ones are below the line are less risk. And I'm done with geopolitics. Okay, that's the revision. It was a short chapter. I imagine that the questions are going to be related to those topics that I mentioned to you. All right, we're approaching to the end of economics, friends. So we're going to go to trade and capital flows. Then we're going to go forex and currency. All right. So what is trade and capital flows? Those are the learning outcomes that you need to take a look. And the key points: benefits and cost of trade restrictions, tariffs, quotas, export subsidies. And export subsidies usually is illegal, by the way. But trading blocks and regional integration. Trading blocks could be a question there. What's the difference between a tariffs agreement in a common union? Right? Questions that we see already on the question bank. All right, so let's see here. Trade. Keywords: comparative advantage, absolute advantage, restrictions, arguments in pro and con trade restrictions. What is a comparative advantage? Is being able to produce more efficiently something than another country. Absolute advantage is the possibility to produce more or anything better or more efficiently than another country. A restriction is a tariff, a quota. An argument is why should I impose a tariff and a quota? And what is the positive and negative of that? So make sure that you understand that. Comparative advantage, absolute advantage, another point is, even though a country has absolute advantage of producing anything compared with other countries, it's still a good idea for that country to specialize on those things that can do better. Right? Because even though it can produce better than anybody else, everything, there's something that it produces that's better, more efficiently than the other thing. So you focus on the efficient production and trade, right? Buy, import, those they are not that efficient, even though it's less efficient, it's more efficient than any other country. It's still it's a good idea to do it. Which kind of restrictions you have? Let's say, think about a restriction, like create a tariff, a quota. Why would I do that? What is the argument in favor? National defense is an argument. I'm going to stop trading with that country in name of the national defense. Okay. Infant industry argument. The industries in my country are still developing, so I'm not going to trade until those industries become large enough to compete. So those are the arguments in favor. What about the pros? The pros is, I can stimulate the young companies to grow. What is the con? The con is that I could suffer retaliation of the other country if I put tariffs and quotas. So again, I think I would go over some of those points just in case it becomes a question. All right. Classic economics, a little bit. The definition of comparative advantage, there we go. It comes from the Ricardian model, right? And the theory of the abundant factor, labor or capital, is the Heckscher-Ohlin model. So Ricardo says you should produce more of the items that you have comparative advantage and trade the excess for the goods that you do not have. What about the Heckscher-Ohlin model? Countries with more labor should produce labor-intensive products and export the excess. And countries that have more capital-oriented, more machine and less labor, should focus on production of those goods and trade the excess. There you go. Balance of payments. Make sure you understand the balance of payments, friends. It's always possible the balance of payments be in the exam, because balance of payments is so important to know anyway, not only for the finance professionals, but anybody. So for the CFA exam, let's divide it in two categories, the balance of payments. The current account and the capital account, finance capital account, but just two. There you go. Then what goes in the capital account, the current account? What it goes there? Memorize, because it could be a question. Trade, merchandise trade, service trade, so any type of trade goes in the current account. Import and export of services and goods. Boom. What else goes there? Income from assets abroad. So let's say you have an apartment in another country and you're receiving rent or Airbnb from it. Well, that's income from assets abroad. The money's coming in. Now, it could be income from foreigners. So that means the person from the other country has the asset on your country and is making money on that. But that money doesn't stay in your country. The money goes away. That's a negative. That's called outflow. So inflow is when the foreign money comes in. Outflow is when your money goes to other countries. That's a plus and a minus on the current account. And transfers. Transfers are donations to other countries or receiving donations and things like that, for example. There you go. That's your current account. On the other side, I have the capital account, financial transactions, bonds, stocks, loans, financial investments, official reserves. We put it here, although official reserves sometimes appears as a different account. But the official reserves is the amount of foreign currency that a country has to control the value of its currency. We're going to explain that after this. The balance of payment should be always in balance, because if there is a deficit on the current account, we have a surplus on the capital account to offset, and vice versa. If you have a surplus on the current account, you're going to have a deficit on the capital account, right? And the exchange rate adjusts to make sure that the balance is in equilibrium, and sometimes we have to throw some statistic discrepancy to make sure that really in equilibrium. All right, now I'm going to the next one. Capital flows in the Forex market. All right, so let's see the key points right away. The foreign exchange market and the exchange rates. So explain that. Explain what is the exchange rate. The types of exchange rates, or the exchange rate regimes, and capital restrictions, right, affecting the interest, the currency. There you go. I always say it's a good idea for you to go to the exam, okay? If you go to the exam, knowing some of the most common currencies of the world, okay? So make sure that dollar, British pound, Canadian dollar, Australian dollar, euro. You want to say the most important is the most tradable ones, okay? I'm just want to rephrase what I said, okay? Then we have the yen, renminbi, Hong Kong dollar, the South African, ZAR, the ruble, the Swiss franc. So those are usually, they could be as an example. It's not going to make any difference, but it's good to know that the British pound is usually more expensive than the dollar, right? Euro and dollar are similar, not much of a difference, because if the CFA use real examples, well, then helps you to understand what is written there, because you already expected the British pound to be more valuable than the American dollar, right? And that's most likely, that's how it's going to be represented in the exam, because it follows the real examples. All right. I want to understand here that the CFA use what we call a direct quote. It's called the amount, A per B. So put it down here. The A per B means that the one on top is the price currency. That's how much of that currency I need to buy the other one. And the B is the base currency. It's 1 unit of that currency. So simple, right? If the number I have USD, US dollar per British pound, USD per British pound. Imagine a number that should be there. How much USD would you pay for a British pound? More than 1, right? So USD per British pound per unit of British pound equals 1.3. There you go. Okay. Now the opposite, British pound per dollar, GBP per USD, then it will be 0 point something, because it's going to be how much pounds I need to buy a dollar. If I need $1.3 to buy the British pound, I'm going to need 0 point something, which would be the inverse of 1.3, 1 divided by 1.3, for to buy dollars with pounds. So try to understand the code. It's going to be very helpful for level 2. I can promise that. All right. Something for level 1. The appreciation of a domestic currency against the foreign currency is the inverse. So be careful. If a currency appreciates 10% or depreciates 10%, it doesn't mean that the other one will appreciate exactly 10%. Okay? The formula is 1 divided by 1 minus the depreciation. Okay? To find the appreciation of the other currency. So see, a currency depreciated 10%, the other one appreciated 11.11%. That could be a question, right? If the currency A depreciates, the currency B will appreciate by more, less, or same amount. There you go. For the exchange rate regimes, I'm just going to leave here so you can take a screenshot if you want, okay? Because it's going to take a while to go one by one. Just remember, currency board, parity, target zone, and crawling pegging are example of fixed exchange rates. Understand what's a fixed exchange rate. It's on this fixed, it doesn't change. Managed float and free float are flexible rates. Managed float is when the currency can fluctuate, but then it goes not too high or too low, then it has an intervention. In the free float, it just go up and down according to market dynamics. There you go. I'm going to make it here for you. Make it a little smaller, right? So you can see. There you go. If you want to take a screenshot, I'm going to make it possible for you by removing myself. I'll be right back. And making sure that you can take a full picture here. There you go. Perfect. So there you go. Pause the video, take a picture, and then, or a screenshot, understand currency board, parity, target zone, crawling, manage float and free float, description, pros and cons. Who knows? It could be a question in the exam. Good? I hope so. Let's move on. Now let's talk about exchange rate calculations. Okay, the exchange rate calculation. I believe it's going to be relatively simple, maybe not even a question of exchange rate calculation on level 1, okay? Because I know that level 2 is going to be the one asking you to do a lot of calculations with exchange rates. So maybe they're going to spare you on level 1. I don't know. I hope, especially for those that don't like to do this type of work. Good. Here we're going to talk about the key points is cross rate calculations and the forward rate calculations. Forward rate calculation is going to definitely, with a high problem, not definitely strong, but there's a high probability to be in level 2. So let's see. Cross rates is to find the price of one currency in terms of another currency by passing by a third currency. So for example, I have Canadian dollar per US dollar, and then I have US dollar per euro, and I have to use these two pairs to predict the Canadian dollar per euro. Right? So make sure that look at this as a fraction, and you can cancel numerator with the denominator. Right? In this case here, USD cancels with USD, and I have Canadian per euro. So what do I have to do? I have to multiply the Canadian per dollar. Let's say last time I checked was 1.3, and then the US per euro, last time I checked was, let's say 1, right? And then Canadian per euro be 1.3. There you go. And here, friends, we have the forward rate formula. So it's 1 plus the interest rate of one country divided by 1 plus the interest rate. Now price currency, the P, and B is the base currency. There you go. That's the form for the forward rates of currency. This is not the forward rate that we're going to talk about in fixed income. This is the forward rate for currencies, two different things, okay? Two different approaches. But what I think is going to be more in your exam is the forward points, okay? The forward points, actually this one here, we're not gonna need that. What are the forward points? Understand how to use forward points. You might get it on your exam. So remember, forward points could be positive or negative. So if I have the spot rate, today, USD per euro equals 1. I need $1 to buy 1 euro. Very well. Now, if the future, the forward rate has 3 points, in this case 1.7 points, okay, how do I add that? So look at that. Let's say I have, just very quickly here, USD per euro equals 1. Right? So what do I do here if there's a forward point positive of 1.7? Be careful, it's points. So you need to remember this. You're going to take the 1.7 and you're going to divide it by 10,000. Yes, 10,000. 4 zeros. Okay, 10,000. That number, 0.00017, you're going to add into the spot rate to predict the forward rate. So 1 year from now, the USD per euro will not be 1. Okay, 1 year from now is going to be 1.00017. Let's fix that. Equals 1 plus this number here. No, I'm not going to be able to do it. So equals 1.12317. Right. Because in currencies we do not go beyond 4 numbers after the dot, right? Then we're going to do this. We have a 5 now. That has to be equals to 1.0002. There you go. Okay. So reminded this point that you have to divide it by 10,000, and then you're going to add or subtract from the spot rate. Okay, important. That one I think has more chances to be in your exam than using this formula here, which will be more level 2. Now, explain this formula. That might be level 1. Is the interest rate differential. If a country has more risk-free rate than another country, we assume, nominal, we assume that the country has more inflation. So if the country has more inflation, that currency will depreciate. If the country has less inflation, the currency will appreciate. Okay. Also, could be a question on level 1. It's the type appreciating. What does make a currency to appreciate? What does make a currency to depreciate? Well, I'm done with economics, friends. Moving on. Portfolio management, part 1. Part 2 is in the end. We're going to do part 1 now. Portfolio management. I'm following the order of the topics of the CFA Level 1 2024 material. Portfolio management is divided now in 2 parts. All right. Part 1 is the numerical part of portfolio management. And part 2, I think, would be more on theory. I think no, it will be more on theory. Okay. So the heaviest calculations on portfolio management should come from this topic here. And do expect questions. If comes from this portfolio part 1, expect numerical questions. Right. So risk and return. Let's talk about risk and return on portfolio management. That's the idea here. Okay. So let's see. Perfect. There you go. So portfolio management. Okay. Let's do it. So the first one, risk and return, part 1. Okay. Let's see what it is, what you need to know. Let's go to the key points. So historical return and risk, already mentioned that on QM Learning Module 1. Investment characteristics. Risk aversion and portfolio selection, that's interesting because on level 3, you're going to need it to know this. The utility theory and indifference curves. What is utility theory? Utility theory has to do with risk averseness. So someone might prefer an investment that has less return than one has more return because of the averseness of risk. Okay, that's utility. For someone has less return, has more utility than someone has have more return because of the risk. Right. Then applications of the theory, the portfolio true risky assets. That's a classic topic, right? That's the one we have to. You have 2 assets, you have the risk of those 2 assets, you have the correlation, you have the weight, and you have to put in that crazy formula. If you haven't seen it, I hope you have. I'm going to show it to you. And I'm going to mention the portfolio many risky assets. You don't need to, you just need to understand the logic, okay? The power of diversification, I think everyone should know that, right? It's minimizing the risk by eliminating the unsystematic, idiosyncratic risk. You do this by when you add more and more assets with opposite correlations or zero correlation. Invest opportunity, minimum variance portfolio, the efficient frontier, and the optimal investor portfolio. That's portfolio risk and return part 1. Risk and return part 2, we're going to talk about the security market line, the SML, the CAPM, capital asset pricing model. So just for you to understand, part 1, we're going to talk about the capital market line, efficient frontier, Markowitz, all that stuff. Part 2 of portfolio management part 1 is the SML, CAPM, right? And those overvalued, undervalued securities. That's it. Okay? That's how you divide part 1 and part 2 of portfolio management part 1. All right, let's go. So holding period return already did. Here is just for you to remember the returns measurements that we seen on the learning module 1 of QM. And here is some formulas that you're gonna need to remember. I think so. If not from this exam, for future exams, yes, most likely. So let's see. The first one has the utility formula here. Look at that, the utility for something. Like you could be tested on this, right? It's material for level 1, so it definitely could be tested. I don't know if you will, but you could, but we don't know if you will, okay? There you go, more people arriving here in the live time. There you go, very good. Thank you for your presence until now, right? But we still have a long way to go, not even in a halfway there. Okay, back here. Utility theory, friends, expected return minus half of A variance, or standard deviation squared. Well, what does it mean? Well, it means that the higher that A, take a look on the form, basic mathematics, the higher the A, right? The higher that A, the lower will be the expected return. Look at that. It's expected return minus something. The sigma square is always positive. The half, it's always positive. But the A is going to make the difference here. So think with me here, because that could be a question. Okay, think with me here. You could have 3 types of A. A equals 0. A equals 5. Oh, I'm going to put in my A equals 5. And I'm going to put A equals minus 3. There you go. So think with me here. Which one of those averse coefficient, that's risk averse, the higher, the more averse to risk that person is. So think with me here. Which one would be the more risk averse of those 3 that I put here? The client who is a 0, the client who is the 5, or the client who is the minus 3 risk averseness? Answer, the client who is the 5. Right? The higher, the more positive and higher the A is, the less that expected return is going to be. That's the utility for that customer, for that client. Now, what is an A0? A0 is the risk neutral investor. It's the investor that risk does not bother that person. So it's going to have a coefficient of risk of A equals to 0. Therefore, the utility is going to be exactly the expected return predicted by that for that security. What about a negative A? A negative A, friends, is the risk lover, the risk seeker. It's someone that's actually is going to look for the most risky investment, because that one is going to give you more utility to that person, right? Could be a question on those, the type of risk averseness, and that you might have to study for the or could face a question, right? There you go. Perfect. So let's see. I'm going to delete this because I don't need it. There you go. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Good. So let's continue here now with the other formulas. Okay. So remember, risk averseness, the higher it's the lower is the expected return. The less risk averse, the more the expected return based on the utility curve here, or the utility function. Now, let's talk about the capital allocation line, the CAL. A lot of people confuse that. The capital allocation line, each person has one, or each investor has one, right? There's several different capital allocation lines because that's going to depend on the indifference curve of the utility of each investor. So you're going to have different capital allocation lines. In the capital allocation line, it's like it's similar to the CML, the capital market line equation, right? It's the Sharpe ratio, that's the slope of that. So risk-free plus the expected return minus risk-free divided by the risk multiplied by the risk of the portfolio. Okay, that's or the security. Okay, very good. Remind you, the capital allocation line and capital market line, they use the standard deviation as the measurement of risk. And remember, standard deviation, it's a measure of total risk. What's total risk? Unsystematic plus systematic risk. That's the concept of standard deviation. If I don't have unsystematic risk on my analysis, then I would use beta. Beta is the measurement of systematic risk only. Okay, so it's a clarification here for you. All right, friends, here is the portfolio of two risky assets that, this is a type of question, friends. It's a type of question that I imagine every CFA candidate level 1 will be prepared for, so therefore you might not even see in your exam. That's back on the time when you have once a year, twice a year level 1 exam. Now we have 4, well, maybe one of you may get this question. That you have to do this calculation. So there you go. You have to remember this, okay? Don't know how many of you made this association, but sometimes it's good to remember. I don't know if you learned this on high school or whatever, middle. No, I would say more like a high school. The a plus b square. Do you remember that's how to open this parenthesis here and just in spread this polynomial? We used to do this, right? A square plus b square plus, actually there's a plus here, not an equal. There you go. Plus what, if you remember that? 2 times a times b. Remember that? A squared, b squared, 2ab. Well, that's the logic that you want to apply to memorize this formula. So look at that. I have 2 plus signs here on the a squared, b squared, 2ab. Look at that under the root. I have 2 plus signs. Great. So the first term, W1 square sigma 1 square on this, that's your A square. What's W1 sigma 1? W1 is the weight of security 1, and sigma 1 is the standard deviation of security 1. That's in I square then. That's my A square. What about my B square? My B square is this. Weight 2 square, the second asset, the standard deviation of the second asset squared, that's my B square, plus 2AB covariance, okay? So let's look at the formula below. Not the formula is the covariance, but the formula is the correlation. This phi is the correlation. Look at that. Plus 2 times weight 1, weight 2, correlation, sigma 1, sigma 2. Well, if you reorganize this, sigma 1 standard deviation 1 is your A. Sigma 2 W2 is my B. And the correlation is just there. So that's it. That's how you memorize. If you remember this here, okay, that's how you memorize for that formula. Now, you need to remember the covariance, right, is the correlation multiplied by the standard deviations. So that's why we use more often the second formula with the correlation. There you go. So hopefully it's computation for portfolios, 2 assets. Very limited, right? Very limited because most portfolios are going to have way more than 2 assets. So I don't know until what point it's going to be critical for you to know that for real life. Now, for the portfolio of many assets, maybe. So look at that question that could be in your exam. Okay? What is the risk of a portfolio of many assets? Well, let's see the formula. Don't need to memorize that, but I want to explain to you the following way. Take a look. It's sigma square n plus n minus 1 n covariance. Okay? So just think about n. If n is gigantic, think about n as the infinity. Anything, sigma square minus 2, sigma, whatever it is that's in the numerator, if I divide it by infinity, what it is? It tends to 0. There you go. 0 is the first term. If the portfolio has too many assets, great. Now, how much you think it is n minus 1 divided by n if n is infinity? Is 1, right? Infinity minus 1 divided by infinity is close to 1. So my point is, if you add a lot of assets, many assets, the the variance or risk of the portfolio is going to be equal to the covariance of that portfolio. There you go. Might be good for you to remember that. Let's talk about the efficient frontier. Okay, the efficient frontier. Okay, also this material from a long time ago, on the CFA material, but still a topic for 2024. Right. Remember that I said you're going to have several capital allocation lines, but you're going to have only one capital market line. Okay. So the capital market line, right, it's like any other line, is risk-free rate plus the portion that you are invested in a portfolio that lies on the frontier. So look at that. The frontier starts on letter A here. Because below A, you see that the curve goes like that, like convexity. Below A, those portfolios are inefficient. A is the best portfolio with the lowest risk for highest return of that category. Then after A, the frontiers start going up, right? Go to P, then goes to X. Well, P is the optimal risk portfolio, okay? The optimal risk portfolio. Then, if I pass a line to the optimal risk portfolio, right? That would be the capital allocation line for that client. That's the optimal risk portfolio for the client. Okay. Now, you notice that if I have capital allocation line, right? This means is a straight line. Look at that. After P, look at this. The straight line go up, but the frontier goes down. So, in another word, you choose the optimum portfolio for the client, and then you can maximize the return by investing more on that portfolio and borrowing from the risk-free rate. That's the key to understand this. So if you borrow on the risk-free rate and add more of that risk portfolio on your portfolio, on your investments, you're gonna walk on the line. You're not gonna walk in the frontier. So if you walk in the line, you're gonna be on point Y here instead of point X. Point X is to buy portfolio X. Point Y is to buy portfolio P and borrow money on the risk-free rate to buy more portfolio P, which is going to drive me to the point Y on that curve. That's the explanation of the capital allocation line. Okay? So the optimal portfolio for a client, for a person, then you link that optimal portfolio that has to be on the frontier, link with the risk-free rate to get the line. That line is the capital allocation line for that person, that investor, and that investor can maximize the returns by borrowing the risk-free and adding more of that optimal risk portfolio for that person. Okay? So obviously, right, if the person is more risk-averse, that P is going to be in a little bit like A, for example, right? Then it's going to be on the A portfolio, which is a less risky portfolio. That's another capital allocation line. Look at that, capital allocation line A. There you go. So like I said, a capital allocation line, it's a line that goes from the risk-free rate to an optimum portfolio in the frontier that according to the risk averseness to the recipient of that investment. Right. What about the CML, the capital market line? The capital market line, you have to imagine a market portfolio And by the way, that's one of the criticism of this theory, because the market portfolio, it's inexistent in real life. But imagine a market portfolio, right, representing the risk, right, with homogeneous expectations of the clients, etc. There's a market portfolio there. And then if I link the risk-free rate to the market portfolio, I have the CML, capital market line, right? And so the capital market line is a type of capital allocation line. There you go. The slope of the capital market line is the Sharpe ratio. Right. Let's see here. Yeah, the two fund separation theorem, that's what I was explaining to you. Now, all investors, regardless of the risk preference and initial wealth, will hold a combination of two portfolios, okay? The risk-free asset and the optimum portfolio that he likes. That's the idea here. So you don't need to choose a portfolio in the frontier that has higher return for high risk. No, you choose the optimum portfolio for yourself or for the investor, and then on that line you make the allocation between risk-free and the portfolio to move up the line or move down the line. If I want a zero market portfolio, optimum portfolio and 100% risk-free rate, well, I'm going to earn the risk-free rate. If I want a 50-50, I'm going to be in the kind of like between P and a risk-free. Right? And if I want 100% on the optimal portfolio, I buy the optimal portfolio. If I want 200% on the optimal portfolio, I borrow 100% on the risk-free rate and increase my position on the optimal portfolio. That's it. Okay? All right. Now, part 2. Okay? The part 2, we're going to talk about the SML, the security market line, a little bit more of the capital market line, right, that I already mentioned to you. So another thing is that might be helpful here, friends. Do not think that those CML and SML are used interchangeably or together. No. One, the CML, the capital market line, Markovitz's theory, the frontier, that's used for one purpose. Security market line, it's used for another purpose. The purpose of the CAPM, capital asset pricing model, which gives you the security market line as the graphic representation, that's used to analyze overvalued, undervalued securities. Let's imagine that. I know it's not the only reason, but think about that for the exam. So I'm going to use the CAPM SML, CML, or security market line, to find mispriced securities. And I'm going to use the capital market line, efficient frontier, etc., to find the best allocation on the portfolio. Okay? Because it looks similar when you see in the graph, but they have different purpose here. All right. So on this part 2 of the portfolio risk and return, I want to call your attention for this one here. Calculate and interpret Sharpe ratio, Traynor ratio, M2, Jensen's alpha, and the Sortino ratio that I mentioned to you. Okay, I have a video on this playlist that is going to be this live. All my lives in English are on my playlist in English. Reminding you that if you're joining me, my name is Henrique Caesar. I am a prep provider of the CFA exams here in Brazil, where I am at the moment. Right. But I have 2 playlists on my YouTube channel, one in English, one in Portuguese. So if you access the playlist in English, you're going to see all the videos that I've done, reviews, etc. The explanation of those ratios is there. All right. So just calling your attention, make sure that you understand, especially the M2, Modigliani ratio means. It's an adjusted, risk-adjusted performance, okay? Jensen's alpha is just is like the active return, is the alpha of expected return. Sortino ratio just measures the downside deviation, and the Traynor ratio measures the systematic risk. So you're going to divide it by beta. You know what about the numerator? The numerator is the expected return minus the risk-free rate, like the Sharpe ratio. There you go. So let's go to the points. Okay, capital allocation line. So each investor has one based on indifference curve, and the measure is total risk. There you go. Capital market line is a specific special case, a special capital allocation line. It's an optimum risk. Use the market portfolio, which is, like they say, that's one of the criticism of the method here, is that the market portfolio is impossible to find in real life. In the slope of the CML is the Sharpe ratio. Now, SML, security market line, you use systematic risk, not total risk. It's the graphic representation of the capital asset pricing model, and the slope is the market risk premium. Okay, there you go. There you go. CAPM. So those are the assumptions of the capital asset pricing model. All investors are risk averse, they maximize utility, and they are rational investors. The market has to be frictionless, right? No transaction cost. That's a problem here. Every investor would have the same horizon, and the expectations are homogeneous. If those all are attended, then you can use this security market line, CAPM, to make predictions about overvalue, undervalue stocks or assets in general. Right. Also here, that could be, this is more testable on level 2 and 3, but it's a good idea to mention, the return models, factor models, and market models. The factor models could have one single factor, CAPM. The only factor of risk of CAPM is the market premium. Okay. A multi-stage model, the famous one is the Fama-French model. Fama-French model for level 3, it's a must-know. Fama-French model has 3 different factor sensitivities, right? So the factors of the Fama-French model will be a size factor, a value factor, and the market factor, okay? The market model, I just put here, maybe you want to memorize, is alpha plus the beta of the company times the expected return on the market. Okay, that's the market model. All right. In here, you might maybe want to take a picture or screenshot. The portfolio performance measure, Sharpe ratio, Trainer, Sortino, information ratio, the M square, the Jensen's alpha. Here, the type of risks that he uses. Right? It's a measure of total risk, measure of systematic, measure of downside, measure adjusted risk. And here, I put the formulas. Okay, expected return minus the risk-free, right, divided by standard deviation, that's Sharpe. This one here, divided by beta, is the Trainer ratio. Divided by the downside deviation is the Sortino ratio. Divided by the active risk is the information ratio. Information ratio you have to compare as a benchmark, not risk-free. Okay? The MM square, or the MM, excuse me, not M2 or MM, right? By the way, the grandfather and the granddaughter, they create that, right? The same Modigliani that you're going to talk about in corporate issuers, the M&M proposition 1 and 2, created this risk measurement or performance measurement. Sharpe ratio times the standard deviation, the benchmark, times the risk-free. Okay? It's adjusted because you use the standard deviation of the benchmark. And the expected return for the Jensen's alpha, or Jensen's alpha means expected return equals alpha plus the CAPM. What is CAPM? It's risk-free plus beta times premium. There you go. Finally, look at this. That's why imagine that's why you use this security market line. We use it to predict undervalued, overvalued securities. That's what we do, okay? Make sure that you understand when a security is undervalued because it plots above the SML. When a security is overvalued, it plots below the SML, the security market line. That's, okay? And don't confuse security market line with capital market line. Different approach, different scenarios to use. Okay, I am done with portfolio management part 1 review, and I'm going to go straight to corporate issuers. All right. On corporate issuers, my friends, we have all of those topics here. Some of those are new, some of like classics. Right? Organization forms, corporate issuers, features and ownership. Very simple, but could be a question from this module in your exam. Investors and other stakeholders. Corporate governance, absolutely corporate governance. It's an important topic. Corporate governance now is including ESG. Conflicts mechanism, conflicts. I imagine there could be a conflict question on your exam. Okay? Working capital and liquidity, that's a classic of corporate issuers. Capital investment and capital allocation, very classic. It's the NPV, IRR project. Capital structure is the M&M. And the business model is a new model. Right? It's the types of business model. Actually, new, no, it's from last year. Okay. All right. Let's see what we have. Corporate issuers. So there you go. Let's start with the organization forms, corporate issuer features, and ownership. That's going to be quick. Okay. Because I only have 3 learning outcomes here. All right. Key points. Okay. I want you to know the 4 types. 4 types of business structure. Proprietorship, one person owns. Partnership, multiple people own. Corporation, it's open to everybody. Right? That's the public company, public traded company. And the LLC that has a features of corporation and also partnership. Features. Okay? Very common method to organize a company in the United States, a small company, LLC. Make sure you know the pros and cons of each one. Okay. What is the pro of sole proprietorship? You're the single owner, so it's you call the shots. Problem, you have unlimited liability. Partnership, you have several people with different skills managing the business. That's good. What's the problem? Unlimited liability or proportional liability to the partnership. Corporation, it's a legal entity, so that's good. What is the problem with corporation? Well, double taxation is an example. The corporation is taxed twice. One when it makes profit, and then with the dividends that gives to the stockholders, it's also taxed. Limited liability corporation is a mix of both, so you don't have unlimited liability, but you cannot raise as much money as the corporation would be able to. Okay. All right. Agents conflicts. I have a table for that. I'm going to explain later. I'm talking about here the conflicts between stakeholders in an organization, right, which is coming up. Right. Investors and other stakeholders. Right. Compare the financial claims, the motivational lender and shareholders, the different stakeholders, and a little bit of ESG considerations. Right. So, on terms of ESG, I'm going to give this for you to take a screenshot if you want. Negative screening, positive screening, ESG integration, thematic engagement, and impact. An example, because this could be a question. Right? Which of the following is an example of negative screening? Or they give you a historic little case and ask you, is this an example of negative screening, positive screening, or ESG integration? So, negative screening exclude non-ESG compliant investments. So if the company is not doesn't comply with ESG or doesn't have ESG on the governance or ES on the governance, then I'm not going to invest on that company. That's called negative screening. Positive screening, it's focused on the companies that comply, but not necessarily only them. ESG integration, I would like to add some ESG companies into my portfolio. Thematic invest, I'm actually going to choose the type of ES that the company is doing and focus on that. For example, sustainability, clean energy, etc. The engagement is the companies backed by ESG shareholders. That's the impact. And impact investing is the company that has had investing stocks, the companies that has had positive impact investing. Okay. Here we're talking about corporate governance. There could be a question in the exam. What is an example of good governance, poor governance? So remember, the auditing committee has to be independent. The board of directors has to be a large number or at least a good size, and has to be staggered. So the same person doesn't occupy the chair position all the time, right? Salary committee also has to be independent, right? The CFO, the CEO, they shouldn't be part of this. If you follow the case of the OpenAI, right? Recently, a few months ago, actually before December last year, we had that situation, right, where the CEO, Sam Altman, who got booted out of the CEO position by the board of directors. And it was a board of directors that had 6 people. And you just need a simple majority to make a decision. So 4 against 2, right? They made the decision. That's an example of poor governance. That board of directors should have more than 6 people. And the CEO, the COO should not be part of it. Anyway, so examples of good governance could be in the exam. Right. I said to you that I'm going to talk about conflicts on the next topic, which is this one, Learning Module 3, Corporate Governance, Conflicts, Mechanism, and Risk and Benefits. Okay? So I'm just going to go straight to the conflicts that you need to know. Right. So we have conflicts between managers and stakeholders, or stockholders, bondholders and stockholders, institutional investors versus small investors, let's say a pension times a individual investor, preferred shareholders and common shareholders. Understand that each one has a different want. The manager wants the stock options. The stockholders wants to make sure that the manager are working properly. The manager might be tempted to do something to inflate the price of the stock so they can cash on the stock options. And the stockholder doesn't want that, because if there's something that's not legit or legal or correct, we'll catch the company later. That has happened in many, many cases. Right? What about bondholders and stockholders? Well, bondholders wants to get the interest. Stockholders wants to get the dividends. The stockholder wants dividends. The bondholder doesn't want the company to pay dividends, because more dividends the company pay, less money to pay interest. So that's a conflict, right? So on and so forth. So take a look on the description of the conflict and the ways to minimize this conflict. Right. Next table I create here for you is corporate governance, risk and benefits. Right? So examples, board independence, transparency, shareholders' right, ethical considerations, risk management, okay, all important on this corporate governance. Okay, so I have an example of good corporate governance and an example of bad corporate governance, because you could have a question like that. Right? So if you want to take a screenshot of that, go for it. Here is the same one: independent board members, staggered board committees, regular financial auditors, and shareholders' right. It's all good corporate governance mechanisms. Could all be questions, right? So I want to make sure that I included everything from that learning module. Learning module 3 of corporate issuers. My friend, let's go to learning module 4. Okay, classic module. Is being when I took the exam a while ago, it was there, this topic. So working capital and liquidity. Okay, so look, working capital, it's short term. Associate the word working capital with short term. So short term needs for money. What is a short term need for money? Well, I need to pay debt that's going to be, or I need to pay the suppliers in 3 months, right? Things that I have to pay this year. So look, a strategy here would be, let's say, I don't have any money, but I would like to buy inventory and sell it. So I have a good product here. I can produce my inventory and sell it, and I know I'm going to sell everything. So I go and convince a financial institution to give me a loan. I take the loan, I buy inventory or produce, sell this whole thing, and part of that revenue that I got, I use to pay the loan, right? If I can produce and sell an inventory in 3 months and I borrow for 3.5 months, I have plenty of time to pay the loan on time. Right? That's the idea of short-term liquidity. The one way to use a source of liquidity. But remember, source of liquidity could come from the inside the company. So it's important that you understand the types of liquidity, how to measure liquidity, and things like that. So look at that. First, internal source of liquidity, and then external. Okay? Internal, after-tax operating cash flow, the accounts payable, accounts receivable. How are the accounts payable and accounts receivable? Well, the accounts payable, I can stop paying. my suppliers and then create more cash. Accounts receivable, I can factor the receivables and anticipate the payments. Inventory marketable securities is already there. External, be careful, I have financial intermediaries and capital markets and other source of external liquidity. Okay, those are the example of financial intermediaries, so it's like a line of credit would be an example. Capital market, commercial paper, that's one of the examples of the short-term loans I was telling you. It's important that you understand what commercial paper is, what a repo agreement is, because it could be in your exam. Other source of liquidity would be leasing. Instead of buying, you're leasing an asset. It could be considered an external source of liquidity, source of capital. Okay? Yeah, that's what it is. All right. This could be questioned in the exam. Examples of primary sources of liquidity. So it's free cash flow, cash balance, short-term funds, any cash. Okay? Readily accessible resources. Primary source of liquidity. There you go. Secondary source of liquidity. Be careful, huh? Secondary is also inside the company. Okay? The main difference between primary and secondary is that using a primary source is not likely to affect normal operation. Take the cash that's there and I use it. Right? But secondary source of liquidity might result in a change on the financial operations. For example, that contract to reduce interest, negotiating contract with suppliers, a long-term payment, selling assets, and bankruptcy protection organization, I just put there because it isn't the official material, but I think the liquidating assets could be a question. Now, which of the following is an example, or most likely an example, of secondary source of liquidity? Liquidating assets would be an example. Here's just a couple words. What is a drag on liquidity and a pool of liquidity? Drag on liquidity is when it takes longer for you to receive something. Pool of liquidity when you have to pay something and unexpectedly. There you go. I'm going to talk about the measure of liquidity on the next, when you're talking about FSA. I'm going to talk about that. Okay, that's coming next. So those are just to remind you, current ratio, quick ratio, the turnovers in days in, and the cash conversion cycle are all examples of liquidity. Okay? The turnover is not really. Turnover is more asset management or efficiency. But if you do 365 divided by the turnover, you get the days in inventory, receivables, and payables, which you need to do the conversion cycle. All right. So I will talk about the turnover ratio, days in ratio on FSA, but here I just want to do a little hint for you. Which cash cycle is the best? Minus 10 days, 5 days, or 0 days? The idea is, well, if you remember the formula, is days in inventory, days in receivables or sales, minus days in payables, minus days in payable. So what you want is to receive as quick as possible, to sell an inventory as quick as possible, and pay as long, the longer the better. So imagine I want to receive in 1 day, I want to turn an inventory in 1 day, and I want to pay in 365 days. So in that case, the formula, the cash cycle is days inventory plus days receivable minus days payable. I would have what? Negative 363. A negative 363 days is an excellent cash cycle. Excellent cash cycle. In 2 days I receive and I sell an inventory and I have another 363 days to pay my suppliers. So the answer is A. Minus 10 days will be a best cash cycle. Capital investment and allocation, that's classic. Is the NPV, IRR, right? Payback, all that stuff. Okay. So the key one for 2024 is the real options. That used to be level 2. When I took the exam, level 2 real options are part of capital decisions or capital allocation on the level 2 exam, corporate issuers. Now, real options is on level 1. There you go. All right. What is the capital allocation process? Okay. NPV, IRR, and the return on the capital, the invested capital, ROIC. ROIC. Don't make sure that you know what is an NPV, what is the IRR, and what is the ROIC. the return on invested capital. Okay? The keyword for return on investment capital is net income. The IRR is NPV 0 or break even, and the keyword for the net present value are the discounted cash flows of the project. All right, classic question. You want to say classic means from finance books. For those that don't know, I spent almost 20 years teaching in a university, which they call Vermont State University, state of Vermont. I was there until 2022. All right, there you go. IRR problems, right? Negative cash flow. So if there's one cash flow that's coming from the project that's negative, then don't use IRR. Could be misleading. And if the projects are mutually exclusive, IRR could give you the wrong answer, right? Depending on the size of the cash flows and the time of the cash flows. It might tell you one is better than the other when in reality is not. Mutually exclusive models, right? So let's see, right? How we calculate the return on the invested capital is just net profit divided by invested capital. Okay, invested capital. This is the graph here is the problem with the IRR. If you have at least one negative cash flow, you're going to have more than one IRR. And if you have more than one IRR, that could be a problem, right? You don't know which one it is. So don't use the IRR, internal rate of return, if there are negative cash flows coming. Is that possible to have a negative cash flow? Sure. Imagine that you lease a mine somewhere in Canada. In the first year, you get $1 million of extracting minerals, whatever, from there. Second year, you get another $1 million. In the third year, there's nothing there more because you took it all, but you have to give the mine back on the state that you found. So you're going to have to spend some money to clean up, etc., to remove your machinery, whatever you have there. So it's going to have a cost. There you go. That's an example. You're going to receive money on year 1, you're going to receive money on year 2, and you're going to pay some money on year 3. There you go. IRR wouldn't work on that scenario. Good. I hope, I'm not going to show here an example, I hope you know how to use the NPV and the IRR formula on your calculator. Now the one that I believe could be a question on your exam, the NPV or capital decisions with real options. Okay, you have time option, size option, flexibility option, and fundamental options. Right? What is an example? Time option, size option, flexibility, fundamental. Fundamental has to do with the accounting, but the time is when. Size is if I'm gonna increase the size of my project after I observe what's happening, right? The flexibility could be the flexibility of spending or cutting or changing some kind of options. I believe the problem is going to give you the option and maybe ask you to calculate the value of that option. That's one example I have here. Or what's an example of time option, size option, flexibility option, fundamental option in a particular project. Okay? That's how I predict the question could be. Also, pitfalls of the capital decisions using NPV or options, etc. Right? Could be inertia. Could be take too long to do it. You could have an allocation bias when you calculating the cash flows. You don't look at alternative projects, or you take a project as a pet project without notice the risks. Right? It's something that you really want to do. So, when you rely too much on accounting to do your projections, and errors in general. Those are called pitfalls of the capital allocation decisions. Right. Impact on valuation process. Here you need to know when to adjust the net present value, when to adjust the cash flow, or when to adjust the rate. When I say adjust the net present value, I should have say adjust the outlay. What is an outlay? Outlay is the amount of money that you need to spend at time 0. So adjust the outlay, adjust the cash flow, or adjust the WACC. Well, if I have more inflation than predicted, who do I adjust? The outlay, the cash flow, or the WACC? The WACC, because inflation has to do with discount rate. Right? If I have more taxes, or changing taxes, which one do I adjust? The cash flow. I adjust the cash flows for new taxes or changing taxes. So there you go. What is the impact on project valuation? And then which one to adjust for that impact? Could be a question. All right. Let's talk about project with option and giving examples of the time option, sizing, flexibility, and fundamental. Okay. Time option, the company decides to delay the investment. Sizing, you could abandon the project or expand the project. That's the size. Or I shrink completely or expand it. That's sizing. Flexibility, right? Price setting and production flexibility options, right? The possibility of changing suppliers very quickly or something like that. Fundamental option, investment may depend on commodity prices, for example. Next, so it's called exogenous factor that I don't have control of. Commodity is a good one, especially if the project requires to buy inventory on that commodity. All right. Could be a question like, abandon option is an example of time option, sizing option, flexibility option. So be careful. Right? Could be a question as simple as that. Next one is how do I find the option value of a project? So look at that. Project NPV with option, or the value, the net present value with the option is equal to the NPV without the option minus the cost of option plus the option value. So imagine that they might give you all those numbers and ask you, what is the option value in this case? Then you have to subtract the project with option, subtract the NPV without the option, and how much you paid for the option to figure out the option value. So that could be a question. All right. And this is an example of a project with an option. Right? If everything goes okay, you make 100. If everything goes bad, you get 0. Okay? But if you get 0 and you expand, you might get those 3 outcomes. Is this project good or bad? That's an option. If I add an option here to expand or an option to change suppliers or something, they will give me those 3 cash flows 1 year later. Now it might be a good project. Right? Before it's not a good project. Right? I'm paying 500 with a 60% probability to make 800 or 40% probability to make 0. Okay, then like the NPV without the option is negative. But if I have an option to expand or something, after year 1, I might generate those 3 extra cash flows here, 35, 40, then you have to add to 100%, to make 600, 400, or 0. Then you bring that number to this square here, and then you compare to see if you spend $500 to make 800 or whatever you get here, it makes sense or not. There you go. That's an example of how to use. Or the problem could be like this. I'm not going to read this problem. Just take a look. Take a screenshot if you want. Calculate the option value. Okay? They're going to give you all those numbers, and you need to remember the formula. Okay? So be careful with that as well. All right. Now we're going to something that's classic for corporate issuers or corporate finance in general. Capital structure. Capital structure, friends, for the CFA exam, we're going to remember debt and equity. That's it. Debt is a way to finance project. Equity is another way to finance project. When I have debt plus equity, I have my capital. That's it. Capital structure is a proportion of debt versus the proportion of stocks used to finance a project. There you go. That's it. How do we measure the capital structure? We measure using the DE ratio, debt to equity ratio. So debt to equity ratio is 0 point something. I finance more with equity than debt. Debt to equity ratio above 1. I use more debt than equity to finance my project. That's important for you to understand. All right. So what are the key points? Total cost of capital, factors affecting capital structure, the M&M, and the optimal capital structure. Okay? All right. So I hope you remember those formulas, friends, because this is crucial for you to do well in the corporate issuers calculation questions. Also, equity, you're going to need those. All right. Cost of debt is the after-tax yield to maturity on bonds that the company issued to raise money. That's the cost of the debt. Simple. So if the company pays 5% interest after tax, that's the cost of debt. Cost of preferred stock, that's rare. But if the company finances projects with preferred stocks, then how much it costs the company to finance with preferred stock? It costs the promised dividend that preferred stock will pay divided by the price of that security in the market. So D divided by P. And the cost of common stock, that's more common, common equity. Then how do we calculate the cost of equity? Be careful, the cost of equity is not the cost of issuing stocks, okay? That's not the name, that's not cost of equity. Cost of equity is this. If I sell one share to someone else, how much that someone else expects to make in return? That's how much it's going to cost me, because that return, if I didn't sell the stock, would be mine. But now I'm selling the stock, that return has to be paid to that investor. What is that number? That number is the CAPM, or you use the dividend growth model, or you use the bond plus risk premium approach to calculate the cost of selling stocks to finance projects. It's not the cost of issuing stocks, right? Hiring investment banking, hire some underwritings, etc. That cost issuance. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like how much an investor expects to receive from that stock that the investor is buying. If the investor will receive that, that's a cost for the company. There you go. That's cost of equity. There you go. CAPM is the way to measure the expected return. In other words, the cost of equity is the CAPM formula. But, I don't know, you could use the dividend growth model to calculate that return on the equity as well. Now, dividend, D1, next dividend, divided by P0 plus G gives you the RE. Okay? And it could be, that's not the preferable way. The preferred way to use the cost of equity is the CAPM. If you need here, put that formula in the pocket. The growth rate formula, G, growth, sustainable growth, equals ROE times B. What is ROE times B? Return on the equity, be careful. Return on the equity is not the cost of equity. Return on equity is a ratio. It's net income divided by equity. That's return on equity. The required return on the equity is what the investor requires. You're going to learn on level 2 a model called residual income. What is a residual income? Residual is when the company gives more profit than expected by the stockholder. So that's a residual. So if the stockholder expects 20% return and the company gave 25% ROE, 5% is my residual. That's good. I received more. The company made more than I expected. ROE is an accounting method. RE is a CAPM method to measure. Okay? Make that distinction. Cost of capital is always debt to equity, and our famous WACC, weighted average cost of capital. I have a video, but actually that video is not in English, so I'm not going to recommend it to the audience I have now. Actually, some of my audience that might be here today might be Portuguese speakers, so yeah, I have one video just for the WACC. If not, well, that's a formula that you have to put in your pocket. You have to know for the exam. It's not a difficult formula. The name says, weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of capital. What is cost of capital? Debt and equity. Debt and equity, my cost of capital. So what is the weight of the debt and the weight of the stocks that I use, multiplied by the respective cost. That's it. That's weighted average cost of capital. So weight of the debt times the after-tax cost of debt plus weight of the equity plus the required return on the equity. What about preferred stocks? Well, if there is a preferred stock, you're going to have a third weight because you're going to finance three elements. They have to add to 100%, right? And then multiply by the respective cost. That's it. Okay, there you go. E divided by E plus D is the proportion of equity. E is equity. E plus D is the total capital. Equity divided by total capital is the weight of equity. Debt divided by total capital is the weight of the debt. Multiplied by the respective costs should give my WACC. Remind you, I did not include the cost of preferred stocks in this example. Now, remember that I said that required return on the cost, I said the cost of equity, it's not the cost to issue stocks. Well, there you go. The cost of issue stocks is called flotation costs. So those flotation costs, okay, it's called the underwriting costs, okay? The formula is, dividend 1. If you want to calculate the value with the flotation cost, you're going to have the required return on the equity. Then you're going to adjust that formula that I gave you previously by putting the flotation cost, P minus the flotation cost. Right? So it's like the flotation cost is going to reduce the price. So then you're going to calculate the RE using that. Okay? With the flotation cost, it's important to make. It's subtracted at time 0. So you take the present value of the cash flows and you subtract the flotation cost after that. All right. Let's see here, my friends. The famous beta, comparable beta, okay? Or leverage beta and leverage beta. What is that? Well, look, imagine a scenario that you need the beta of a company. You don't have it, right? And that's the same logic we're going to use for matrix approach for bonds. Imagine that I need to find the YTM, the ultimate maturity of a bond, and I don't have that bond in the market. What do? I use a matrix process called matrix approach. Here is almost the same logic. I need a beta of a company, but I don't observe that beta. What do? I have to do a comparable beta. So look what you do. You find a company. I use the Embraer, Brazilian airplane company. ERGA. Okay, it's an ADR on the New York Stock Exchange. But anyway, so the debt, the equity, and the beta of the observable company. Okay, so if I have the equity and the debt of the comparable company, I can predict the DE ratio of that company. Right? The DE ratio of that company, which will be the debt divided by equity. Okay? And then I have the beta of the other company, and I have the beta, the DE ratio of the company that I need, and finally, I have the DE ratio of the comparable company. So you don't need here, in this case, the debt and equity. That was just there to show how to compute the DE ratio. So I'm going to cover this up here, and there we go. So let's focus here. Okay, I have the beta of the comparable company, 0.99. I have my company DE ratio, and I have the DE ratio of the comparable company. That's all I need. Take a look. You beta comparable is 0.99. Where do I get this? Well, it's a traded, public traded company. You will find it. Okay, someone will calculate that for you. Then you look at that. You're gonna unleverage that beta. How do I do that? If you wanna unleverage, you divide it by 1 plus the D ratio. If there is tax given on the problem, I hope there is, and then you have to multiply by 1 minus tax. But if you divide it by 1 plus the D ratio of that company, you get the unleveraged beta. So take a look. If I take the 1.27, the 0.99, okay, is the beta comparable, 199, and I divide it by 127, okay, then I will have the beta unleveraged, 0.4353. That's unleveraged. No, there's no D. That's called the beta asset. If a company finances all the assets with equity only, that would be the beta of that company, right? That's it. Then, once I have the unleveraged beta, then I have to leverage this beta using the capital structure, the D ratio of my company. That one I can find it because I have to just take a look on the balance sheet of the company, see how much debt, how much equity, boom, D divided by E is my capital structure. We got 0.5 given on the problem. There we go. Now I have the unleveraged beta. If to unleverage I divide it by 1 plus DE, well, to leverage I multiply by 1 plus DE. Forget the 1 minus tax here. There you go. And then 0.653 is the beta of my company. Okay, that could be in the exam. Then you have to perform this calculation. All right, friend, approaching here to the end of corporate issuers, we're going to be doing here the M&M calculations. The M&M assumptions, excuse me. Okay, Modigliani-Miller. First of all, memorize the assumptions, because it could be which of the following is not an assumption. Which of the following most likely is an assumption. So I said to you, every topic that has an assumption, memorize at least few of those. There you go. Homogeneous expectations like CAPM. Perfect capital market, no transaction cost, no tax, no bankruptcy, like the CAPM. Risk-free rate, you can borrow and lend on the risk-free rate, like the CAPM, CAPM. No agency cost, manage it always to maximize shareholder wealth. Good luck with that. Independent decision, finance, investment decisions are independent one another. Those are the assumptions of Modigliani-Miller. All right, now let's see the M&M 1 and 2 that makes a lot of people confused. All right, M&M 1. So we're going to have two scenarios, friend, taxes and no tax. I'm going to go directly to the point right here. So look at that, Modigliani-Miller propositions. A scenario without taxes. What do you mean without taxes? Without tax means you don't have the benefit to receive credit for interest paid. That's what taxes does. Because interest is tax deductible. So if I paid 100 monies in interest and my tax is 30%, that means of that $130 I'm going to receive as a tax credit, let's say. So I end up paying 70 out of the 100. That's a good deal. Instead of paying 100, the government's paying for me a little bit. So if I have to pay taxes and I have no other costs, well, don't you think I should finance with 100% debt? Yes, that's exactly how the capital structure should be in a scenario with taxes and no other costs. Very good. Now, what about if there's no taxes? Well, if there's no taxes, it doesn't matter how you finance your project. Could be all equity or could be all debt. It does not matter. Without taxes makes the value, that's proposition 1, value of the leverage equals the value of the unleveraged firm. With taxes, then you have an incentive to borrow. That incentive is translated by TD, tax times the total debt. That's how much you're going to gain if you borrow. There you go. Proposition 1, it's the value of the company. Now, there's an implication of proposition 1, friends. The implication is if the company starts borrowing too much, 100% debt, let's say, okay, well, 100% debt wouldn't be would make a complicated example. But let's say the company start borrowing more. Then you'd say to me, well, look, borrowing has a lower cost than issuing stocks, correct? Correct. Right? I pay borrowing, I just pay the interest rate. Issuing stocks, I have to pay what the investor wants. Usually it's more. There you go. So now, why not borrow? So I'll keep borrowing. Right? I'm going to, instead of issuing stocks, I'm borrowing the money to finance my project. Well, what happened? What happened is that the stockholders are not going to be happy with that. Stockholders are going to say, hold on a sec, friend, you're borrowing too much, you're increasing the risk of bankruptcy, or increasing, imagine that there is, right? So what the stockholder is going to do is going to demand more return. So in other words, just remember, if the company start borrowing more and more and more, the weighted average cost of capital should not change, should be the same. But they say, hold on a second, if I'm borrowing, my weighted average cost of capital should go down because I'm taking advantage of a lower cost. Yes, but because you're doing that, your return on the equity, it keeps increasing to the point that your weighted average cost of capital will not change in that scenario. Okay? Remember that. All right. Proposition 2, which is less testable than 1, but could be equally could be testable in your exam, I don't know. It says that the the return on the equity is a linear function of the debt. So in other words, the RE will increase if you keep borrowing more, DE. That's proposition 1 and 2. All right. Now, what is the third scenario? Because one scenario is without taxes, the other one is with taxes. What is a third scenario? A third scenario is with taxes and bankruptcy costs. Because remember I said if there is taxes, 100% debt should be the capital structure. Sure. Okay? The WACC should not move, should be at that point as well. But again, with 100% debt, we're going to assume that's not going to, it's a special case. Okay? But that will be this ideal scenario if you have taxes in the system. If you have to pay taxes, well, borrow. But what about if I have taxes? So I take advantage of lending, paying interest, and there's bankruptcy cost. Then I have to be careful because if I borrow too much, right, then bankruptcy cost can come and take me. So in that case, the optimal capital structure is the one that minimizes the WACC. Right? So it has to be a proportion of each, usually. All right, friends. So that's the optimal capital structure, is the capital structure that minimizes your weighted average cost of capital. Okay? The conflicts I already mentioned to you, so I'm going to skip this in the sake of the time, but if you want to pause and take another screenshot, go for it. Now, last topic of corporate assurance, business models, right? What is the learning outcomes, right? Describe the key features of business model and the types of business models. So that's pretty much it. So there is a question, might be one question in my opinion. All right. Define business model, the types and features, the value proposition, who, what, where, and how much, the business model variation, business model innovation, and network effects and platform business model. Those are the key elements of the learning module. All right. So what is a business model? So we have focus on customer, focus on products, focus on channel, focus on price. Okay? That's a business model. All right. What is the types? Well, the type, okay, once I decided for customer, products, channels, then which type is my business? Innovation. Well, what is an innovation example? Well, Airbnb is an example. Uber is an example of innovation business model. Netflix. Variation, varying, different, multiple products. E-commerce, I just do e-commerce. I don't need a physical store, for example. Network, similar. Crowdsourcing, what's that crowdsourcing? It's a type of model where I bring the customers to an event and I make sales during that event. That's crowdsourcing in the hybrid model, right? So I would probably memorize an example of each just in case. The business model, what is the financial implication? So you're always going to have external factors, how to borrow, the type of customers, the type of suppliers. Firm specific, that's the problem of the firm itself. Right? I'll give an example to you. I don't know how many of you remember the Blockbuster. Blockbuster had a business model where you have physical stores. You go there, rent your DVD, then you come back. Where is Blockbuster now? Gone, right? Because that business model, it's no longer applicable, right? Nobody's going to go to a store and borrow and rent anymore, right? They're going to stream, so they fail as a business. That business model, it's not. That's important to analyze the business model. If you're an investor or you're going to recommend investments, I mean, if you don't know how to analyze and say, hold on a second, this business model here is not good. For example, that's an opinion. I believe physical stores, right? The retail that we see going to the store and buying, I think is going to disappear, right? So that business model is the physical store where you go there and buy and leave. I think it's phasing out. The new generations don't want to do this anymore. So in that context, that business model will disappear. So in other words, if I'm recommending investments on companies that have that business model, I might be careful in doing so. That's why the financial analyst needs to know the types of business model. That's it. Okay? All right. So let's go one by one on those points that I mentioned. The value proposition is the critical concept of marketing your business, right? Because it defines the unique value of a product or service for a specific audience. Okay? All right. Who target, okay, who, what, where, and how much, right? Who is the target audience? Define who they are. Right? That's why big data is important. Big data analysis will define you, who is your target, or who is your audience. You might think it's this group, but it's another group. What is your product and service? Where you should focus your distribution channel, and how much should you charge for the product, right? There you go. Take a screenshot if you want, because I'm not going to read one by one. I gave you some examples of innovation. Airbnb, one of my favorites, innovation. I think that was a great concept that Airbnb created. Business model variation, like Netflix. I also consider Netflix as innovation, but it's on the official materials under the variation. Okay, is because they started in one way and they evolved to what they are now. And hybrid, like combines traditional with different models. The example we got there was Tesla. All right. Done with corporate issuers, my friends, at least this review. Okay. Remind you, those that are just joining us, this is a review. It was not my intention to spend here too much time on details, because that could impact your time today if you want to do a review, assuming that your exam is Monday. Right? Right, I'm going to remove myself from the screen just to show it to you. Two separate tables here, where steps to issue an IPO and steps to making a public company to become private. Okay? Twitter becoming X, that was a public to private, and the IPO steps is the garage company becoming public. There you go. I don't know, maybe some questions could appear to this, so I create those two tables. So take a screenshot on the steps of the IPO, the preparatory phase, the Securities and Exchange Commission filing, SEC review. By the way, if your country does not call Securities and Exchange Commission, because might not, right? In the country I am, in Brazil, we call that CVM, right? That's is the regulatory agency that takes care of the financial market. Whatever it is the filling, right? It's the paperwork, right? Then a review by that authority, then you market, then the pricing allocation, the trading debut, the first time, and the post-IPO compliance that has to be done. Those are the description of each one. There you go, I'm gonna put it there. So if you wanna take, this is the IPO steps. Now, let's do from public to private, friends. So public to private, let's put a little bit, just that one, there you go. It's the steps, right? You go to the private proposal, due diligence and valuation, finance transaction, approval of the shareholders, because if it was public, there will be shareholders, regulatory compliance, tender offer, buyout, how much, and then delisting from the stock exchange, and the completion of the privatization. There you go. You might want to stop the video and take a screenshot if you want. Good? Well, I hope it is, because now I'm going to financial statement analysis, which is a heavy topic, right? Heavy topic. Let's try to cover here without rushing, because I think that's an important topic to cover. Then after that, friends, we have equity. It's not going to be relatively short compared with this one. Then fixed income. Fixed income is going to probably take a little while. Derivatives and alternatives, not much. Portfolio manager, I think, is going to be the shortest review. And then we're done with the review for today. All right, so let's go. So I would say we're approaching the halfway there. All right, financial statement analysis, my friend. So let's see, we have part 1 has 8. Okay, 8 learning modules. Part 2 has 4. So there's like 12 learning modules to know. All right. What has changed? Well, a lot of things now become prerequisites. So the basic accounting, debits, credits, this is all prerequisites now. So that, in my opinion, a calculation of depreciation, calculation of amortization using the double declining balance, etc., I think that's not going to be in the exam. It's going to be something more. They're going to give the depreciation, it's going to ask you something. What is the impact? Which company is going to have more profit, less profit, more cash flow, less cash flow? That stuff, okay? So important to understand now. It becomes more financial analysis, not accounting. In my opinion, before it was very accounting related. That's my background, accounting, right? So that's one of the advantage I got when I studied for the CFA exam. It was because I knew a lot of accounting. So for me, it was relatively easy to understand the concept. In FSA is a topic with high weight. So I think that helped me in the exams. But, you know, level 3, there's no FSA. So you have to, again, right? It's not only, you know, being focused in one topic is not going to help you. Anyway, so what has changed? Because, for the folks that have taken the exam in 2023, and will take again now, okay, on FSA, what has changed? Well, Introduction to Financial Statement and Analysis. So here, it's new. They're focusing on this financial statement analysis framework, which I'm going to show to you here. What the steps, and what happened on each step. Then, those two here, analyzing income statement and balance sheet, that's classic. That was already since my time. But they focus on specific topics on those two. Instead of going too much in details about income statement and balance sheets, they're more focused on specific topics, which I found good. Then analyzing statement of cash flows, they used to be only one topic. Now they broke it in two topics. So analyzing cash flow part 1, friends, will be understanding their indirect method, direct method, what is cash flow from operations, cash flow from investing, cash flow from financing activities. And what about cash flow 2? Cash flow 2 is going to be on the ratios of cash flows. Which type of cash flow ratios there are and which purpose I used each one of them. Finally, analysis of inventories, which was a classic but is much reduced now. Long-term assets, also very reduced, the content. And long-term liabilities and equity, those are classic topics. Okay, and I'm going to already show you, okay, the part 2 for you to see. So I can complement, then I'll go back. Part 2, taxes. That's pretty much deferred taxes we're going to talk about here. And then the classic financial reporting quality, financial analysis techniques, and modeling. So if you're doing the PSM of modeling, I believe that this should be relatively easy for you to navigate. Okay? All right. So there you go. Let's go back and do it. Financial statement analysis, right? So I think that the star of this topic is the financial statement or financial analysis framework. What do I do in step 1, step 2, all the way to the end, okay? So it's described, look at it, describe. So the questions will be, if there are questions, will be more, what they call, on the conceptual level. So what is the scope of financial statement analysis? What does it involve? Evaluating a stock investment, evaluating a security, determining the credit worth of the company, assigning a debt rating, that Moody's and S&P do, evaluating a merger. So several ways why the financial statement analysis is important, and obviously financial analysis, statement analysis is super important for the financial analyst, which will be you after the CFA, the charter. All right. So let's see some questions that I hope there's not there, but again, I want to mention here, very specific. The regulatory source of information, or the regulatory agencies. So the first one is the International Organization Securities Commission, IOSCO. It's not a regulatory agency, but oversees a large portion of the financial market. It protects investors for fairness, efficient transparency. So that could be a question. Which of the regulatory agents below, or it's not a which of the entities below will guarantee the protection of investors regarding fairness, efficiency, and transparency of the market? It's not the SEC, it's the IOSCO. All right. The United States Securities and Exchange Commission, and because I think the CFA exam is an international exam, they might, this is an opinion, avoid using too much of the everyday American vocabulary, unless if it's extremely necessary. The European Securities Committee, also very specific from Europe, right? And the European Securities Market Authority. So because it's so specific from a relatively part of the world, I don't know if the CFA Institute will ask questions related to this, but it could be in a generic way. Right. Reminding you that not only the financial statement analysis is the source of information for the financial analyst, right? You can use other mechanisms here or other sources, right? For example, the financial notes, which is part of the financial statement framework, is to have notes called footnotes, but usually sometimes there's so many notes that, it's pages and pages. Business reports, done out there, but done by colleagues. Auditor's report. So business report is done by our financial colleagues. Management discussion and analysis is comments of the company management about the future of the company. And the auditor, the third, the independent auditor's report. All of this combined with the financial statements, income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow will give you a lot of information to create, to decide if this is a good company, bad company, valuation, what is the value, and whatever is the reason you're doing the financial analysis. All right, friend, I'm just going to show it to you very quick so you can take a screenshot if you want, the difference between GAAP and IFRS. So let's go. There you go, right here. And all of those there, right? GAAP, IFRS, financial statement, inventory, the R&D, intangibles, lease. That's way more than the CFA Institute includes on the official material. There you go. That's your GAAP IFRS table. Well, let's go back. Good. Now, each one of those financial statements, income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow. Cash flow 1 and 2, part 1 and part 2. There you go. So, key points here, because again, I'm not going to learn the learning outcome. But describe, calculate basic and diluted earnings per share. So in other words, if there is a calculation question related to the income statement, it's going to be related to ratios and or related to the DPS, not the diluted earnings per share and the earnings per share. That's it. The rest will be just conceptual questions, right? According to the learning outcomes. All right. So, I'm missing myself. Where am I? I want to be back. Okay. Let me bring myself back. There you go. Where am I? There you go. Perfect. I found myself. And there you go. I'm back here. Good. So let's see. Okay. The key points are revenue recognition, expense recognition, non-recurring items, the ones that's not usual. This can mislead the earnings, friends. So look, the basic idea is this. The earnings have to be sustainable. They have to be recurring. So what do you do when you do an analysis of earnings? Well, you have to make sure that those earnings are comparable with other companies, right? You have to remove anything that doesn't belong, that doesn't happen often, like those non-recurring items. You have to normalize the earnings before you do an analysis. That's why it's important, this, okay? All right. Earnings per share, obviously, and the ratios and common size. Okay? Common size was very well presented on cash flow, on income statement and balance sheet. So I believe, not calculation question, but some question related to common size might be present on the exam 2024. Oh, what did I do? There you go. Sorry about that, friends. Good. One more. Too much. There you go. Perfect. All right. So let's go here. Ratio impact. So look, a question that could be like, okay, revenue recognition. How to recognize revenues, right? So you have to use the accrued method. Recognize the revenues when you finish delivering the product or the service, okay? Or if the product or the service has reasonable assurance that's going to arrive at the destination, then you recognize the revenue. Oh, but I didn't get paid yet. Well, that's fine. But you still have to recognize the revenue because you complete what you propose. Right. Unearned revenue is the opposite. Unearned revenue is when I receive the money in anticipation without doing anything. So this money is not a revenue. It's a liability, right? And the contract method is the percentage, right? The completion method, we call. If I'm doing a construction and I receive money in advance, right? Because we can sell on the blueprint. Well, how do we allocate? How much revenue I recognize every year until the project is done, right? We use the percentage of completion. How much was the cost? Total cost this year was 30% of the total cost. Okay, then 30% of the revenue is going to be recognized this year, and so on and so forth. Okay, this question could show up. I don't know if you will, because in my opinion, it becomes part of the prerequisite. But if a percentage of completion method show up in your exam, just remember that. Each year, you're allowed to recognize the percentage of the revenue that's equivalent to the percentage of the total cost incurred that year. There you go. Expense recognition, again, you have to recognize the expense when you incur, not when you pay. So the period cost, product costs, okay? Capitalization versus expense. What is period cost? Period costs are the expenses or costs directly related to make the product. Okay, so imagine anything that happens in a factory is a product cost, excuse me. Product cost is directly related to the product. So direct labor, yes. Indirect labor, sure. Right? Utilities in the factory, sure. What about the property tax of the factory? Sure, that's a cost. It happens in the factory. Salary of the supervisor that supervises the machine, yes, that's a product cost. Good. Now, it has to classify because this is going to be part of the cost of goods sold. Okay, but if the expenses are period costs, well, period costs are the general expenses, right? The rent, the interest expense, and so on and so forth. Depreciation expense, all of those are called period costs because, they're like the expenses to run the business during that fiscal year. There you go. Okay, so period cost, product cost, and here when to capitalize, when to expense, but more than that. Classic questions is if the companies capitalize, what is the impact on the ratios? Or if the company expense, what is the impact of the ratio? If company A capitalize, company B expenses, what is the impact on the ratios? Which ratios? ROE, return on the equity, ROA, return on the assets. Those are the usual ratios that they ask questions about. There you go. Accounting standards require company to capitalize software development costs after product feasibility is established. I want to make a point here because we're going to talk about intangible, homemade intangibles. And the rule is simple. GAAP says expense everything related to homemade intangibles. In IFRS says expense until one point. Once this product is feasible, then it becomes an asset. Now, for software, GAAP might open some exceptions. So I hope you don't get exceptions on your exam, but so software, it's a little tricky. And this is an example of the revenue recognition is the contract or the percentage of completion method, right? So if the cost incurred 35% on year 1, 40% on year 2, and 25% on year 3, that's how much of the revenue you can recognize each year. Okay? Be careful because those questions may show up as a gross profit calculation, okay? Which is nothing more than revenue minus costs. All right. Look, here is a comment about discontinued products or non-recurring items, okay? Unusual items, okay? So you're going to do look at the order. It's the earning before taxes, then taxes, then the others, right? The non-recurring assets, net of taxes. So the taxes that you see here, right there, taxes, it's related to the normal taxes the business will pay. Because anything below that, like non-recurring items, right, or discontinued operations, will be put there plus or minus money coming in or money that left, right? If I have a loss, have a gain, that will be net of taxes to not impact those taxes over here, and then I calculate the net income. Just be careful, because if the book, an example, if the book value is 1,000 and you sold for 1,300, you make a profit of 300, but you have to pay taxes on that profit, right? So it's the 300 minus 30% tax. That's the amount you're gonna put as a non-recurring item. If you sold for a loss, you lost $200 here, well, that $200 you get a tax credit. So your loss is not gonna be minus 200, right? It's gonna be minus 30% of that will be taken out. So you're gonna bring less losses, and also less profit. So be careful with that. Friends, here is the common size. So it's very simple. Common size income statement, you take every account and divide it by net sales. Net sales are the sales after returns and discounts. There you go. So what does it mean here? It's useful. Of course it's useful. I can compare companies in the same industry by just taking a look on the percentage. On the numbers, it's difficult. Right? A large company with a small company in the same industry cannot compare with the numbers. So you have to do a relative approach, which will be the common size analysis. Right? So here it's saying that the net income, it's 29% of the, almost 29, so it should be 28.5% of the revenue. That's a large profit margin. And all the expenses. So I can see this company has 45% in cost of goods sold. I want to compare with the peers on the same industry and see how much are the cost of goods sold of those companies in percentage. Then it gives you some kind of comparison. All right. Just remember, the comprehensive income, this is it's going to be big in level 2, is the net income plus the other comprehensive income. Net income, you know what it is. Other comprehensive income is all the gain and losses or revenues or expenses that they are not included on the income statement. They bypass the income statement. Now the question is, where the net income goes if you don't pay dividends? Goes to the equity of the company under retained earnings. Okay? Where the OCI goes? Well, the OCI goes to the equity as well. So in any event, okay, you're gonna see those numbers in the equity at one point. One is gonna pass through the income statement and pay taxes, and then whatever is left goes back to the company, and some are gonna go bypass the income statement and go directly to the equity of the company. As simple as that. So that's how you understand the comprehensive income. Now, comprehensive income is divided in two components, net income and other comprehensive income. Now, other comprehensive income is going to be very well tested in level 2. But on level 1, they give a list of typical transactions of the other comprehensive income. Gain and losses, unrealized gain and losses on securities available for sale. Unrealized gain and losses on hedging instruments, or the gain or loss on translation of financial statement. Okay, gain or losses on change on pension benefits. So maybe one of those could show up on your exam as a difficult question. Well, before I go talk about the earnings per share, diluted earnings per share, let's talk about ratios, because that's definitely, in my opinion, a possible question about ratios in your exam. Always that possibility. So let's see. You might want to take a picture here to memorize those ratios. But there you go. You divided the ratios in liquidity, activity, solvents, and profitability. So which ones are the liquidity ratios? Current, quick, and cash. Boom. What about activity ratios? Well, the receivables, all the turnovers. All the turnovers are activity ratios. Okay. What about the days in? The days in is to measure the cash cycle. Okay, that's what we use the days in for. Right there. So days in inventory, days in sales, days in inventory minus days payable. Right, that's called cash cycle. Now, don't confuse cash cycle with operating cycle. Operating cycle is the days in days in receivables and days in inventory. All right? Those are the formulas. I'm not going to go over each one here, but just typical questions, right? If we make a change, now if you change from LIFO to FIFO, inventory method, what is the impact on the quick ratio? No impact, because quick ratio does not include the inventory. What is the impact on the current ratio? Yes, then I have an impact on the current ratio. Okay, so be careful with questions like that. If I use an accelerated method of depreciation versus a company that use a straight line method of depreciation, which company is going to show more profit or more return on the equity on year one, less return on the equity on year one? Those are the type of questions that would be prepared for ratios. Also, calculation of the cash cycle might be present there. Okay? All right. Solvency ratio is for long term. So the ability of the company to pay long-term debt. Okay? And finally, profitability ratio measures profitability. The most common ones are ROE, ROA, and profit margin or net margin. Anything that ends in margin, friends, is divided by sales. Anything that's finished in margin, it's divided by sales. So income or net income margin is the net income divided by sales. Gross profit margin is gross profit divided by sales. So memorize that. Now for the turnovers, anything that's a turnover, the name in front of the turnover is the denominator of the ratio. So receivables turnover, the average accounts receivable is in the denominator. Inventory turnover, the average inventory is on the denominator. Payable turnover, well, guess what? Average payables in the denominator. Now the question is, why average? I tell you, average is used if you have an income statement account and a balance sheet account on the ratio. The income statement is a very dynamic statement. You sell every day, you pay expenses every day, it's very dynamic. Balance sheet is more static. You don't buy machines, vehicles, and buildings every single day. Therefore, to make the balance sheet a little bit more dynamic, you do the beginning and as add with the end divided by 2. Gives a more dynamic approach for the balance sheet. That's what the average is there. All right? Memorize those formulas. And memorize the DuPont identity. DuPont can be done in 3 components, 2 components, or 5 components. I did not put the 5-component DuPont identity here, but just want to remind you that there is a 5-component DuPont. But the classic ones are the 2 components, ROA times financial average, and profit margin times asset turnover times financial average. So can you see that profit margin times asset turnover is ROA, return on asset? Well, because if your return on asset times financial average is ROE, those 2 terms combined multiplied by financial average gives ROE, so those 2 terms combined must be equal to ROA. Those are the type of questions that I would expect from the DuPont analysis. All right? Okay, let's go back. And let's talk about the EPS, diluted EPS, and so on and so forth. Right. So you could get a question on the weighted average shares. So the weighted average shares is, remember, if the shares are not issued on January 1st or the year before, and they issued during that year, then they don't have 100% impact on the total shares. So that's an example here. 10,000 shares in January, that's probably from last year. Then in April, they paid stock dividend of 10%. In July, they issued 2,000 shares more. In October, they split 3-1. In November, they issued 1,200 shares. Okay? So what do I do? Well, remind you, stock dividends affects all the shares before that date. So the 10,000 shares will get 10% more. Then the split affects all the shares before the date of the split. So a 3-1 is going to make this guy here goes to 6,000 shares. That 10,000 is going to become 30,000 shares. In the 10%, it will become 3,000 shares. Okay? So this is going to be 33,000 And those ones are going to be 6,000 shares because of the split. All right, and the 1,200 new shares. Then you're going to prorate according to the number of months. The first one was 12 months out of 12. The July ones are 6 out of 12. And November, 2 divided by 12. We're assuming here beginning of the year, end of the year. Well, anyway, you're probably going to get that. Now you have to count the number here. Here should be 31st of July and October and November. There you go. So make sure you do the prorata correctly if the question is there. Because it sometimes takes so long to do it that might take more than a minute and a half. So therefore, if it's there, it's going to be a relatively easy question, in my opinion. All right, friends, basic EPS, what it is the net income minus preferred dividends, okay, divided by the weighted average outstanding shares, which you calculated above. Now, I have 3 scenarios: convertible preferred, convertible bonds, stock options, then are instruments that could become common stocks. What do I do? So I have to tell my investor that if all the preferred stocks convertible becomes common stock, what happened to the earnings per share? If all the convertible bonds were converted into stocks, what happened to my earnings per share? And if all stock options were cash today, what would happen to the earnings per share? So that's called diluted earnings per share. It could be dilutive, means the earnings per share is gonna go down after the instruments are converted, or anti-dilutive, when converting the instruments will not affect the EPS, the earnings per share. So if it's not affecting the earnings per share, you report the earnings per share and say DPS no affected, or if the DPS is dilutive, you have to report both EPS and DEPS. There you go. Convertible preferred. Look, if you remember the basic formula, it gets so easy to memorize those 3 formulas to DPS, DEPS. Look, net income minus preferred dividends. Now, if I'm talking about convertible preferred, and all the preferred stockholders convert their stocks, what happened to my preferred dividends? 0. So it's 0. I don't need to pay more preferred dividends. That becomes, look at the formula, net income minus 0 divided by the existing shares plus the new shares. That's the formula. Convertible bond, same logic. Convertible bond, I have to pay the preferred dividends, but I don't need to pay interest to the bondholders anymore. So my interest after tax goes back to my net income, because I pay, net income deducts the interest paid. But then after I calculate my net income, all the bondholders converted their shares. Oh, I'm not going to, let's say before I pay the interest, I'm gonna save that money. So that money is added back on the net income. And then you divide it by the existing shares plus the new shares. And the stock option is a little tricky because a stock option uses the treasury method. And what it is, well, the numerator is the same as the basic, net income minus preferred dividends, but the denominator includes the existing shares, the new shares acquired by the stock options, minus the shares that are repurchased with the money received from the option holder. So, employee cash the option, give you 100 to the company takes the 100 and goes in the market and buy back some stocks. So the denominator of the stock option DEPS will include 3 numbers: existing shares, new share plus new shares minus the repurchased shares. There you go. That's the DEPS. Okay, friends, now let's talk about the balance sheet, which is the next document. Okay, I found that relatively easy. All of those are explain, and just the only calculate is the common size and the financial ratios, which were the ones that I just showed you. Okay, financial ratio has balance sheet items on it. All right. So the key points are intangible assets, goodwill, financial instruments, which is investments, non-current liabilities, and the ratios. For example, capitalizing expensing. When to capitalize, when to expense, when to amortize an intangible. Reminding you that intangible is infinite life, you do not amortize. Intangibles, homemade intangibles are usually expenses. You do not amortize. You only amortize intangible that you purchase and has a finite life. Huh? All right, so let's see. Start with intangible. Purchase versus homemade. If it's purchase, finite life, amortize. Homemade, expenses usually, okay? But remember the rule. If becomes feasible, IFRS allows you to put it as an intangible in your balance sheet. Goodwill, make sure you understand, because goodwill is going to be required for level 2, partial goodwill, full goodwill, but that's here is just what is goodwill? Excess payment of the book value of a company. Oh, excuse me, excess payment above the fair value of a company. That's what the goodwill is. That's an example. You purchase 40% of company B, paid 175. If the book value is 300, right? Assuming book value equals market value, how much will be the goodwill in that case? Right? Remind you, the 40% of 300 is 120. 120, I pay 175. Wow. 120 minus 175 is the goodwill, or 175 minus 120. I put this here for you. Also, this is going to be heavy on level 2, but maybe you get one question, well, no more than one, I don't predict more than that, on financial instruments, okay, and non-current liabilities. HTM is held to maturity instruments. All the gain and losses will go to the income statement. Available for trade securities are securities that the company purchased but wants to make quick profit. All the realized gains, including dividends, goes to the income statement. Available for sale securities are strategic investments. Is an investment if the company needs money, will cash from that investment. So that's operational. In that case, dividends, if it's a stock, or interest, if it's a bond, goes to the income statement. And the unrealized gain losses of that instrument goes to the balance sheet. The equity method, it's a method, accounting method used to compute value of investments where the company has influence on that investment. What is influence? Influence is when I have a certain number of stocks, I don't have control, but I have influence. So I'll say I have 25% ownership of a company. Oh, that's influence. And that requires a different accounting method, okay? For non-current liabilities, you need to remember what's a long-term debt. Good. Lease payable, I'm going to talk about leasing at the end. The projected benefit obligation, which used to be level 2, now is level 1. So I believe that you might get a pension benefit obligation question in your exam. And deferred liabilities are the liabilities that you're going to be talking later, like say deferred tax liability. A DTL is an example. All right. This is the common size of the balance sheet. So you take every account and divide it by the total assets, and then it's expressed in percentage of the total assets. And then you can do exactly the same analysis that you did, or the same idea of the same analysis of the income statement, common size. All right. Now, the two cash flows. Two cash flows points, part 1 and part 2. Part 1, as you can see here, the key points are the direct method, indirect method, investing, and financing activities. Okay, and some difference between US GAAP and IFRS, which I showed you in that table, the difference between GAAP and IFRS. Okay, so I'm not going to mention this now. There you go. Let's go to the point here. The cash flow indirect method, you need to know how to prepare. And then from the indirect to the direct method. So what is the direct method? Direct method is all the inflows and outflows you combine. So why cannot use that method always? We use it for investing in financing activities. That's the only method we use. You take, what is investing? Also, all the investments made during the year, all the investments cashed during the year, all the assets bought, the long-term assets that bought, all the intangibles bought, all the intangibles sold. So it's not often that you're going to buy buildings, machines, and vehicles, and patents, right? It's seldom. So it's easy to control how much we paid for investments, how much we receive for investment. That's the direct method for investing activities. Financing activities is even easier. Financing activities, how much I'm borrowing. I don't borrow every day, right? And I don't issue stocks every day. I don't pay dividends every day. So it's easy to know the inflows and outflows of the financing activities. But the operating activities, though, that's complicated because it's a lot of in and out of money. Expenses, sales, this and that, daily activities. Imagine a company like Amazon. So the operating activities, cash flow, those companies gets complicated to do directly method. We use the indirect method, which is simple, much simpler. We use the income statement to arrive on that number. And theoretically, has to be equal. The cash flow using the direct or the indirect method must be the same. All right. Said so, okay? If the direct method is used, GAAP requires a disclosure note and a schedule that reconciles net income with the net cash flow from operating activities. That's something that could be, because now it's become a lot of disclosure. I expect a question about disclosure in one of the CFA exams level 1 now in February. So that's an example how a question could appear, right? If you don't know that the GAAP requires the disclosure for the direct method, then you probably would not be able to get the question correct. So questions about disclosure. You need disclosure for PBO, the planned benefit obligation, disclosure for leasing, disclosure for the direct, indirect, disclosure for LIFO. So all of those disclosures might appear, one of those might appear in the exam. More than one? I don't think so. All right. If the indirect method is used, GAAP mandates disclosure of cash paid for interest and tax. That's another disclosure. I put it here to remind you that disclosures could be on your exam. Review the possible disclosures that you can find. If you have the official material, you can search with the word disclosure. And then all the time they appear disclosure, then you can take a look. I don't think that word's going to show up too often on the material, but it's going to be the ones that you need to know. All right, friend, the indirect method. So I'm not going to spend time here going step by step, right? Because I hope you already got it. Okay, I'm just reminding you that this could be in the exam. Indirect method, you start with the net income. You add non-cash charges, usually depreciation, amortization. You add losses and you subtract gain. So this portion here that I'm highlighting is the net income plus depreciation plus losses minus gains. Why plus losses minus gains? Because gain losses are investing activities. It has to be removed from the net income because you added losses and gains on the net income to compute the net income. But when I'm computing cash flow from operations, gain losses don't belong there. So I have to offset that. So losses I subtract from the net income, I added back. Gains I added on the net income, I subtract for the cash flow from operation. Then the part here that a lot of people get confused, okay? Right here. Increase in current asset. Think about accounts receivable. What happens when your accounts receivable are increasing? It means you're not getting paid for the sales you made that year. Well, so if you're not getting paid, means the net let's imagine that your net income is 100, but none of your sales were received. So how much cash do you have? Zero, right? So increase in accounts receivable, it's an outflow of cash. You didn't get the money. So remove the increase in accounts receivable from your cash flow, from your net income when you're computing the cash flow. Illogical to me. Now, these rules goes for every current asset, inventory, prepaid, and accounts receivable. An increase on the current assets means less money. A decrease in accounts receivable, that's more money, because then I get paid. Imagine you sold 200, you had an accounts receivable of 100, okay? And you didn't sell anything that year. Let's make a simple example. You had an accounts receivable of 100 in January. You didn't sell anything during the year, and at the end of the year you have 0 accounts receivable. How much money do you have? 100. Because if your accounts receivable decrease, you receive that money, assuming that you didn't have any write-off of accounts receivable. That's the idea. If it's the logic that works for accounts receivable, works for inventory, and works for prepaid expenses. Now, current liabilities, think about accounts payable. What happened when your accounts payable is increasing? means I'm not paying, so I'm keeping the money. So increase in payables, more money. What about a decrease in payables? Well, I'm paying my payables. Well, then I have less money. So decrease in payables, less money. So you subtract. And increase in payable, you keep in the money. So it's like having more money. So you add. That's the idea. And then you should have the total cash flow from operations. Okay? All right. So here's showing to you that's coming from the net income and going to the cash flow from operations statement. Only the cash flow from operations uses the indirect method. The other two use the direct method. Operating cash flow from the direct method. Right? Now, usually the questions that are going to appear is, how much cash was paid to suppliers, employees, interest and taxes? Or how much cash was received from customers? And you have to practice those type of questions. So there are several questions on the CFA material ecosystem, and I invite you to practice some of those. Or at least one, how much cash received from customers, and how much cash paid to suppliers, employees, interest, and taxes. All right, now I'm moving to the cash flow statement number 2. Okay, now we're going to focus on ratios. Oh, there we go. Those are the ratios on your exam. Right here. So take a look. I'm going to put all of them there. Memorize those ratios. They're not difficult. First of all, divide the cash flow ratios in 2 components. Performance and coverage. Performance to see if the cash is arriving, compares the net income and etc. Coverage is to see if you have enough money to pay something that you own. The performance ratio will have cash flow to revenue, okay? Cash flow to assets, cash flow to equity, or cash flow to income, and the cash flow per share. All of those are performance ratios. Right? So all CFO divided by the name of the ratio. So it's cash flow to revenue, CFO divided by revenue. Cash flow, cash return on assets is CFO divided by average total asset. Remember, if it's from the balance sheet, you have to use the average. But the cash flow, but the cash flow is dynamic. So the cash flow is dynamic. The balance sheet has to be dynamic as well. Right? What does it measure? Because that could be important. What does it measure? Right? How much cash generated per revenue? Can you imagine if your cash flow divided by net revenue is equal to 1? What does it mean? That means that every dollar in revenue that you receive, you kept it. No, didn't pay any expense, didn't have to pay expense, nothing, no costs, all the money. That's almost impossible in real life. Right? There you go. And then, friends, the coverage ratios. Okay, cover ratios right here. Debt coverage, interest coverage, reinvestment, debt payment, dividend payment, and investing in finance. Okay, so that could be a question about that. It's going to give you the coverage ratio and give you, for example, 2 years or 2 companies, and you have to see which one is better than the other based on those coverage ratios. So make sure you memorize those ratios for the exam. Now, cash flow part 2 finished with a topic that I believe has more chance to be on level 2, okay, which is the free cash flow. But you need to know what is free cash flow, the 2 types of free cash flows that we have, okay? We have the free cash flow to the firm and free cash flow to the equity. Ooh, what is that? Look, firm, you think about debt holders and stockholders. That's the firm, okay? Think about debt to equity ratio. Remember, think about capital structure. What is a capital structure? Debt plus equity. Well, the cash flow to the firm is that. Is the money available to both creditors and stockholders. That's what the free cash flow firm is. But what is free cash flow? Is the cash flow, is the money that's left after you take care of the priorities before paying the interest and dividends. What is the priority? Well, the priority is to pay for inventory, pay suppliers, all of this, buy more machines, renew the building. Those are essentials. And then after you do all this, whatever is left. So if you didn't pay interest, That's the cash flow to the firm. Then you take the amount and you pay interest. Whatever is left is the cash flow from equity. And then you can borrow more money, right? Or you can do other things as well to calculate the cash flow from equity. That's the logic between cash flow to the firm, cash flow to the equity. There you go. So the cash flow to the firm, what is the formula? That's what I don't know if it's going to be on level 1 because this is very level 2, but I put here just in case. Net income plus the non-cash charge plus or minus gains and losses plus or minus the increase in accounts receivable, increase in inventory, decrease in payables, okay? That's your indirect method of cash flow. That's your CFO. CFO, okay, because I started with the net income, I have to add the interest expense to calculate the free cash flow to the firm, because the free cash flow to the firm includes the interest paid to bondholders. So the net income does not, I have to add it. Then I subtract the capital expenditures, machines, buildings, vehicles, and that's my free cash flow to the firm, which is CFO plus interest minus capex. There you go. If you want to memorize that, maybe can be definitely going to be helpful for you in level 2. The free cash flow to the equity, remember, you already calculated the free cash flow to the firm. What does the free cash flow to the firm has that the free cash flow to the equity should not have? Interest, right? Because free cash flow to the equity is after you pay the interest. Therefore, if I take the free cash flow to the firm and subtract the interest after tax, by the way, I get my free cash flow to the equity. If you, on top of that, the company wants to borrow more or pay principal, not interest, but principal of the debt, right? That's called net borrowing. Net borrowing can be positive or negative. Positive if the company borrowed more money that year and it didn't pay interest yet. And negative if the company decided to pay off extra debt. There you go. Free cash flow to the firm, free cash flow to the equity. I think you need to know the definition of each one of them. All right, friends. Now, inventory, PPE, and long-term liabilities. We finished part 1 of FSA. We go to part 2 FSA. All right. So, inventories, they actually very nice this time. They reduce quite a bit the amount of information you needed for inventories compared with last year. So let's go. I only have 3 learning outcomes. Describe the measurements of inventory lower of cost or market. That's mandatory. Your inventory should never be at a higher value than the market value. Then calculate inflation, deflation on inventory methods. Okay, that's like what happened to, if you use LIFO, what happened to the ratios if there is inflation, if there is deflation. And look at this. Describe the presentation, disclosures, and explain issues regarding company's inventory. So again, disclosures are being presented on several learning outcomes of FSA. So be careful because you could get a question about disclosure on the exam or in the exam. All right, key points. Inventory valuation, the effects of inflation, deflation on inventory and ratios, and disclosure and presentation. So let's go. All right. Here we're going to talk about the FIFO. LIFO, all right? If it's FIFO, first in, first out. LIFO, last in, first out. So if there is inflation, means every time you're going to make a purchase, you pay more than the previous purchase, then your LIFO cost of goods sold is going to be higher than the FIFO cost of goods sold. It's important that you understand that. So this is going to impact gross margin. This is going to impact net income, return on the equity, return on the assets, so all the implications on the ratios. At the end here, I have a table with all the possible implications that could cause in which ratio if you change inventory method or if you change something on your fixed assets, okay? Change the depreciation, etc. All right. Now, companies that use LIFO, usually only GAAP-compliant companies use LIFO because the IFRS does not allow LIFO. Okay? Because of that, because LIFO increase the cost of goods sold. Now think about that. It's not the reason I'm going to give you here, but that could be something to make you to remember. Okay? What does the government of a country likes? More tax or less taxes? More taxes. Great. So when a company is going to pay more taxes, when they have more taxable income. Good. So if your cost of goods sold is gigantic, what's going to happen to your taxable income? It's going to be small. And it's going to be small. You're going to pay less taxes. Maybe the government's not going to like that. So the government's not going to allow you to use LIFO. Oh, there you go. So imagine the LIFO is not allowed outside the United States, outside GAAP, right? Because in certain jurisdiction, I mean, the cost of goods sold could be so inflated that the taxable income is so small that the taxes are not going to be good enough. Think about that to understand when what a high cost of goods sold cause for the company. All right. Said that, let's talk about something that the companies that use LIFO must do. For example, that's a disclosure. If they use LIFO, they have to present the LIFO reserve. Okay, the LIFO reserve and the change in the LIFO reserve from one year to another. Why? Because with that information, anyone can calculate the FIFO, cost of goods sold, in inventory. That's important. That's a disclosure that must be there. So the LIFO reserve, you add it on the LIFO inventory and the inventory, and you get the FIFO and the inventory. The change on the LIFO reserve, remember, if you take the cost of goods sold LIFO, it's larger, right? If I subtract the change in LIFO reserve, I get the cost of goods sold FIFO. Okay? That could be, I don't know, could be a question related to that. Don't confuse LIFO reserve with LIFO liquidation. What is LIFO liquidation? LIFO liquidation is when the company stops purchasing new inventory and start liquidating old inventory. Well, remember, LIFO, usually the old units, they paid much less than the market price of today, especially if there's inflation. If there's deflation is all the opposite of the logic we apply for inflation. So if there is deflation, then it's the opposite. But on inflation, which is the most likely case, well, what is LIFO liquidation impact on the numbers of the company? Well, the LIFO liquidation can inflate the net income. Why? Because the LIFO liquidation deflates the cost of goods sold. Why? Because I'm using old units purchased long time ago at a much less cost than now. Because I'm liquidating, I'm not buying anymore. I'm just liquidating the old ones. Until my inventory is zero, then I start purchasing more. That's LIFO liquidation, can have an impact on the earnings, and you, the financial analyst, has to observe that to normalize the earnings, as I mentioned before. Very good. All right. Now let's talk about valuation, write down of inventory. The gap, in IFRS, you have to write down inventory that's above market value. Yeah. So the market value is how much would you get for the inventory today, minus cost of delivery, whatever. That's the fair market value. If your inventory accounting cost of inventory is higher, you have to write down, throw to the expense. Which expense is that? Cost of goods sold. Anything related to inventory is cost of goods sold on the net income, on the income statement. Remember that. So devaluation of inventory, which is called write down, goes to that loss goes to the cost of goods sold. Revaluation of inventory, which is only now allowed by IFRS, that goes to the cost of goods sold as well. So the cost of goods sold gets smaller, gets less cost of goods sold if there is revaluation of inventory. So remember, the inventory, it's related to cost of goods sold. Any cost adds the cost of goods sold, any revaluation you subtract that from the cost of goods sold. That could cause obviously impact on ratios, right? The ratios could be impacted by this revaluation. GAAP does not allow it, so don't worry about it. IFRS, you need to be careful. Another point that I'm showing here is that you have to use the lower cost of market, right? Lower cost or market value. Market value is also called the net realizable value. Okay? That's the fair market value. Be careful, do not confuse fixed assets with inventory, because fixed assets also has revaluation and also has a write-down. But we don't call write-down for fixed assets, we call impairment. What is the same logic? So be careful, because the impairment and revaluation for fixed assets is done slightly different than the calculation or write-down. Write-down, I just take a look on the market. How much I would purchase, if I want to purchase the inventory today, how much would it cost me? If it's less than that I'm reporting, I have to write down. Then next year, the inventory start picking up in value in the market, and boom, it goes up again. Well, GAAP don't do anything. IFRS, you can reevaluate, so you can check the market value. Now, be careful. If the net realizable value in the market, it's way above than it was before the revaluation, you're not allowed to reevaluate your inventory to that level. No, you can only bring it back maximum to where it was. That's a typical question I've seen in many testing. The ecosystem questions and other books and accounting books, they usually ask that question. Right? So remember, you're not allowed to bring back more than you took it out to the inventory. Good? All right, I hope it is. All right, now long-term assets, friends. So long-term assets also, you should be very happy here, because look at all the learning outcomes, only 3. They're focused on intangibles here. Right? Intangible assets, purchase, develop, and acquired in a combination. What is acquired in a combination? That's goodwill. Goodwill is an intangible that arrives when you purchase another company or a stake on another company. Explain how impairment of PPE and intangible assets affect financial statement and ratios. And analyze, interpret financial statement disclosures. Look at again the disclosures. So disclosures are important. All right. So let's see. What is the cost of fixed assets? Well, cost of fixed assets is anything related to the acquire, right? Cost, delivery, taxes, all that stuff is the cost of a fixed asset. Could be also construction, engineer, architect fees, all that. All right. IFRS, it capitalized the net interest, and GAAP capitalized all interest. So what is this, right? So capitalized net interest, right, means that the interest received, right, let's say you borrow some money to create, to do a construction of a new factory, okay? So that, right, will have an impact because you're going to have to pay. But let's say you borrow $1 million, but you have not used all $1 million during the year. So what do? You kind of put it on a money market account. So you're receiving some interest from the money market account, okay? So those interest that you received, it's an interest receivable. So you're under IFRS, you're not allowed to capitalize all the interest expense. You have to capitalize the interest expense minus the interest that you received. That's called net interest, okay? Now GAAP capitalize all the interest expense independently if you made some money with that money. All right, now let's talk about intangibles. Purchase or developed? Well, purchase, finite life, amortize. Purchase, no finite life, then test for impairment. Goodwill is the example. Developed, most likely you throw to the expenses. Right. Business combinations, right? So we have here, goodwill arrives from a business combination, okay? Now, what is separate from goodwill when you purchase a company? Identifiable tangible assets that you can, machines, vehicles, buildings, right? Then that one you can do market value. And therefore, you're going to pay the market value for the identifiable tangible assets. Okay, so that's why it's not part of the goodwill. Okay, only IFRS. GAAP, assets that can be detached from the acquired company and that you can measure the market value will not be part of the goodwill. That could be a question for level 1 here. Right. So GAAP always an expense if it's internal developed. Yeah, there is a specific scenarios on softwares and others, but let's assume here, not for the sake of it, that GAAP always an expense of internally developed as intangible. Okay, look at that. Some software may be capitalized, but I hope they don't ask you the exceptions. IFRS, always an expense until feasibility. What is feasibility? If I could sell that intangible to someone. Okay, so look at that. So think about the COVID, right? Those companies that develop the vaccine. Well, let's say they have to create from the scratch. So all those costs, research, raw materials, etc., in the beginning, all expense, and GAAP continuing expense, even though the vaccine was ready, right? I know vaccine is more a tangible asset, but right, it's not an intangible. I understand, but let's try to see the example. But if it was an intangible, right, then that vaccine for the IFRS at one point on that thing had, that I can sell this. Right? It's ready. I just need to put in a little box, etc. That point, the intangible would become economically feasible. Right? That's for software, a model, financial model, and other homemade intangibles. Right. Not much on depreciation on your exam. So in other words, depreciation is now a prerequisite. So I imagine that if there's any depreciation question, it will be like impact on the ratios. If you use an accelerated, double declining, or a straight line depreciation. So look at accelerated methods, impact on the ratios. All right, friends. A little formula here that I don't know if it's, but maybe. That's not part of the prerequisites. The average total life of a fixed asset is the average age and average useful life. What is the average age? Accumulated depreciation divided by annual depreciation. Average useful life is the net property, plant, and equipment divided by the annual depreciation. If you add those two, you have the average total life. Put that formula in your pocket. It might be helpful. Right. Still talking about fixed assets. Revaluation models, right? So remember, GAAP, there's no revaluation model, but IFRS does. The revaluation model for fixed assets, you can go above before the impairment. So impairment is the write down of a fixed asset, right? That's impairment expense. Good. Same logic. So your machine lost value. So the machine on the market costs 500, and your machine accounting value is 1,000. I have to kind of like impair 500 from it, let's say, okay? The test of impairment I'm showing in a second, right after. I'm doing this analysis with you. Good, so you throw the impairment. Let's say $100 or 100 money was in impairment this year. Next year, that fixed asset gain value in the market and gain value above what it was. So on your accounting. So you impaired 100, now the value of that fixed asset is like 200 more. Are you allowed to do like the inventory and just bring back 100, or are you allowed to bring back all the way to the market value? You are allowed to do all the way to market value. So you go back to that 100 impairment, put it back there. Any of value above, you add it on the fixed asset, and then you add on the other comprehensive income. Okay. That's surplus, excess surplus revaluation. Okay, so remember, there could be a question like that. Where does it go, the excess revaluation on the revaluation model? It goes to OCI, other comprehensive income. Does not go to the net income. All right, now let's talk about impairment. Because impairment, you need to check, is impaired or not? IFRS uses one rule, GAAP use another rule, you need to know. GAAP takes a look, they take a look on the fixed asset and they ask, how much money this fixed asset is going to bring to me until it dies? Well, every year is going to bring this much. Then GAAP is going to add all those cash flows and they're going to compare with the cost of the machine or with the accounting value, book value of that asset. If the undiscounted cash flows, it's higher than the accounting value, there's no impairment. If the undiscounted cash flow is less than the book value, then there's impairment. That's GAAP. Now, IFRS does the present value of the future benefits or cash flows of that machine. So that's a big difference, because when you do not discount the cash flows, you might consider an asset not impaired. When you discount the cash flows, you might consider an asset impaired, and that sometimes is a question, right? Under GAAP, there's no impairment. Under IFRS, there is an impairment because they use different approaches. All right. Once the impairment is detected, what is the amount impaired? So GAAP is easy because it's all the fair market value. IFRS will take a look on two numbers: the discounted present value, or the present value of the discounted cash flows, or the market value, fair market value. If the present value of the cash flows is higher, you're going to use that number to do the impairment. If the fair market value is higher, then you're going to use that number to compute the impairment. That's it. Okay? So it's important to do that because you could see some numerical questions related to this. I'll put a little note because that's a difficult question that you get. Obsolete fixed assets continue to be depreciated even though they're obsolete until discarded. Okay? Long-lived assets available for sale do not depreciate because they are available for sale. Okay? So technically you're not using that asset. All right, friend, that's the list I prepared for you here with events and ratios and the impact. So I divided inventory and long-lived assets. So inventory, so the methods of inventory can change the ratios. The write-down of inventory can change the ratios. In reversal, IFRS only, can change the ratios. Okay? Long-lived assets, what changed the ratios? Capitalization changed the ratios. Revaluation, IFRS only. Depreciation method and impairment all change the ratios. Which ratios? Well, the ratios with inventory are operating cycle, inventory turnover, total asset turnover, because inventory is part of the total asset, current ratio, current ratio. Okay. Now, what about long-lived assets? Well, long-lived assets will affect all the ratios that has profit, so will the inventory, all the ratios with equity, so will inventory, all the ratios with assets, so will the inventory, and that's it. The quick ratio and cash ratio are not changed by change on inventory method, or in those ratio, quick and cash does not involve inventory, does not involve fixed asset, so could be a tricky question where there will be no change on the ratios that do not have neither. All right, so I put here an impact could be higher ratio, no change, or lower ratio. All right, last topic, FSA part 1, and then I'm going to go part 2. Okay, then we are officially more than halfway on this review. Topics in long-term liabilities and equity. Okay, so we're talking about here, look, it's simple. They make simple for you this year, I think. Explain lease from the perspective of lessor and lessee after 2019 rules changed. Explain defined contribution, defined benefit, and stock compensation. That was level 2, then now it's on level 1. Describe the presentation and disclosure of long-term debt and share compensation. So that's the 3 points you need for long-term debt and equity session. Not too difficult. All right, let's start with leasing, okay? Because leasing, first of all, identify if it's an operating lease or a financial lease is no longer as crucial as before, okay? But that's it. The financial lease criteria means at least one of those 5 being present characterize a finance lease. What is a finance lease? A finance lease when there is a option to buy the asset at after a certain time. Operating lease, on the other hand, does not have that option, and therefore you just renting that. Usually it's a fixed asset that we do leasing, right? So you're renting that fixed asset instead of indirectly purchasing that fixed asset, let's say. All right. Now here, okay, I have the accounting for leasing. So be careful because it depends on certain topics, okay? So the company, have to understand the difference between a lessee and a lessor. What is a lessee? A lessee is the one that's using the equipment and may have the option to buy later. Lessor, imagine the dealer or imagine the factory that made that asset, right? That's providing the lease to the lessee. Don't confuse lessee with lessor, because you need to understand the difference to understand where and how the accounting for the lease payment will be done. All right. First of all, define the lessee and the lessor. Then, if the company is IFRS or GAAP, and then if it's finance or operating lease. All right. So let's see. Exemptions. That's simple. Exemptions is if the contract is less than 12 months, right? Or low value asset, like the rule of thumb is 5,000, then you just throw to the expenses. Right? Less than a year, boom. But okay, if it's more than a year or more than $5,000 for the investment here, then you're gonna need it to pay attention. All right. So let's see. Under IFRS, there's a single accounting model for finance and operating for lease. Boom, that's it. Okay, just one single one. Lessee records a lease payable liability and a right of use asset in the balance sheet. Doesn't matter. Okay, if it's operating or finance lease, the lessee will recognize the equipment. So think about a machine. The lessee recognizes a machine. Therefore, the lessee depreciates the machine. Therefore, that's going to have an impact on the income statement and ratios of the lessee. The lessor does not recognize the equipment. Then you'd say, what about an operating lease? An operating lease is the lessor that recognizes the item, right? Well, then the lessee has to remove the item from the books, and then when that contract stops, then the lessor, put back the machine on the balance sheet of that scenario. All right. So that's it. Let's see now. Okay, if it's GAAP. Okay. GAAP is the same method for lessee and lessor, either finance or operating lease for both. So the GAAP will differentiate operating from finance. So be careful, because if it's operating, then it's like rent payment. The lessee pays rent to the lessor. If it's finance, then the lessee recognizes the asset. IFRS, same method for lessor as GAAP. Right? So it's important that you go over leasing, because I believe could have a question on your exam. Always remember to compute the value of the lease payable is taking the lease payments and you discount to the present using the begin mode of your calculator, right? The bag mode of your calculator. All right? Good. So let's continue here. The impact on the ratios. So the asset turnover, debt to equity, cash flow from operations, all will be affected by the leasing method if the lessee recognize the asset or not. Right? This will have an impact on the ratios. All right. Presentation disclosure, friends. Now I'm going to talk about the presentation disclosure for leasing and presentation disclosure for pension benefits. Okay. So for leasing, okay. IFRS and US GAAP, lease disclosures to provide the user or the financial state with information. Now, that's the idea of the disclosure. So lessee disclosure versus lessor disclosure. What do you think is important to disclose to the stockholders, right? If it's an operating lease, if it's a finance lease, things like that. Now, pension and employment benefits. Let's define here two different types of pension benefits, or like three. One is the defined contribution, the 401k. The contribution is going to be X amount of money. Every month, employee puts their money, and the employer puts their money in an account, and then in the end, that's the retirement benefit. Good. Then you have the defined benefit obligation, not contribution, but the benefit obligation. That's more complex. The company has to calculate how much it's going to pay at retirement, and it's a complex calculation. I didn't even include it here. Okay? And the pension and the compensation via stock options. All right, so look at that. Companies are required to provide disclosures about their post-retirement benefit plan including future cash flows, expenses, and the funded status of the plan. What is the funded status of the plan? Every plan benefit should have a portfolio of assets that will grow to the value that will be paid in the future. So if I'm going to have to pay $20 million 20 years from now, I need to make sure that I will have $20 million in assets to be able to make that payment. So every pension defined benefit will have a plan assets combined. Okay, that's the funded status. If one is bigger than the other, right, you're going to have a positive funded status, assets bigger than liabilities, or a negative funded status when the projected liability is higher than your plan assets. Okay, level 3 will address cases related to that. All right, what about the stock options? Well, employee stock plan, employee stock purchase plan. Sorry about that. And in the employee stock plan and the stock purchase plan. So all of this has to be disclosed by the company, right? Disclosure about their same share compensation. Anything that's important for the stockholder must be disclosed, period. All right, good friends, let's go to FSA Part 2. It's only 4 modules. I finished the first 8. Now let's go to Part 2, 4 learning modules, okay? So for the financial statement Part 2, okay, I have analysis of income taxes, quality of financial statement, techniques, of financial analysis techniques, and modeling. So let's go. Income taxes, I'm going to focus here, friends, on deferred taxes, okay? So the learning outcomes are this: contrast accounting profit, taxable income, tax payable income, tax expense. I just want to make sure tax payable is what you're going to pay to the government authority. Income tax expense is your accounting tax. So remember, accounting tax is one thing, tax payable is maybe a different number. All right? And then also impact on ratios, and we're going to talk about the difference between temporary difference and permanent difference on change on taxes. All right, look at the key points. Difference between accounting profit and taxable income, that's different. Accounting profit is one thing, that's the accounting, and the taxable income is how much you're going to use to pay the government. All right. This could create, depending on the scenario, a deferred tax asset and liability. You need to know when is a deferred tax asset, when is a deferred tax liability. And corporate income tax rates could change completely. Then it's called statutory tax change. And presentation and disclosure of taxes. For example, if you have a deferred tax asset, you need to kind of inform if this has use, there's no use, things like that. All right, friends, quick. What is, let me actually go back here and then I'll go back to those T accounts. So imagine that you want to have two accounting books on every business. One is called the accounting that use IFRS or GAAP, and the other one is the fiscal book. They use fiscal rules. Imagine that all the rules are the same except for revenue, expenses, and depreciation, okay? And I'm most likely going to get a depreciation question in the exam. So in this case, if you pay more depreciation on the accounting method and less on the fiscal method, you're going to get an impact on your taxable income and accounting and tax expense, or vice versa. So look at my example here. Everything is the same except the depreciation expense. The fiscal asks to depreciate 300 of that asset that year, and the depreciation expense is asking here, the accounting, 200 only. So look at that. I depreciate less on the accounting method and I depreciate more on the fiscal method, okay? So in the end, I'm going to have a different earnings before taxes, okay? The earning before taxes is going to be 800, 700, and consequently, I'm going to pay, look at that, more taxes on the accounting method, that's my tax expense, versus my tax payable. So I have a deferred tax of 20. Question, is a deferred tax asset or is a deferred tax liability? Well, let's see. That's how you do it, okay? Here, okay, look at that, tax payable. Okay, it's your liability. In this case here, my tax payable, I'm going to actually take those numbers out here. Take those numbers, okay? And then you're going to put exactly the numbers as we saw in this example, okay? There you go. So look at that. Tax payable, okay, is how much you want the tax authority. In this case, is 140. Payable is a liability. I'm going to put on the credit side. Look at that, 140. Tax expense, friends, is 160, and it's a debit because it's an expense. Look at that, I put it on 160. There's a difference between debits and credits. The difference is on the credit, 20, okay? So in that case, actually I put on the wrong T account. There you go. There you go. Tax payable is 140. Tax expense is 160. There's a difference of 20 on the credit side. I need to put it there. Because on the credit, it's a liability. So if you know a little bit of accounting, that should help. The opposite, if my tax payable is 160, goes to the credit side. My tax expense is 140, goes to the debit side. Now the difference is on the debit. I put 20, and now it's a deferred tax asset because assets have debit balance. There you go. That's how you identify deferred tax asset, deferred tax liability using accounting, or you memorize. Memorize. If you're gonna pay more taxes on accounting, you're going to have a deferred tax liability. If you're going to pay less tax on accounting, you're going to have a deferred tax asset. Sorry about this, written in Portuguese language. I could not change. All right. Now, the deferred tax asset can be used to offset future tax expense. So deferred tax asset has value. However, only if the company can make profit next year. If the company will not make profit on the following years, deferred tax asset is useless. And how do you remove a deferred tax asset from your balance sheet before it disappears? Remember, all deferred taxes are temporary. They're going to disappear at one point. What? Let's say is the depreciation that takes 30 years, a 30-year depreciation. Maybe this deferred tax assets is gonna just disappear normally at the end of 30 years. So I cannot leave that deferred tax asset on my balance sheet until it disappears by itself. I have to disappear with it before. So I create an allowance called valuation allowance. That's GAAP only, okay? The valuation allowance. If it cannot be used, the deferred tax asset to offset future tax expense, then you create a valuation allowance. It's a negative. A valuation allowance is like the allowance for doubtful accounts for the accounts receivable that you might not receive, and it's a negative right below the tax asset. So deferred tax asset is 100. You think it's going to be no use. You don't remove it from the balance sheet. You just put a valuation allowance of minus 100 right below. That's the idea. All right, friends, let's go to quality of financial statement. I'm not going to go over the learning outcomes, but because you have the learning outcomes, or you can just stop the video and look at. All right. Some key points, okay? Some key points here on the, just a second, there you go, on the quality of financial statement, right? So the idea is, what does give quality? How do you recognize quality? How do you know the financial statement is reliable? Because if you are a financial analyst, you're going to make sure that the numbers, okay, that you're going to use, okay, are numbers reliable. So it depends on the quality of the statement, okay? So I'm just going to go quick here, because this is also, this is more or less how the quality spectrum is on the official material, except on the official material it's inclined, and I decided to put as a vertical arrow. But look at that. The top of the arrow is the excellent quality. The bottom of the arrow is nothing. Top quality, compliant. Compliant to what? Compliant to one of the standards, IFRS or GAAP. The decision is useful. The returns are sustainable and supported by evidence. Perfect. If I'm a financial analyst or an auditor and I using this type of financial statement, I'm more or less certain that my predictions are going to be accurate. And then you have the decreasing on that quality. Right? It's compliant with an accounting standard. It's useful, but the returns are not sustainable. Then low quality earnings per share. Compliant, but there's bias. That's the third level. Compliant, but there's some kind of management of the earnings. That's dangerous. Then you have the worst, non-compliant accounting. That's terrible. Or fictitious transactions. There you go. That's the quality spectrum. Here, remember, the financial reporting quality influentiates on the earnings. So if you have low financial quality, right, or low reporting, so your earnings are not going to be persistent. So they're not going to be high quality earning. Otherwise, the earnings are going to be sustainable, high quality. You can apply the dividend growth model, you can apply the cash flow discount model, you can do valuation using the financial statements. That's the purpose. That's why you need to understand quality. Right? So a couple examples of accounting choices. Right? If the revenue recognition, you need to make sure that they recognize the revenue as they're supposed to. The method of depreciation, they're not changing every year. Right? Intangibles, how they capitalize, how they expense, allowance for doubtful accounts. Allowance for doubtful accounts, I mean, if they don't compute properly, right, that could create an impact. The inventory methods, FIFO, LIFO, average cost, tax asset valuation, and the goodwill. All of those should be analyzed to make sure that it's in high quality performance or giving quality to the financial statement. What about warning signs? Warning signs, not? So that's like forensic accounting. So you have to take a look on the revenue policy, turnover ratios is an important one. And see how the turnovers are doing year after year, fluctuation. Cash flow to net income, okay? So ratio analysis is very much performed under this stage here. The ratio analysis to see how much it's accurate or not. Because you can spot, for example, if your net income is gigantic and your cash flow from operation is zero, you have a problem here. You have a problem. You're recognizing too much revenue before you received, something like that. So that's why it's important. Okay? So take a look on the warning signs of the damage the quality of financial statements. All right, friend, the last two topics of FSA. Financial analysis techniques. What is the important point for financial analysis techniques? Okay, so this one is ratio analysis as well. Okay, DuPont ratio analysis. You're going to perform a lot of ratio, a lot of to crunch the numbers, common size. That's the analysis here, financial analysis technique, which already showed it to you. Already showed DuPont, already showed ratios, already showed some of the ratio analysis, the process, the framework. So all of these now are being built on this learning module. Okay, so I would take a look on those key points and make sure that I'm comfortable with each one of them. And finally, financial statement modeling. So modeling is a PSM for level 1, 2024, practical skill module. So here, you know, maybe one question on the exam, but I don't expect too many, right? Because you're gonna prove that you know financial modeling by performing or finishing the PSM, the practical skill module. So I don't know if they're gonna bother asking questions on the exam also. But it is the last FSA learning module. So there you go. So the idea is this. I'm gonna just show this graph here that I also got from the material, okay? Reminding you that I am a prep provider for the CFA exams in the list of the CFA prep providers. And I'm allowed to use a little bit, not much, right, of some of the official material with the purpose to teach. Just want to clarify. So sometimes I didn't put the source here, but I like to be clear about that. All right. So what is the step number one for modeling? Is the revenue forecast. So start with the revenue. So project revenue for the next 5 years. And with the revenues, project the cost, project the expenses, project the net income, project the cash flow, project the expenditures for machines and fixed assets, and then you can model a projection for the future. Right? That's the idea of financial modeling. So look at that. Starts with revenue forecast. Then the revenue forecasted, all the expense and cost will be percentage of the revenue. So you just apply cost of goods sold is 30% of the revenue. Boom. Then you calculate it, you project the cost of goods sold, project the expenses, and consequently project the net income. So with the net income, you're gonna project the cash flow statements. Okay? All right. and then with the cash flow statement, with the cash flows, you're going to be able to do a valuation. That's the main purpose of financial modeling. All right. Behavioral finance and analyst forecast. By the way, I'm going to talk about bias, behavioral bias, on portfolio management. Therefore, the overconfidence, illusion control, conservatives, representatives, and confirmation bias, we're going to address that on portfolio management because there is a specific topic for behavioral bias there, and I'm going to mention all of those there as well. A little bit of the Porter 5 forces, but Porter 5 forces, it's also on equity, okay? But it's also here because it's part of the modeling. Because when I model, I need to take a look on the industry that I am operating. And if that industry has a lot of impact, or like the forces on that industry has some impact, it could impact the value of the company. So if there's a lot of bargain of suppliers and buyers, a lot of rivalry among the companies in that industry, right? A lot of potential of substitution in new entrants, maybe I don't want to invest in a company in that sector because I might be losing my investment. Right? I want to invest in a company that has low bargain of buyers, so the buyers have no power in influencing the price. The suppliers have no way to lower to increase the price what they're charging me because they have no power. Right? They need the company, so more than the company needs them. There's no substitutes, there's no new entrants, there's no rivalry. Well, then invest in that company because there's a potential to give profit. That's the idea of the Porter 5 forces, okay, that they use. Okay. Also, be careful with the environmental and social governance aspects as well. Okay, legal issues, all of those. That's part of it. Right. Modeling inflation and deflation. How to model cost increase? Well, the cost increase, you're going to have to make assumptions about inflation, about other costs that might incur. That's the difficult part of the modeling. But again, I believe that financial modeling will be covered on the PSM, and therefore, I don't know the possibility that this will have too many questions in your exam. All right, I'm moving on now to equity. All right, review of equity. Those are the top 8 learning modules. Not much change from last year to this year. So again, right? Doesn't mean that all of you had done the exam last year, but it's just a point that I'm making here. So market organization is structure. So let's talk about this so you can have an idea how the equity topic is divided. So market organization is structure, security market indexes or indices, and market efficiency. This is the market of equity. So the 3 learning modules talking about market, understand the market. Then overview of equity securities, company analysis, past and present, company analysis forecasting, and equity valuation. That's on the stock level. So module, stock level, and this one in the middle, learning module 5, is, learning module 6, sorry about that, is the industry. So look at that, market, industry, stock. That's top-down approach of investment. Start with the market, move to the choose a sector, choose some stocks into that sector. Top-down. That's how they divided the equity module here. So let's see. I'm not going to go, again, one by one learning outcomes because it will be a little waste of time. You can read it, and you have the learning outcomes on your material. Right? How do I know that? Because I'd be surprised that you're watching this video here, a review for the exam, if you're not going to take the exam. But it's possible. But I think the majority of you here are going to take the exam. Either now in February, that's what we're doing now, this video, February 2024, or May, or August, or November. All right. So learning outcomes, key points. Key points. The function of financial system, the assets, the everything that you can possibly find on a equity market. So make sure that you really understand each one of that. So it's a leverage position I have now, how to invest in equity using leverage. Okay, that could be types of order, stop order, limit order, market order. Right? What is the primary market? That's the IPO. What is the secondary market? That's the exchanges, over the counter. Right? What is a well-functioning financial system and the market regulation? Okay, there you go. Let's start with some examples of the, although there's not all equity here, right? So I put here financial instruments, right? Lots of financial instruments that you can find in the market. Well, I'm going to start with one of the learning outcomes that I found testable, which has to do with the margin call or margin price that triggers, or the price of the security that triggers a margin call. Well, if you understand the logic of the margin call, etc., I think it's easy. You might not even memorize the formula. So take a look. Initial margin plus the price minus the price you paid, plus the price you paid minus the price now divided by the price you paid has to be equal a certain percentage. That's if it goes below to that percentage, you're going to receive a margin call. Okay? Clean, please deposit more money into your account. Okay? That's the margin call. So there you go. How do I find this? Look, how much did I put initially on that account? 50% of the value of the stock. So if the stock cost $100, I put $50 there. Great, $50. As long as I have $50, great. If the stock keeps going up in value, remember, I purchased the stock, well, then the $50 is good. It's good enough on that case. But if the stock goes down in value, that $50 going down as well. It goes to 49, 48, 47, blah, 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 okay? Until it gets, let's say the margin call happens at 50%. The moment that my account, the money that I have there, right, divided by how much I paid for the stock, right, it goes to 50%, then I'm going to receive a margin call. So that's it. That's the idea of what is the price that triggers the margin call. Well, it has to go down to enough to go, it becomes below that percentage. That's called the maintenance percentage, okay? Maintenance margin. There you go. So the formula is initial margin, let's say $50, plus the price of the stock, 100, right? Plus minus the price that you, the price of the stock minus the price you paid divided by the price of the stock. Right? So if the P, which is the price of the stock now, it's lower than the P0, that's what you paid, this component gets negative and it's going to start consuming your margin call, initial margin. As long as your P, the stock now, it's higher than how much you paid, then you don't trigger a margin call. There you go. Financial leverage ratio is just the 100% divided by the equity requirement. So if it's 50%, it's 100 divided by 50, then leverage ratio is 2. Look at that. If the requirement is only 40%, I just need to put 40% and the broker puts 60%, my financial leverage is 2.5, meaning calculate the normal return, let's say give it 10%, then multiply by 2.5, that's 25%. That's how much would you earn if instead of paying for the stock, you just paid 40% for it. There you go. So leverage return is the equity return times the financial leverage. That might be important to remember. Here, ordering priority. So that's also we're going to talk about portfolio management, but ordering priorities usually is the price. Best price gets filled first. The first one to arrive gets first. And if it's a market order, it got filled first in that order. Okay. Now indices or indexes, I think it's could be important here. So again, learning outcomes, describe, calculate, describe, compare, calculate, describe, compare, describe. There's 2 calculates. You're going to have to calculate the return on an index, because you can buy an index, can sell an index or indices. And you're going to have to calculate Yeah, that's actually pretty much. And then you have to calculate analyze the value of return of an index. It's pretty much the same thing. Okay, so the only calculation you should expect from this learning module is how much is the return on a particular index. I believe that the question here will be conceptual. All right, let's see. So key points. In the definition and calculation of the returns on an index, how to construct an index, how to rebalance an index, which one is more expensive to rebalance, which one is cheaper to rebalance, right? So what's the problem with which one? How to use the indexes or indices, equity index, fixed income, and alternative investments. So there are the types of indices that you have for each market. I found a little bit difficult to be a question like that because I cannot imagine how the question is going to be. Only if they ask you to memorize the list of indices. All right. So let's see how this could appear. Think with me. So first of all, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 methods of indices to create an index. First is the price index. It's simple. You select the constituents of your index, the stocks, for example, and then you just analyze the price. So how much is the price of each individual one? Doesn't matter how many you have there, just one, the price of each one, divided by the number of stocks. Boom, that's your value of your index, price index. And every time that the price go up or down, the index go up or down. Now, what is the situation here? The situation is when you have a change in price not unrelated to market forces. Example, stock split. If there is a stock split, okay, stock dividend, stock split, then it's going to change, right? It's going to change the price, especially stock split. Stock dividend not much, but stock split is going to change the value of that stock. So if I have one share at 100, now I have a 2-per-1 split, I have 2 shares at 50. The price goes down, and it's going to create a problem on my index because it's going to tell that the stock lost half value, which is not true. The stock didn't lose value. The stock just got a split. So that's one of the problems with the price index. You have to adjust the denominator every time that there's a stock split. Could be a little complicated. Right. Equal weighting, so you're going to give the same value, the same value. So let's say I have 1 million, right? 1 million monies, and I want to divide it among 10 stocks, right? So I'm going to put 100,000, 100,000, 100,000 in each one of those stocks. How many shares I buy of each one? Then I keep measuring that index. That's called equal index. Market cap weighting is based on the number of shares and the price of each constituent. So you multiply the number of shares by the price, and then you include in the index. What is the problem here? Well, let's go back. What is equal weighting? What is the problem? Is the rebalancing that you have to keep on doing to keep that on the same proportion. That costs a lot of money. If one stock start going a lot of value, another losing much value, you have to always constant rebalancing. That's costly. The market cap weighting, the problem is that the small cap, start going up in price. So that could dominate the index. That's another problem, right? Float adjusted market cap is the market cap, but instead of dividing by the number of shares in total, you divide it by the number of shares available for purchase. That's what we call the market float. The weight of each security is adjusted by the market float. How many shares can be bought in the market? Because a lot of shares could be in a pension fund, not available for sale, in a vault, in the hands of family, they founded the company, they're not selling. So it doesn't make sense to put those stocks into the computation of the index. So we just consider the ones that are available for buy and sell. Fundamental weighting is the one that can deviate the most of the others because you're going to use the fundamentals of the company as the constituents, right? So you're going to take a look on the return on the equity, dividend, yield, and other components related to fundamentals to create the index. So my advice, memorize all the types of indices, and pros and cons of each one, okay? Look at this. This is one of the problems with the adjusting the denominator for stock split. Look at that. stock A, B, C are the index constituents. The price is 12, 12, 18, okay, for each one of those stocks. So I add and divide by 3, right? Because that's the number of stocks that I have there. 14, okay? Now, there you go. So let's say here, there's a 3-per-1 stock split. Next day, right after I compute the indices 14, okay, I got a stock split of 4, 3-per-1. No, the other ones didn't change, and this stock B is now $4, but it didn't lose value, right? So I have to make sure that my index it's still 14. That's the idea. How do I do that if now the share price is 4? You have to adjust the denominator. So take a look. If I do 34, which is the sum of those prices, divided by 3, I'm going to get 11. So that's not good. I need to find what is the denominator that I put here to get 14. So let's try 2.5. Boom, and I got it. So there you go. I adjusted the denominator to make sure that the index does not lose value, because a stock split does not represent a loss in value. That's it. Okay? All right. How to use market index? Well, to get the market sentiment. See if the market is going up, bearish, bullish. Is a benchmark. This is going to be definitely very useful for level 3, for risk and return in asset classes, and to active managed portfolio. That's what I'm saying. On level 3, indexes, benchmarks are going to be heavy on the topics. Right, what else? Now the types of index around. Oh, by the way, I did not have an example here of calculation on the return on the index. So just remember, there are several on the ecosystem. So I suggest you to practice at least one of each. Return, total return, and price return on each index. It's simple, right? You see how much it was, how much it is, and see how much you gain. If there was dividend paid stocks, you have to include the dividends to the total return. But if it's only the price return, you compare the prices change. Okay? So review how to compute return on indices. Right. So in the equity indexes, you can be divided in multi-market, sector, style is growth and value, right? Because the index has to be, because if I have a value portfolio, right, I want to compare my portfolio of 20 stocks with an index. Well, if my portfolio is value, I need a value index. If my portfolio is growth oriented, I need a growth index. So that's what's important, to have indices or indexes different in different categories. For fixed income index, I just put the names here. I'm not going to even read it, because you're going to see again on fixed income. In indices or indexes for alternative investments, right, you have the commodity indexes. One feature about the commodity indices, it's all based on the price of the future contracts on that index, on that commodity, not the price of the commodity itself. Be careful, huh? That could be a question on that. The hedge fund indices is important. Hedge fund has a lot of bias, survivorship bias, right? Backfill bias, so be careful with that. And the real estate investment trust indexes or indices, which is also problematic because real estate has a lot of appraisal involved in the calculation, sometimes can deviate or can cause some impact on the index calculation. All right, friends, now moving on to a very classic topic of equity called market efficiency. That's market efficient hypothesis, theory. So we just want to make sure that we get the point here. So learning outcomes there. What are the key points? Key points. What is market efficiency? What are the factors that affect market efficiency? Forms, the 3 forms of market efficiency: strong, semi-strong, and weak. Okay? The implications of each one. Okay? Anomalies and behavioral finance. Again, behavioral finance we're going to talk about in portfolio management. I'm talking about bias here. Right. So what is an efficient market? It's the market where all the prices of all assets in that market are correctly priced. They reflect all the information available, right, including privileged information to calculate the price, the value of that stock or asset. That's what an efficient market is. Incorporates all the information immediately into the price of the asset. It's a little bit utopic because you're always going to have privileged information. The idea is that the privileged information gets into the market as quick as possible. Factors contributing to market efficiency or impeding the market efficiency. So the participants have to provide all the information, has to provide liquidity, has to be efficient. Right? The participants of the market don't comply with that. The market is not 100% efficient according to the theory. Information and financial disclosure, all limits to trade. Okay? If there's limits to trade, could cause a problem on the efficiency of the market, obviously. All right. So that's why not every market is going to be efficient, because most of them has, unless if it's like an online OTC, most of the exchange will have some limits for trading. All right. Let's analyze here the types that you need to know for the indices. Okay, all the types, all the indices that you need to know. Excuse me, all the market efficiency formats that you need to know. Weak form, semi-strong, and strong. Weak, semi-strong, and strong. So what is a weak form? Weak form only has past information, but public and private information available right now in private, it's not in that market. So it's a market that only uses past information. Semi-strong form has no privileged information available, but all the other information is available. That's most of the markets today. And strong form has all the information available. All right? So what is the impact here? For example, if you are on a semi-strong form that's efficient, semi-strong efficient, okay? So what is the best way to earn money here? Well, all the information is public information is there. Only the privileged information, it's not there. So maybe active management can do a good job here on a efficient semi-strong. Be careful, because the question could be efficient semi-strong, inefficient semi-strong, efficient strong, inefficient strong. And which method, which portfolio management style, method, right? I guess active or passive or technical analysis would be applicable to that scenario. Okay, so a semi-strong that's not efficient, okay, it's better for you to buy a passive portfolio, because if it's not efficient, the semi-strong is gonna eventually the stocks are gonna gain some extra value just when the information arrives, right? And that could cause a positive impact in the passive portfolio. Passive portfolio is cheaper to manage than an active portfolio, so it's better off to be on the passive portfolio than an active portfolio under that scenario. So that could be easy, in my opinion, a question where you're going to have to decide which style of portfolio management will be applicable under that scenario. Right, so we're finishing here with anomalies. So anomalies is what the market efficient does not explain, or what the market doesn't explain. That's usually caused by human behavior, right? So market anomaly, right? It's change on asset price that cannot be explained for something with reason. That's it, right? A typical example is an information cascade. Information cascade is that someone started doing something, and then the other people in the market started looking and say, hold on a second, why that person selling that asset? I'm going to sell as well. And then everybody started doing the same. That's a cascade, but nobody knows why they're doing that. Okay? It's like if you go on the sidewalk, do that one day if you want. Go on the sidewalk and look it up. Look it up. Look at that. And count on your watch how many seconds it's going to take for another person to stop and look it up again. That's example of information cascade. Human beings creatures of habits, where kind of like, oh, that person is doing that. Why? Let me do it also, right? That could create anomalies in the financial market. Types of anomalies: time series, cross-sectional, and others. I found difficult a question like that be an exam because there's a lot of those names are very American-oriented names. And our colleagues taking the exam in other parts of the world might not even know what a Super Bowl is. It's possible. I didn't know what a Super Bowl was until I moved to the United States. So therefore, I believe that may not be a question, but again, it's worth to take a look on the types of anomalies, right? And maybe you have a question about that. Behavioral finance, loss aversion, herding, overconfidence, information cascade, those are biased. We're going to talk about bias on the portfolio management. Friends, now we arrive into the securities level, which is the overview of equity securities. So describe equity securities. Look, there's not a single calculation on the learning outcomes, right? Describe equity securities, describe the difference in voting rights. If you have a preferred stock, you don't vote. If you have a common stock, you can vote, right? You can have voting by proxy, right? You can vote more than one time. You can vote for each decision, right? So that's the type of characteristics of voting. Compare and contrast public and private. Public, obviously, buy on the exchange. Private securities, well, private equity. You're going to have to look for private placements. Key points. Importance, characteristics, private versus public, non-domestic versus international, or versus domestic, risk and return, and the equity and company value, because that's an introduction to company valuation, which is the last methods of valuation, is the last topic of equity. Let's see. So types of characteristics of equity securities. Common, preferred, or preference stocks. I think that's clear, right? I already mentioned that. A venture capital versus an exchange. So a venture capital, I'm going to buy private company. I'm going to use it. I'm going to invest in startups versus buying public traded companies. Non-domestic, domestic. I think that's easy. Look, invest in non-domestic equity. You can buy directly on the foreign country exchange, and you can buy a global register shares or even a DR, a depository receipts. A very famous depository receipts is the ADR, American Depository Receipts, meaning a company, here, the one that I used before when I was doing the corporate issuers. I was doing the leverage bet and leverage bet. I use Embraer, which is ERJ symbol. That's an ADR. That's how Embraer, a Brazilian company, trades on the New York Stock Exchange. Right? That's an American deposit. It trades like a stock, okay? But we don't have the name stocks. We call ADR. Right? Good. So let's talk about the ADRs then. American Depository Receipt. That's something. Okay, but that's American. Well, that's an instrument that, although it's called American something, it's something that everybody needs to know what it is, obviously, right? So it's different than the Super Bowl. That's very American-oriented name. So that wouldn't be fair with someone that's taking the exam on a place that never heard about it, right? But American Depository Receipt is something every financial analyst, no matter where you work, should know, okay? So that's not, that could be in the exam. That has chance to be in the exam. All right. 3 levels of ADRs, level 1, 2, and 3. Level 1 is the cheapest, level 3 is the most expensive. Of course, level 1 has few characteristics. Level 3 has more options for the ADR. Let's see. Level 1 is over-the-counter. It has low fees. Cannot raise capital. Low requirements. Level 2, it's not over-the-counter. It happens on an exchange, therefore has high fees. There is some requirements, but you cannot raise capital. Well, guess what for level 3? All of the above plus can do an IPO. So if I have an ADR level 3, I can actually do an IPO with that in the American market, because we're talking about American Depository Receipts. All right, friend, that's it for that learning module. That's a new learning module. Company past and present. That's 2024. Not many learning outcomes. Describe, determine, evaluate. So no calculations whatsoever. That's good, right? Because calculation can always be a little tricky. So I'm doing a company research. What should be included there? What is the company business model? Remember, we talked about that on corporate issuers. Now, again, business model in equity. Of course, they're related, right? What drives the revenue of a company, the pricing power? Because if I want to invest in a company, I want to make sure that that company has pricing power to increase the price, right? I'm not a consumer. I'm an investor. I want that company to charge the highest prices possible to make as much profit as possible so I can maximize my dividends. That's my mind frame as an investor. I'm not a consumer. I'm not expecting the company to lower the price. Now, as an investor, I'm expecting the company to perform ESG. Yeah, I am. Some colleagues are not. But ESG is different. Right? Environmental social governance is becoming extremely important. Right? But you wanted the company to charge a higher price. You don't want the company to do charity. That's not ESG, friends. ESG is not altruistic approach. ESG is just mindful approach. Right? Mindful to what? Well, mindful to all the things that the customers and the public expect you to be mindful about. All right. So, what is the key points on this new module here? Company research report, determine the business model, a revenue analysis, the profitability and working capital, and the capital structure. We spoke about already that in corporate issuers. I don't think it's a learning module that has big chances to be on your exam because it's double dipping, in my opinion. Or could be on equity and not in corporate issuers. Maybe equity will have more questions than corporate issuers. Now, corporate issuers is going to have it's part of one of the least weighted topics on level 1 and level 2. So, what is a business model? Right? We already mentioned that in corporate issuers. The types, we already mentioned that. Business model, financial implications, and the risks. Business risk might be a question. They give you a description and is asking you which type of risk is that. Is a macro risk or is a business risk? Business risk is individual, right? Or the sector. Macro affects everybody. So could be a question like that. So revenue drive. So if you want to do, again, we're choosing stocks, right? We're choosing stocks here or selecting investments. So we need to kind of like understand what are the revenue drivers, pricing power, commoditization, and the top-down revenue analysis. All of those are important because, again, it's a starting point for valuation. Okay, I need to do. Look, the company that has pricing power should have more value than the company that doesn't have that. Just for you to put in perspective here. Okay. All right. So revenue analysis, market share versus market size. This is an example here. But the question is, let's say they give you a graph on the exam and ask 3 questions like, according to the exhibit above, we can infer that A, B, C. So that's what I put this to remind you that you could get a question that could be related to a exhibit or a graph or something that you have to take a look and answer some questions. So that's what I put. What observations can you make from the graph above? You can see that over time, the revenue, the percentage of revenue and the market size are increasing, or the total revenue percentage of market size are increasing. Operating profitability and working capital analysis. So again, we're talking about ratios, right? So margins, returns, working capital ratios, right? What's working capital ratios? Is the liquidity ratios. That's working capital, right? Is the short term. DOL, degree of operating leverage, degree of financial leverage, degree of total leverage, important, right? What is the formula of the DOL that you need to know? Yes, you could have a DOL question in your exam. There are 2 formulas, but the most used one is contribution margin divided by contribution margin minus fixed cost. Don't forget that formula. I think it might be useful for you. Notice that the fixed cost is subtracting the same amount that was in the numerator. So put a number on the numerator, put it again, that number on the denominator, and then you subtract something. What is the conclusion? The conclusion is if you don't have fixed cost, your degree of operating leverage is 1. Very good. That could be a question. A company doesn't have fixed cost should have a degree of operating leverage of higher, lower, or the same. Okay? That's questions I would be prepared as well. If I'm doing for the degree of financial leverage, then I'm going to take the contribution margin minus the fixed cost, which was the denominator of the DOL. It's the numerator of the DFL. And I divide it by the contribution margin minus fixed cost minus finance costs. Fixed cost, and the C here is financial cost, like interest. And that gives my degree of financial leverage. Okay? If I don't have interest, if I don't borrow, then my DFL is going to be equal to my DOL. This is super important that you get this because questions could be as simple as that, but if you don't rationalize about it, you might think it's a difficult question. So I like to explain DOL and DFL using graphs. So I put those two graphs here. So in your opinion, which one of those graphs has more degree of operating leverage? Is the company that has the highest fixed cost? Is the second graph. Look at the fixed cost. How do I know it's a fixed cost here? Well, we have to know. This is the break-even chart. In the break-even chart, the red curve, which is the total cost, the point that the total cost starts is the fixed cost. So look at that. The fixed cost on the first graph is down here. And the total cost of the other company, the fixed cost is all the way up there. So look what happened. The company that has low DOL breaks even faster than the company that has a lot of DOL. Obviously, if I don't have fixed cost, I can break even sooner. If I have to pay fixed cost, I have to break even later. So there you go. However, look at the size of the profit. That's not a good graph, now I can see, but this area here of the green and red for the first graph, it's smaller. This profit area, it's smaller than the profit area of the company has high degree of operating leverage. That's obvious. That's not logical too, because if I paid for my fixed asset and I already broke even, now I can use those fixed assets, let's say machines, buildings, vehicles, to produce. And while the other company has to rent the machines, rent the buildings, and rent the vehicles. So there's going to have a less possibility of profit. Try to understand what the operating leverage means. Now, the financial leverage has to do with borrowing, and the DTL, degree of total leverage, you have to multiply DOL times DFL. Can you imagine if you get a question like that? Given the degree of operating leverage of 1.4, degree of financial leverage of 1.6, how much is the DTL? You just have to multiply one by the other. All right. So here, this module in equity is the industry and competitive analysis. Okay. So this one here, the key points, those are the learning outcomes, by the way. The key points are the use of industry analysis, the classification, survey, competitive position. I don't know exactly how they would ask questions about this, but let's talk through it, maybe, and then you can maybe you can figure it out a way to ask a question here. So use of industry analysis, right? Understanding a company business in the environment. Remember the Porter 5 forces that I explained? Well, it's the same here. That's one way to use to do industry analysis. Identify opportunities, right? And performance, if I want to do sector allocation of portfolio, right? So I am not put a heavy weight on retail. I mean, if the retail doesn't have a online business approach, right? A more efficient way to do business. All right. Approaching to identify similar companies, so you can categorize by sector, by products, business cycle sensitivities. Why I need to do that? Well, because if I'm doing a top-down approach, and I go market, industry, now stocks on that industry, which ones are the ones I'm going to choose? Well, I have to kind of like categorize that. Okay? Similar companies means they are in the same sector. So if they're in the same sector, they'll be selling the same product. Yeah. So sector, product, that's the classification you do. So examples like cyclical companies, non-cyclical companies, right? For example, what is a cyclical company? Follows the business cycle. Non-cyclical does not follow the business cycle, right? And then you can also group the companies based on the returns, correlation with past returns. Less often done that. Industry classification system, take a look. Maybe could be a question like that, right? Vehicles is part of which industry? Consumer discretionary, consumer staples, or I don't know. There's another one. Or financial. So we have to choose, okay? Consumer staples is the one that confuses. Staples is like that everyday necessities that someone needs. So discretionary is something that they may postpone. So try to see if this classification. Look, don't confuse energy company with a utility company. An energy company, exploration, refining. Utility is the provider. So that's why it's important to do a correct classification. I already mentioned to you about Porter. So Porter has 5 forces: bargain of buyers, suppliers, rivalry, and the threat of substitution and new entrants. So therefore, that analysis could impact the choice of the stocks or investments that you're going to put in a portfolio. And this one could be a question there because kind of, was well stressed on the material. The embryonic stage, growth, shakeout, maturity and decline. So look, embryonic, it's the seed, right? That's the garage. That's when you create the business. Now you're going to try to find initial investors, embryonic. So slow growth, high prices, high risk. Yes, because I'm still small. Now, the growth phase, the demand starts increasing, the profit started coming in, competition is slow because I'm new and I'm growing. But then time goes by, then the shakeout phase comes. What is a shakeout? Well, I start getting threats. Threats from who? Competition. So I'm going to have high competition, my sales are going to slow down. Of course, my profit is going to slow down. Maturity, there's no more prospective growth, it's consolidation in the market, and you have barriers to enter. Okay? And decline is the negative growth, excess capacity, competition is getting higher and higher, new entrants, substitutions, and then the industry gets in decline. That's what I think about the retail industry. In the old format of retail industry is in decline. Okay. All right. Now company analysis forecasting. That's very much related to the modeling, financial modeling. So if you did the PSM modeling before the exam, then you probably would have double dipping on FSA last module and company analysis forecasting learning module for the equity. All right. So explain the approach, principles and approach to forecast. We already mentioned about the sales and then cost and then net income, then cash flows. Explain the approach to forecast company revenues. Usually it's historical growth applied to the future. Okay. Explain approach to forecast operating expense. We already explained all of that on the modeling, financial modeling topic. So I found very redundant, to be honest with you, this topic. Okay. So when we do, see the whole thing here is about the growth rate. Okay. This is also from the CFA material. I just borrow to make a point here. What assumptions do you do? Historical results, historical rates, the guidance of management, right? The empirical observations of management to forecast, and some kind of analyst or some kind of third-party forecasting. You put all together to be able to do some forecasting, because you, the financial analyst, has to forecast value. You have to forecast sales, forecast cost, forecast income, forecast cash flow, to then come up with the valuation of the company. There's a lot of scenario analysis being used. The scenario analysis just creates 3 scenarios and see what happened, right, under each scenario. Scenario is when you change several things. Sensitivity analysis is when you change one thing at the time. okay? One variable at the time. So I'm going to change the inflation rate only. Everything else stays the same. See what happens. I'm going to increase my price by 10% and see what happens. Everything else stays the same. That's sensitivity. Scenario keep changing. How much I sold, the cost, it changed several items. That's the difference between scenario and sensitivity analysis. All right, friends, now we're going to the last topic, a classic topic of equity, which is the valuation, okay? Concept, basic 2. So this is a big introduction to level 2. So see, you have few calculates here. You have calculate intrinsic value of a non-callable, non-convertible preferred stock. I already showed that formula. It's dividends divided by the price. Okay, that's if you want to do the price, right? You take dividends divided by the required return. That's give you the fair price of a preferred stock. Very simple. Okay. The other calculate is interpret the intrinsic value of a security under the Gordon dividend model and the two-stage dividend model. So look, calculate intrinsic value on the Gordon and two-stage. So that's the calculation I should expect from here, okay? And the last one, calculate the multiples, P/E ratio, P/CF ratio. So it's price earnings, price cash flow, price per sale, and price per book. Remember, price is a per share basis, so all the other ones will be on a per share basis. Sales per share, cash flow per share, book value per share, and earnings per share. Okay? And that's it for the calculation. Okay? So do not expect, you're going to expect more complicated calculations on valuation on level 2 exam. So let's go to the points here. I also want to use it. You have several methods, right? So we're going to talk about the Gordon gross model, which probably most of you know. Then a multi-stage dividend is more likely when a company should use the Gordon, or when a financial analyst should use the Gordon model to predict value, when they should use the multi-stage to predict value. Then the multiplier models. Multiplier models is how many times the price of the company is in relation to the earnings. How many times, what is the value of the price of the stock in relation to how many times is changing relationship to the sales, okay, so on and so forth. Okay? Enterprise value is important to know the definition. That's the famous EV, enterprise value. And asset-based valuation, it's important as well because asset-based valuation is when you cannot use those models and you have to take the assets of the company, market value, and analyze. What is the problem with that? Intangible assets are very difficult to find market value. So if the company has a lot of intangibles, asset-based valuation will not be applicable. That could be a question. For which of the following questions, or give you this description, which method is the best or the least likely a method of valuation to be used? Well, asset-based valuation is least likely for a company that has intangibles. All right. So the discount models, you just calculate the benefits, could be cash flows, could be dividends, and you discount the present, and that should be the fair value of the company. Market multiples, it's a comparison. So you see what's going on the companies on the same sector, and see how much the price is in relation to the earnings, to the book value, and then you can use to calculate the value of another company. The enterprise value is an interesting model. Enterprise value is this. It follows the accounting rule. Think. Assets equal liabilities plus equity. Correct? Correct. Because sometimes it's so difficult to find the market value of the assets because of intangibles, for example, we can operate on the other side. If I find the market value of the equity and the market value of the debt or the liabilities, I can add and get the total assets, right? If you think logically like that. So that's the enterprise value. I go and look for the market value of the equity. It's the price of the stock multiplied by the number of shares. Then I take the market value of the debt, total debt, right? How much it is. Well, add those two. That should give me my total assets. But total assets includes cash. So if I'm paying 1,000 to buy something that has already 200 in cash, that cash is mine, I in reality pay 800 that's the value, that's the enterprise value. Market value of equity, market value of debt, minus cash and marketable securities, that give you the enterprise value. It's an important number, or it's an important concept to remember how to calculate. An asset-based valuation, I already said to you, is the intrinsic value based on the market value of the assets. This is a little bit difficult for companies that have too much intangible assets. All right, couple formulas for you to digest here. Value of the company using the dividend, that's the price, that's the preferred stock valuation. What is the value of the preferred stock, the company using the preferred stock, or the value of the preferred stock? Is the dividend that that stock pays divided by the required return on that stock, okay? Free cash flow to the equity and free cash flow to the firm, we know what it is. I put a formula here, but you saw in the learning outcomes, it's not required for you to do that calculation. That calculation is level 2. So I just put here as an example. Take all the cash flows, discount to the present, and then add. The Gordon model definitely could be a big candidate to be in your exam. That's very level 1. D1 divided by R minus G. Be careful, D1 is the next dividend, okay? It's important that V0 is the value today, but the value today depends on the next dividend. What is the implication of that? The implication is that the value at year 10, it's equal to D11 divided by R minus G. That makes sense? Yes, it should. Value in year 10 depends on the dividend on year 11. It's always on the next dividend, okay? Now, the Gordon model we use when the dividends are going to grow steady in perpetuity. Only mature value companies can do, you can use the Gordon model to evaluate. Because only mature companies will have a steady dividend policy. The growth company do not have stable dividend policy. Therefore, we cannot use the Gordon model. That could be a question as well. When to use the Gordon, when to use a different dividend model. Okay. Again, that little formula I showed you before, gross rate equals B, which is retention. What is the percentage of net income retained by the company? 70%. They multiply that by the ROE, that's the gross rate. Okay? That's the idea of the calculating the sustainable gross rate. What about the multi-stage dividend model? And by the way, for level 1, you just need the two-stage dividend model. Now, level 2, you're going to need to know 3 stages. Which company would you use a stage dividend model? The company that has never paid dividend and is going to start paying dividend for the first time, so it has to pay more dividend to compensate for the past. The dividend has to grow more rapidly, and at a certain point, then it gets steady and constant. That's the second stage. First stage, you're going to have to discount dividend per dividend to the present. On the second stage, you're going to have to calculate the Gordon model because that's constant. So let's say the second stage happens on year 5. So dividend 5 is going to grow constant. So I have D5. So I take D5, I divide it by R minus G. What do I get? P4, price on year 4. V4, value on year 4. And then I have to discount 4 periods to the present. Be careful with that because you could make a little mistake on the calculation. All right. Multiplier models is the price per book, price to sales. So this one, again, right? I expect more of this calculation of this to be on level 2, okay? But some kind of question related to multiples might be price to sales. Why price? When to use price to sales? Because sales are not reliable, right? Net income is more reliable. Earnings is more reliable than sales. But sales are never negative. If the company has negative earnings, the book value is negative. It could be already indicating that's not doing well. Cash flow could be negative. Yeah, it could, right? I mean, more expenditures than making. Therefore, the price per sales will be the one to use in that case. So, know when to use. The preferable one is P ratio, price earnings ratio. But the other ones can be used as well, right? And the more you use, the more accurate or close to accuracy you could get if you use several multiples to do an analysis. And the multiples are done comparing the sectors. So for example, I don't know the price of that company, my company. Well, but I know the earnings, I know the book value, I know the cash flow, because those are fundamental numbers. Then I compare on a competitor. How many times is the price compares the earnings of my competitor? 5. Okay, I take 5 and multiply by the earnings of that company, and that should be a fair price for the company. Because only one multiple is not enough, we have to do the price using the price according to the earnings, price according to the book value, price according to this, and then apply and do an average to figure it out the price of the company, not the fair value. I already mentioned to you what enterprise value is. Okay, asset-based valuation, I already mentioned to you what it is and when it doesn't work. Right, it doesn't work when they have a high proportion of intangibles and off-books assets. Yeah, off-the-books assets. Now they have off-the-books, but I think the intangibles will be the main reason when not to use the valuation. All right, friends, done with equity. Okay, done with equity. Now fixed income. Wow, that's going to take us a little while to develop. But then after that, we only have 3 more topics, and then we're done with the review. Okay? Fixed income is going to take probably time. I have 19 modules, and I want to at least mention each one of them. Okay, but then after that, I think it's going to take like another hour and a half, and I can develop derivatives, alternative investments, and portfolio management, and then we finish this review. All right, so hopefully you still have time to do a review tonight. Tomorrow, Sunday, please use it. Watch the review. If you haven't time to watch the whole thing, do that preparation. If your exam is on Monday, well, then good luck to you. Or Tuesday or Wednesday, same deal. All right, let's see. Why did I color? I put different colors. Well, I put different colors for the folks that have taken the exam in 2023. And you might think, oh my God, I got 19 modules now. I only had 6 last year. Yeah, you had 6, but okay, those 6 are still here. That's why I divided in 6 different colors. Look at that. This first one here, this color here, that's kind of like a rose type of thing. It's the first learning module last year. This other one here would be equivalent to the second learning module of last year. This one in yellow or orange would be like the third learning module for last year. In blue would be learning module number 4. In green, learning module number 5. And then this will be learning module 6. By the way, it was in different order, but there you go. You have the same 6 topics in 2023 again in 2024, but now with subdivision. So in other words, those learning modules will have less pages, maybe combined. I haven't done that yet, actually. I should, but I haven't done. If I combine the number of pages from last year to this year in terms of fixed income, I don't know if that has changed that dramatically, as it appears, because it looks like, because I have 19 modules, but not too bad. All right, so let's go one by one, but if I'm able to bring 2 together, I will do that. All right, so first one, fixed income instruments, friends, the instruments of fixed income. Okay? So, and features. So here is, right, what is a fixed income security and what is the contents of a bond indenture, affirmative and negative covenant. That's it, just 2 learning modules, right? So the features of fixed income we're going to describe as you go. But the bond indenture, it's a contract. Then what should be in the bond indenture? All the topics, all the characteristics of that instrument, when it's going to pay, how much interest, frequency, right? Face value, number of bonds being sold, who is the issuer, what is the credit rating, and some extras like covenants. The company should do this, or the company shall not do that. Those are covenants. Why it's a covenant? Covenants is to enhance the marketability of that issue. Because the investor might think, okay, hold on a second. If the company says it's not going to pay dividend for the next 10 years, I might be inclined to buy that debt. Because it's a certainty for me, investor, that the company will not spend money on dividends, so they could use to pay my interest. You see what I'm saying? So the covenants will make the instrument a little bit more marketable. So just don't confuse the covenants, negative or affirmative, because they're both on the negative or affirmative covenant, both will be good for the investor. The negative affirmative is what the company should do or shall not do. Okay? And what they should do and shall not do will impact the marketability of that instrument. So with the right amount of covenant, the bond could even pay lower interest. Okay? Don't confuse covenant with collateral. That's two different. Covenant is promises. Collateral is a physical, valuable item that's pledged in case the bond does not honor the payments. All right, next one, fixed income cash flows and types. So what is the common cash flow types? You have two types of cash flows, right? You have the fixed and you have the variable. That's pretty much what it is, right? And then how legal, regulatory, and tax affect fixed income securities. Right? So look at that. Fixed income cash flow structures. So you can have a bullet bond. Okay? You may want to describe what's a bullet bond. Okay? It's the most common one. Pay interest, and in the end pays you the what they call the principal, right? The face value. Amortizing debt. Okay, an amortizing debt is like a loan. Every time that loan, let's say you made the loan and the other person is paying you, you're going to receive interest plus a little bit of the principal. So at the end, you receive both at this interest and payment. So you don't have a bullet payment at the end. That's the amortizing debt. Balloon payment is the one that has a kind of large payment at one point, okay, not necessarily at the end. Variable interest, that's something that I expect that you're going to see somehow in your exam. Step-up bonds, leverage loans, credit-linked notes, right? So, as the name says, step-up bonds trigger event. If there's an event that triggers, some bonds stop paying, some bonds not. For example, catastrophe bonds, there's a trigger event that if there's a catastrophe, that bond may stop paying the interest, okay? Index-linked bonds, kind of for inflation protection usually, right? So, TIPS. Treasury inflation protected securities. A zero coupon bond is the bond that doesn't pay interest. You just buy a discount and receive more at the end. And deferred coupon bonds, it defer the payments later on, but usually higher payments. So make sure that you understand those characteristics, those types of fixed income instrument. Make sure that you're going to speak more later, but what is a callable bond? What is a puttable bond? What is a convertible bond? Right? What are warranties? Warranties is like a promise that you could purchase the stock price at a certain price once it gets there. It's very similar to the convertible bonds that you can convert when you find appropriated. Bond amortization arrangements, sinking funds, and waterfall structures, asset-backed securities. Try to feel comfortable with this terminology. Amortization arrangements, this is how the bond amortizes discount premiums. Sinking fund is when you put some extra money aside, so to pay the principal of a bullet bond. If you have a sinking fund and you pledge that a sinking fund is going to be used to pay the principal of the bond, investors will be more inclined to accept lower interest because that bond has a safety measure there to receive the payment in the end. Waterfall structures, that's more common, and you're going to talk about the waterfall structures in private equity. And asset-backed securities, we're going to talk about in the end. All right. So, legal, tax, and regulation. Domestic, foreign, euro bonds, global bonds, foreign bonds, sovereign bonds. Make sure you know the difference, especially foreign bonds and euro bonds. Those are tricky. Euro bond usually is less requirements than the foreign bond. The Eurobond has an international agency behind to orchestrate the whole thing. So usually an Eurobond is relatively simpler process compared with a foreign bond. A foreign bond is that bond that country A is going to sell on country B on the currency of country B. So make sure you get the features of those bonds, because you could get a question exactly about that. They give a description that this is an example of a euro bond, sovereign bond, or foreign bond. Okay, good. I haven't talked about the tax rates on bonds, because you're gonna get tax capital gains, and the interest is gonna be taxed on ordinary income, and depending on the country, we're gonna have two different taxes. There could be a little problem like that. You're going to present one tax, another one, and what is the impact on which bond should you choose according to the different taxes. So again, be ready for those type of questions. Municipal bonds, I don't know how popular it is outside the United States, to be honest with you, but those municipal bonds are tax-free bonds on the federal level. Because municipal bond could, in the United States, it actually does that. You pay state taxes depending on the state. If you're in Florida, you don't pay state taxes. If you are in New Hampshire, USA, you don't pay state tax. But if you are in California, you're going to pay state taxes. And zero coupon bonds. Well, zero coupon bonds are classic instruments. Zero coupon bonds is the bond that doesn't pay any interest. Okay? Zero coupon bonds is very useful to predict the interest rate. The curve, interest rate curve, usually use zeros to do that. Fixed income, issuance and trading, and then float instruments, issuance and trading. Okay, so like that. Describe fixed income markets. So an example of a fixed income market. Where are you going to buy a bond? Well, you can buy in an exchange. You can buy OTC. The federal, the central bank of the country could sell some bonds. There you go. The fixed income indexes, as I mentioned to you on equity, I said, listen, I'm just going to show to you the fixed income index because I'm going to show it again on the fixed income page. Primary and secondary fixed income markets to equity markets. Okay. Because the primary market is the first issuance of a bond. It's not called an IPO, right? So let's see the key points: segments, issuers, investors, the type of indexes, and the primary and secondary market. That's it. Those are the key points of this learning module. So there you go. Common criteria to classify bonds. Okay. Type of issuer, credit, quality, maturity, currency, types of coupons. That's how you're going to choose the bonds. The indices, those are the indices that we use the most: Bloomberg Berkeley, Aggregate Bond Index, US Aggregate Bonds, Pan-European, Asian Pacific. How this question will be there? I don't know. Too specific for them to ask the name of a particular index. But it was in the material, and I found relevant to include in the review. Right, primary and secondary bond markets. There you go. Private placement, OTC, open market operations. That's the central bank. Okay. Private placement directly. Now you know exactly who is interested. You place directly to them over the counter. And open market operations of the central bank. New York Stock Exchange bond market, the OTC, fixed income electronic trading. That's where the bonds are going to be traded. Okay, we're going to be trading. It's a fixed income electronic trading platform. The P is not appearing here. Short-term instruments, zero coupon bonds are short-term, but not necessarily. I could have a zero coupon bond for several years, but usually short. Bills, definitely. A treasury bill is usually less than a year. A commercial paper is usually less than a year. And a repo agreement is usually less than a year. So those are still debt instruments, right? Or borrowing instruments. Structured instruments like ABS, CMO, and CDOs, we're going to talk about later on this review. All right. So I'm going to leave this here for you to take a screenshot or kind of read a little bit. Primary and secondary markets for bonds, right? Description and example of securities trade. Right? Primary market is the issuance. Secondary is when it gets traded after the issuance. Okay. So take a look on the securities that's trading on the primary market, on the secondary market. Look, just a tip here for you. Mortgage-backed securities, okay, are usually secondary market, right? There's not really a primary market for that. Okay? All right, take a look because it could be useful. All right. Another ways to purchase bonds. A traditional IPO, right? I call that IPO, but usually IPO you use for equity, okay? But it's okay. Issuer sets the terms of offer, including the bond face value, the coupon rate, maturity, investment, and that's it. Dutch auction. Right? What's a Dutch auction? It's like an auction, right? It's a Dutch auction. So investors submit bids indicating how much the quantity of bonds they wish to purchase and the interest rate they would like, and they're going to be distributed according to that. Private placement, where you can go directly to the department involved. No? It's private placement usually has less regulation than an IPO bond, traditional bond IPO. Although I don't like to use the word IPO for bonds. But that's the name that was in the official material that we kept. Okay. Now, I explained the types of fixed income for corporate issuers. Now, the markets for the corporate issuers. Right? Go. And this we're going to focus here is on the short-term funding and the repurchase agreements. Then the commercial paper, the repurchase agreement are going to be the stars here. So look, anything related to working capital is short-term. So if it's short-term, I need a short-term instrument. Okay, that's what it is. So we already seen this on sources of liquidity on corporate issuers. So this we can go a little quick. External sources, right? You can have line of credits. Those are the examples. So that's exactly as we see on sources of liquidity on corporate issuers. Factoring is selling the accounts receivable for a cheaper value. So for each dollar you get 90 cents, for example. External security finance, commercial paper, bridge financing, rollover paper. The star was the commercial paper. It's a liquid, short-term, usually high institutional investors who have access to that. Those are the example. This is not external security finance. Okay, short-term assets, long-term assets. That's what you're gonna use it. And the net interest margin is the assets minus the liabilities. That's for financial institutions only. So be careful, huh? Financial institutions and regular companies. Right? This is actually showing to you how to calculate the net interest margin of a financial institute. Okay, so source of funding we already mentioned. Okay, commercial paper. Central bank would provide also some issuance. Okay, there you go. All right. What else is missing here? Oh, yeah, the repo agreement. Okay, so be careful with repo agreement because maybe you're gonna get something related to the repo agreement on your exam. Okay, make sure how it works. Okay, for example, what is the haircut in a repo agreement? If you don't know, that's something you should know. The haircut is a percentage that the institution that's providing the repo agreement to the borrower will keep, right? So that's called the haircut. It usually is a very tiny amount because the repo agreements are usually liquid, or safe, because there's a collateral. Basically, the idea is you take a loan and you give something, so you pay just the haircut, take the loan, and then you go back, you pay back the loan with the daily interest, and then you take it back, your collateral. That's pretty much where is the repo agreement is. But repo agreement shows up quite often, level 3 also. So maybe you're gonna get a question on your exam. There you go. Mechanism to reduce collateral risk, right? Collateral initial margin, right? And that's the haircut. Look at that. That's the form of the haircut. Collateral minus the purchase divided by the collateral. That little percentage is what the bank takes as a haircut. Remember, you have to pay interest, daily interest as well, but the interest is low on these cases. All right. So pros and cons. They have low risk, high liquidity, monetary policy. That's for the fixed income for treasuries. That's used for monetary policy. Hedge fund strategies can borrow, short, cover, and pay using fixed income. Reverse repo. It's pretty much like the repo, but instead of I'm committed to buy back the asset, the institution is committed to sell back the asset to me. They cannot keep it if they want. Default risk, collateral risk, and legal risk. Legal risk is the risk that you cannot sue the company. You cannot take legal action. That's a big risk. Another point that I found interesting here on fixed income is the investment grade versus high yield bonds. Make sure that you get comfortable with those names. Investment grade are the BBB above, right? And the high yield are the junk bonds or the double Bs below, okay? So difference between an investment grade and a high yield. One has more credit risk than the other, more liquidity risk. One is bond-like, the other is equity-like, and the covenants, okay? Covenants that one has, the other one doesn't have. So understand that, because high yield in investment grade bonds is usually topical level 3 as well. So make sure to at least do an understanding here, because that could be important. All right, friends, moving on, I'm going now to government issuers, okay? So government in sovereign debt, because countries can issue their own debt. There you go, sovereign debt, okay? So we have sovereign issuance state, non-sovereign, quasi-government, supranational agency, okay? I would see here more in the United States market, but again, those are instruments that might be appealing to everyone, so you might get a question on that. Developed market and emerging market sovereign issuers, that's the difference between one and the other. So developed market, emerging market, DM times EM, okay? The tax impact, okay? So the M&M theory for government bonds, I call it, the Ricardian equivalence. Well, Ricardian equivalence is a classic theory said, it should be an indifference in raising taxes or selling debt, okay? Because the folks that live in that country notice the government borrowing too much, and that's the Ricardian equivalence. They expect that the taxes will increase later on, right? So they stop purchasing or they stop consuming today, saving for taxes. So if the country is raising debt to stimulate the country, they might be offset for the fact that people start saving more money because they're scared they're going to pay more taxes in the future. So Ricardian equivalence in case it shows up in your exam, okay? So here I put M&M1 for equity, source of financing difference. Remember the M&M? So it doesn't matter now. M&M with no taxes, debt or equity. That's for companies borrowing or issuing for projects. And the M&M theory for government bonds, it's that the citizens of the country will postpone consumption because they're scared, afraid, I would say better, of higher taxes in the future. All right. Look at that. Government should be indifferent between collecting taxes and raising debt. Right? Taxpayer reduce consumption, saving for tax payments. So this is the Ricardian equivalence. I don't know if they're going to be picky enough to ask you a question like that, but if you see that, you might remember me. Say, oh yes, I remember that review. He said about the Ricardian equivalence, and I'm glad I watched the review. There you go. All right. While sovereign governments seek to maintain regular and predictable bond market access, change in the amount, the level, the deficit, the structure, in long-term lead to change on the debt management policy. I think that's very self-explanatory, but I took that from the official material just to put it there. All right. Issuance and trading of the sovereign bonds, okay, government-issued bonds, okay. Open auctions, right? Dealers OTC, exchange central banks. Central banks will be a big player of treasury securities for several countries. All right. Now is the one that I mentioned to you that this is very American as well, right? Not everybody knows what is a Ginnie Mae, what is Sallie Mae. Sallie Mae is for student loans, and that's it's an entity backed by the United States government, right? So Sallie Mae has the United States government from behind in case of, right, guaranteeing loans, student loans in this case, right? So it becomes like what you call a entity or quasi, almost government entity, and they can issue debt. They can sell, they can buy. So that's what he's saying about the government agencies and fixed income. Local authorities can issue bonds, right? Cities, states, provinces, depending on the country. Revenue bonds, bonds that can be, the revenue generated by the project can be used to pay, for example, to build a bridge and charge toll fees for whoever is crossing the bridge, so it can be used to pay the interest, that type of thing. Supranational organization that can issue debt, the World Bank, there's a typo here, World Bank, World Bank, there you go. And IMF, well, anyway, honestly, I don't think something like that would be there. I mean, again, who am I to say that, right? I don't know, but I found low probability. That's my observation. All right. Fixed income bond valuation now, it's a classic topic, right? That's been going on in every fixed income level 1 material for a while now, okay? So let's see. Calculate the bond price given the yield to maturity on or between coupons. So issue 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or what is the accrued interest if I sold the bond 3 months before the interest being paid? That's the questions you're gonna face here. Identify the relationship among bond price and coupon rate, maturity and yield to maturity. Classic. I think everybody that studies fixed income should know this, and probably you already do. And the matrix price. Look, describe matrix pricing. So you don't need to calculate the price of a bond using the matrix price. It's not written that. It's that describe the matrix pricing. So I would expect a conceptual question of the matrix price, not a numerical question. Although I have a numerical example to explain that, I would expect something more theoretical. All right, friends, let's see. That's the basic idea for a fixed income. Fixed means it's going to pay always the same payments to calculate that PV, the present value. 1 plus R, that's the yield to maturity. Then you take the payments, discount it, and that's the price of the bond. I hope everyone will be able to do that. A couple of things that are important. If the higher the coupon, the less impact the interest rate will have on the yield, on the price. So look, if your bond pays 50% coupon, and the interest rates change from 5% to 8%, the bond that pays 50% coupon is not going to suffer probably nothing. You know, I still want a bond that pays 50% interest when the market interest is 8. So high coupon usually suffer less impact than a low coupon bond. Okay, you have to remember, when the interest rates increase, bond price goes down. When the interest rate goes down, bond price goes up. Right? Now, a high maturity will have more risk than a low maturity, obviously, because the time that you are locked into that investment. So it's a good idea to understand that. Another thing is that important to remember that every premium bond, which is the bond sold above the face value, or a discount bond sold below the face value, will converge to face value at maturity, because every bond at maturity is worth the face value. Obviously, that's the last cash flow. 1 second before I receive the last cash flow, which is the face value, I want to buy the bond. How much is the price of the bond? Well, exactly what the bond is going to pay you. So every bond at maturity is worth the face value. So all the prices will converge to that. Okay? It's important to remember this convergence of premium and discount of bonds. This is what I mentioned to you about the flat price and the full price. Flat price is the price that you get using this calculation. Full price is that price you calculated plus accrued interest. Okay? Flat price plus accrued interest equals dirty price or full price. What is the accrued interest? Well, look, if the bond pays, let's say the bond pays interest, okay, every December. Every December, that bond pays interest. Then I have the bond. I receive the last interest in December, and then when I get in the end of June, I decided to sell that bond. Well, I sold the bond. I sold the bond by the flat price, and then I have to calculate the interest. Well, if I'm halfway there, if I hold the bond for 6 months, the bond pays annual interest. I should get at least half. No, I should get at least. No, I should receive half of that interest because I hold the bond for 6 months, and the other person that bought from me will hold the bond for 6 more months, and that person is gonna receive the interest. It's not fair. So that person has to pay me the amount of interest that's accrued to me based on the time that I hold the bond. It's simple as that. So when you add accrued interest with flat price, you have the full price of a bond. What about matrix price? Matrix pricing. When do I use matrix pricing? You use matrix price when you have an illiquid bond that's not traded and you don't know the price. And you need to figure it out, right? So you're going to use comparable bonds. You're going to calculate the price of those bonds, the yield to maturity, okay? And then you're going to do an average, and you're going to use that yield to maturity to compute the price of the bond that you're looking for, okay? So use matrix price to estimate the price of a liquid bond per $100 for face value, but the idea is that use two comparable bonds. Comparable bonds could be same maturity, similar coupon, same coupon, but doesn't have to be identical bond. In this case here, look, I have a 4-year 4.5 coupon, and I'm using a 3-year 5.5 as a comparison, and a 5-year 4.5. Okay. Then what do? I calculate the yield to maturity of bond 3 years, the yield to maturity of the bond of the 5 years. I add divided by 2, and that's the yield to maturity of my illiquid bond. And then I use that yield to maturity to calculate the price of the bond. All right. By the way, current yield is the payment that the bond makes divided by the current price of the bond, just in case you get a current yield question. All right. Next learning module is the spread measures. Okay, so you need to know your spreads here. Okay, so I'm going to go straight to the point here. Right. Spread number 1, G spread. Number 2, I spread. Number 3, Z spread. Number 4, option adjusted spread, which I believe is going to be more level 2. Okay, so let's focus on the G spread, the I spread, and the Z spread. G spread, G for government bonds, so take the yield of a corporate bond minus the yield of the government bond. That difference is the spread, right? What is that spread for? Credit risk usually, right? A bond that has more, corporate bond will have more credit risk than a government bond. I mean, depending on the government. Let's say AAA government bonds. Well, we're going to have that. We're talking about, actually, for the G spread, we don't have a choice. We're talking about U.S. Treasury bonds, which are liquid, low interest, almost no credit risk. Maybe we can assume 0 credit risk, right? That's why we use the Treasury bonds of the U.S. or Treasury bills as a proxy for risk-free rate, right? Free of default. All right. What about the I spread? Well, the I spread, you're going to compare the corporate bond yield with the swap yield, equivalent swap yield from the swap curve. Okay, so it's the spread under an interest rate swap rate. Because the swap rate can be created, we can create a swap curve, and the swap curve per year, per maturity, we compare with the corporate bond, giving you that spread. That's called the I spread. What about the Z spread? Well, the Z spread I will show in this example below here. So let me talk about the option adjusted spread. Option adjusted spread is for option bonds, callable or puttable bonds, right? So if you want to evaluate the bonds with options, the option adjusted spread, it's more indicated for it. Option adjusted spread is very well, what do you call? They is going to be asked, with high probability on the level 2 exam. Well, let's talk about the z-spread. So what is the z-spread? Look, there's two things here we take in consideration. One is the market value of a bond, and the other one is the justified price of a bond. What is a justified price of a bond? It's the bond price using the methodology that we learned to compute the value of the bond. So I can use spot rates. Well, I use the spot rates and I compute the price of the bond. If that price that I use the spot rates to compute is different than the market price, then we need to adjust that. That's the z-spread. The z-spread, it's a number that's added, could be positive or negative, into the yield to maturity of the market value. So calculate, the market value is 103. 103. And the true price using the model is 100. So the market value, the bond is overvalued in the market according to the model by 3. How do I make, so what is the z-spread? The z-spread is this. If I take the yield to maturity of the market value, okay, and add a small number, you will push the price of the bond down, right? It's 103, and if I increase the denominator, I increase the yield to maturity, that bond's gonna lower the price. That's the z-spread. It's the amount you add on the spot rates is the same. I said yield to maturity, but it's usually spot rates, right? Because you don't have the yield to maturity. So spot rates for year 1, year 2, year 3. That spot rate, I'm gonna add a little bit. It has to be the same number to bring the bond down. In the opposite, my z-spread could be negative, means I have to bring the bond that's undervalued to the correct price by subtracting the z-spread. There you go. That's the definition of the z-spread. That's here a example for you. Right? I don't think you're going to have to calculate that because the calculation can get quite intense. In a situation like that, to the calculation, just take the answers and replace on the formula. So it becomes like relatively easy but time-consuming question. I wouldn't expect that. I would expect some conceptual question about the z-spread. All right, friend, now something that I believe will be in one of the 2024 exams with a high probability. The float rate instruments, or float rate notes, FRN, okay? So there's a couple things you need to remember here or understand. The components of a float rate note are market reference rate, quoted margin, discount margin, and frequency of the payments, represented by the letter M. And with that, I'll be able to compute the price of a float rate note. How? Let me show here to you. Okay. Let's take a look on this example here. Then I can explain QM, DM, all for you, and kind of predict which kind of questions you do get. I don't believe that you're going to have to calculate the price of a float rate note that has like several payments. Time consuming. But understand what is there in front of you here, right? It is in blue. Look at that, in parentheses, index plus QM. What is that? Index is an index used, that's going to give the variation of the coupons, because that's the index is going to change. Let's think about LIBOR, London Interbank Offering Rate. LIBOR, I think the LIBOR is, this first payment is 2%. Then this bond is going to add a quoted margin, a little bit more, right? So let's say the quoted margin is 1%. So there you go, LIBOR plus 1% multiplied by face value. That's the payment, that's the coupon payment for that period, okay? Divided by M, because this bond could pay every quarter or every 6 months, so you have to divide it by 4, divided by 2. Well, that's your numerator. Then look at the division symbol, and now is my denominator. Look at that, 1 plus LIBOR plus DM. DM is called the discount margin, right, at a power of 1. Well, this is your discount factor, right? 1 plus the YTM for the fixed rate bond. So if you look carefully, it's exactly the same logic. I have a number on top, a division symbol, a number on the bottom for each period. Period 1, period 2, period 3. Right? So that's what the M is there. The M is to adjust that for the period. And that's it, friends. That's all. Okay? So understand, for example, if the quoted margin is larger than the discount margin, okay, is this bond a premium or a discount? Numerator is bigger than the denominator, the bond is premium. The numerator is less than the denominator, the bond is a discount. So look at that, no even a calculation necessary, just for you to remember those components. Quoted margin, discount margin, frequency or periodicity for the M, right? And the index is just a reference. Okay, think about LIBOR. There you go. I think that you should definitely spend some time being comfortable with this formula, at least the components. All right. Finally here, which I think it's also could be a question for some of you, is the price of a money market instrument. What is the feature of a money market instrument? Is short term, it's less than 360 days. Let's assume that. Well, if it's less than 360 days, not going to pay any coupons, you're going to buy a discount and you're going to receive face value at the end. That's the idea. There are two ways to calculate the price of a fixed rate money market instrument that's under 360 days. First method, discount basis. What it is? Well, look at that, is the face value multiplied by 1 minus the number of days of the instruments divided by 360, okay, times DR. 360 is fixed income, usually use 360. But I believe that the problem will give you that as well. So that's called the discount basis. So the DR is the discount rate. Now, if I want to use another method called the add-on interest basis, so look what I do. I'll take the face value and I divide by 1 plus days divided by year times AOR, which is add-on interest, but it's kind of like the interest. See what I mean? One, you multiply by 1 minus the number of days divided by full days, for a full year. The other one, you divide it by 1 plus days divided by the year. So that gives you an idea once if you have to remember, the question is, they calculate the price of a money market instrument, they use the discount rate basis, or discount basis. Then you remember it's the first formula. Or the add-on, and then you use the second one, okay? All of those, both of them will give a number lower than the face value, okay? Because if I multiply the face value, that's how much I'm going to receive in the end, by a number that's less than 100%, the number gets smaller. That's the idea. This number in the parentheses that I'm multiplying is going to be less than 1. And the number that I'm going to divide the face value here on the AOR is larger than 1. See, 1 plus, and here is 1 minus. 1 minus, I'm going to get a number that's 0 point something. 1 plus, I'm going to get a number that's above 1. There you go. This is a quick example. 91-day treasury bill. You're going to receive 10 million face value, and it's discount rate, a DR. So I'll take 1 minus 91 divided by 360, multiplied by the discount rate, multiplied by the face value. That's the price of the instrument, 9,943,125. Can you imagine if you get a question like that? If you remember the formula, like 15 seconds, 30 seconds max, and you answer that question. You have 1 minute to spare to another question. Think about that. All right, now we get into the topics that get a little bit more complex for fixed income, for those students learning fixed income, which is the yield curves, the curves of interest rate. Okay? There are 3. We want to focus on 2 here. At least that's how I felt from the material. We have the spot rate, and then you have the par rate and the deferred rate. Always remember, friends, that the spot rate is the first one to be computed, spot rate. And how do we go to find the spot rate curve? We're going to use treasury bonds, on the run treasury bonds. On the run means available on the market. On the run treasury bonds. That's what I'm going to use. So for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, blah, 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 then I can find the yield of each one, and then I create the yield curve. That's the spot curve. From the spot curve, I can what? I can find the par curve, and I can find the forward curve. Okay, so that's the order. All right, so let's talk about that, right? That's the learning outcomes there. Define. There's only one calculation. Calculation forward from spot, spot from forward, and the price of a bond using forward rates. So you don't have the par rate here on the learning outcome, so I abstain to talk too much about the par rate or the par curve. Compare the spot curve, par curve, and forward. Compare. Then I will show a comparison here for you. All right. First of all, you can price bonds using yield to maturity, spot rates, and forward rates. You can use any one, and you can get the price of the bonds because they're all connected. The spot rate derives the yield to maturity. The spot rate derives the forward rates. So if I use spot rates or yield to maturity or forward rates, I should get the same answer. That's the idea here. And you need to know how this works. So let's see an example here. It's a 3-year 5% face value of 100. So 33103, right? Excuse me. 5 and 105 because it's 3 years and 5% coupon. There we go. 5 and 105. 100 plus 5 on last year. Great. Now I got the spot rates. Remember, that's the first one too that we can create. Take the spot rates for year 1, year 2, and year 3 and replace it on the denominator. 1 plus spot 1 at the power of 1, 1 plus spot 2 at the power of 2, 1 plus spot 3 at the power of 3, and then discount, and you get the price of the bond using spot rates. There you go, 102.96. Then what? Now you can proceed to find the yield to maturity of the bond. You have the price, you have the cash flows, you need to figure it out what is the rate, look at that I can put on the denominator here. They will make this to be equal to 102.96. That's the procedure. Now you give 3.935%. You can see the yield to maturity as an average of the spot rates. Well, but the average between 2, 3, and 4 is not 3.9. Yes, but remember the largest cash flow is the cash flow on year 3. So obviously the yield to maturity, it's an average based on the size of the cash flows. The last cash flow will push the yield close to it. If this bond was 30 years, you could see more yield to maturity as an average of the other bonds. Okay, good. And then what? So look, now I saw how to price the bond using spot rates. Now I found out how to figure out the yield to maturity. Now let's talk about the forward rates. First of all, let's predict the forward rates. Wow, how? Forward rates are not that complicated. Well, the implied forward rates, because we have to use the word here, an implied forward rate is just like, okay, if the forward rate on year 2 is 3, look at that, and the spot rate on year 2 is 2, what is the implied forward rate that will give me the spot rate next year? That's the idea. So if I have 2% multiplied by a forward rate is giving you my 3% on year 2, what is that forward rate? That's it. So look what you do. I'm going to put down here for you. Okay. So you're going to be doing this very quickly. Okay. 1 plus S1, and if it's S1 is at a power of 1, first year, times 1 plus F1 equals 1 plus S2, but S2 is in the second year, right? And then I'll do square. There you go. S1 is given is 2%, S2 is given is 3%, and I can find F1 just like that. Okay? There you go. Okay, you isolated 1 plus F1 and then you subtract 1. That's it. That's it. And I can do this from year 2 to year 5. Then I can get the spot rate for 3 years, the forward for 3 years, so on and so forth. That's the formula, but I like to see this formula in a more horizontal position, right, than one on top of the other. That's the calculation of forward rates. Now, it's not asking you to this is more level 2, but I want you to know that the forward rates can be used to compute the bond price. So how? Well, look at that. The first, here I got forward rates for year 1 is 2%, for year 2 is 4%, and for year 3 is 6%. Okay? So now, look what I'm doing here. The bond has cash flow of 5,105. I'm going to divide it by 1 plus the forward rate on year 1. Then the second cash flow divided by forward rate year 1 times 1 plus the forward rate on year 2. So this times this. See, I don't need to put a square because I have two numbers, one multiplying the other. That's what square means, right? What is 1 plus S1 square? What's 1.5 square? 1.5 times 1.5, right? Two elements multiply each other. So here's the same logic. 102 times 1.0401. That's it. That's the second period. What about the third period? Well, I multiply 1 plus each forward rate. Rate year 1, year 2, year 3. There you go. And then you should get exactly the same price you got here, 102.96, give it or take, if you approximate. Good? You could face a question when you have to price bonds using the forward rate. All right. Now the curves, friend, because now is the par curve, right? Look, if we have a normal yield curve, the yield that's increasing, right? Because like if I have short maturity, I should expect low yield. Large maturity, I should expect larger yield. Unless the curve is inverted, but inverted curves are temporary. So let's focus on the normal shape of the curve, which is this one, that has this hump shape here. Well, the spot curve is in the middle. The forward curve is above, and the par is below, right? Implying that the par rate will be lower than the spot rate, which will be lower than the forward rate, okay? There you go. Spot yield focus on the zero coupon bonds of treasuries, and the par curve looks at the coupon bonds and their yield based on the current market prices. Implied forward rates is derived from the spot rates, is the implied forward rate that gives you the next spot rate. Well, there we go. I hope this, of course, if you want to learn this, you need more time. This is a review, so I hope this was enough for some of you that still have a hard time understanding this. Now let's talk about duration, convexity, and return on bonds. That's interest rate risk and return, also a classic topic of bonds. Right? So only 3 learning outcomes. See, I'm telling you, you have 19 learning modules, but each module has few learning outcomes. All right. Key points. Source of return on investing the fixed rate instrument. So we have 2 returns. You have the coupon, and you have the interest that you may earn reinvesting the coupon. Okay? And here we're going to talk about Macaulay duration. My friends, Macaulay duration is going to be so important for you on level 3. Okay? Macaulay duration is going to be very important. Okay? So try to understand as much as you can on Macaulay duration now. Okay? So let's see. First, we're going to talk about duration, and then we arrive there. So return on bonds, you're going to get the coupon and going to reinvest the coupon. So I said right in the beginning of this review, if you reinvest, right, the coupon at the yield to maturity of that bond, then you're going to earn, in the end, the yield to maturity as the return. Memorize that because it could be helpful for you in the exam. Okay. Now, if the yield to maturity changes when you receive that coupon, the yield increases. Good for you. You're going to reinvest that coupon and earn more interest. But the price of your bond is going to go down. Or if you receive the coupon and the interest rate decreases, you're going to reinvest the coupon at a lower rate, but the price of your bond go up. Now I have a dilemma. I have price risk and reinvestment risk. So which one is better, which one is worse? Well, I want to minimize both. To minimize both, you need to know exactly the time where that trade-off is minimum. And that time is called Macaulay duration. So Macaulay duration is going to give you the point where the trade-off between price, risk, and interest, and reinvestment risk are ideal, is the best. So technically, sell the bond at that point. That's what the Macaulay duration says. Another thing here, for some of you that were confused like I was when I started learning this a while ago. I thought the word duration has to do with time. Macaulay duration is measured in time, so it makes sense. But then the next durations that you need to know for the exam, the modified duration, effective duration, key rate duration, they all measures a sensitivity. That's not a measure of time, and they still use the word duration that sounds like time. That was confusing for me. Then I made a deal. I said, you know what? I'm going to imagine, I don't know if that's true or not, I never actually bothered checking, might be right or not, but I did that for myself. I'm going to imagine that Macaulay duration was the first duration measure ever created by Macaulay. Good, Macaulay duration, then he created the name duration, all right? In honor of Macaulay, then the risk of bonds we're going to call duration. Boom, there you go. But Macaulay duration is the one on time. So Macaulay duration equals 7. At year 7 is the best point, the minimize price risk and interest rate risk. This is for liability management, portfolio management level 3 is going to be crucial for you to understand that. But effective duration, modified duration, key rate duration, they measure the sensitivity. Means what is the percentage change on the price of an instrument if there is a change on the interest rate, on the whole curve or one individual, or so on and so forth. Well, that's not time. Why they call that duration? So I imagine that the word duration was created by Macaulay, and they just kept the word duration for the other measurements, and therefore that's what it is. But remember, the only duration that's measured with time is Macaulay duration. The other durations are measured as sensitivity of the bond price in relation to the interest rate. I just want to be clear that because it always bothered me when I was learning this in the past. Macaulay duration is in time, is on time, the other durations are not. Why they call duration? I don't know. I don't know if you went through this, but if you did, there you go. That's the explanation I did for myself. Now, look at the formula for the Macaulay duration, which I don't think you need to memorize that, okay? There are two ways to calculate Macaulay duration. The other one is the present value of the cash flows, and then you apply for the year. That's long, and I hope they don't ask you that calculation of Macaulay duration on your exam, okay? But maybe they're going to ask you something related to it. There you go. So look at that. That's a 10-year bond. I can see that by the end, 10. When I apply Macaulay duration, gives me 7. That's the answer. What does it mean? That means that year 7, if you hold the bond until year 7, at year 7 you minimize that duration. So if you have a liability that's due in 7 years, okay, you buy that bond today, on year 7 you sell it, you're going to minimize the duration of that bond. That's what it is. Now, this one I think is more important than the formula for level 1, the duration gap. What is duration gap? Duration gap is the difference between how long would you like to hold the bond versus what Macaulay duration is telling you to do. So if I have a 7-year horizon and Macaulay duration is 7, I have 0 gap. If I have a 3-year horizon and Macaulay duration is 5, then I have a gap. Or if the Macaulay duration is 5 and I keep the bond for 10 years, I also going to have a gap. So that's what it is. That's the gap. Okay? You need to know if you're going to have more price risk or more reinvestment risk, depending on the horizon. Okay, so you're going to have price risk if you have, if you want to hold the bond less time, and you're going to have reinvestment risk if you want to hold the bond beyond Macaulay duration tell you to do. That's important to remember. The duration gap could be a question on your exam related to duration gap. All right. Now the other durations, right? We leave Macaulay, and now we're going to go to the other durations. So the first duration, besides Macaulay, so the second, I guess, is the modified duration. Modified duration, you take the Macaulay duration and divide 1 plus the yield to maturity of the instrument, boom, and you got modified duration. That's it. Modified duration is a sensitivity. X% of the interest rate, the yield to maturity changing, X% on the bond price change. Good. So if you don't have Macaulay duration, you can use the approximated modified duration formula, which is the change in price, higher price minus lower price, depending on the interest rate go up or down, divided by 2 times the change on the yield to maturity times the price with no change. That was going to give you the modified duration. And it's the same formula for the effective duration. Effective duration, it's more used for option-free bonds and for parallel shifts on the spot curve. Parallel means when all the maturities change, they yield the same proportion. Okay, it's the same formula. Here is changing yield, delta yield, and here is delta curve. Pretty much the same idea. All right. So here I put effective duration is the sensitivity to change in a benchmark yield curve. Right. Couple of things here. This is more, that's going to be useful for level 3, but I think it's also material level 1. It was written there, so I put it here. Money duration and price value basis points. Price value BP, okay, or base points, meaning if the yield to maturity or the yields change by 1 base point, what is the impact on the portfolio? That's the base point value. Okay, so look at that. The price value per base point and the money duration. You need to understand money duration is for how much the bond price change for every 1% change in the yield. That's 100 base points. 1% is 100 base points. Price value base point is when you change 1 base point. So 1% divided by 100. Right? So that's more or less 1 divided by 100. Excuse me. Right? So that's what it is. 1% change in yield versus 0.01% in yield. That's the main difference. Once you use the money duration to estimate the potential change in the price value base point, that's very tiny change. It's very used for portfolio management of fixed income. Property or duration, if you want to take I'm not going to go over one by one here, but property duration measures the sensitivity. It's could be expressed in years. Only the Macaulay duration is expressed in years. Okay. The higher the duration, the greater the sensitivity. Risk assessment, it's a linear measure. That's why you have convexity coming up. If it's a linear and bonds don't change price linearly, you have to adjust that. That's the convexity adjustment we're going to talk very soon. All right, and that's what it is. Look at that, convexity now. So the bond convexity and convexity adjustment are 2 different things. I need the convexity of the bond to compute the adjustment for convexity. So be careful. If you want to memorize the convexity formula, go ahead. Okay, it's delta change, right? Or the change in yield, the delta yield, it's square, because convexity is a second derivative calculation. All right. So the change in prices there minus 2 times the initial price divided by the change I square times the initial price. That's the convexity, or called effective convexity of a bond. All right. So I think the more important than the memorize the formula of convexity is to memorize the adjustment for convexity once you have the convexity, which is down here. That predicts the price change with more accuracy. So duration times the interest rate change is going to give how much the bond is going to gain or lose linearly. And then you're going to add a little adjustment for convexity to come up with the right change in price. So duration measures a change that's linear, and then convexity adjusts for the non-linearity of the price change. That's what it is. The adjustment for convexity, something you should remember, it's half, or 1 divided by 2, or 0.5, times the convexity times the change in interest rate squared. Okay? The change in interest rate is squared, not the other 2 numbers. That's not too clear here. Let me fix it. Okay, there we go. And this number 2, yeah, should be on top of the interest rate here. All right, let's see if I can put it there. No, I'm gonna try to do a little change here. If I cannot do it, put in the middle. Perfect, there you go. Interest rate, the change in interest rate squared. That's what you need to remember. There you go. Half is always positive. Convexity is always positive. Change squared is always positive. Conclusion, the adjustment for convexity, it's always positive. Adding. So duration predicts the bond's going to go down, and then convexity brings the bond a little bit higher up on value if the interest rate increase. Okay? If the interest rate decrease, then the bond price is going to go up more. Good. Now, some of the callable bonds. Okay, so curve-based risk, empirical duration. Empirical duration is the duration you observe and measure. Key rate duration is a measure of the yield curve per maturity. So let's see. Okay. This is not much on material level 1, but I just put here, it's an example of a callable bond. The green line I put here is the duration. And you see that the bond price doesn't change linearly. It has this convexity, that pulls the green line up a little bit here. Okay? That's the convexity of the bond, and that's what the convexity adjustment measures. A puttable bond is the bond that has more convexity than a normal bond, because you can give it back, that bond, if the price is too low. So it's not going to lose more than the minimum price. And a callable bond, I want to show you here, this portion here, which you can see there, is when the curve becomes concave. That's called negative convexity. So maybe you want to memorize that the callable bonds, okay, are the bonds that have negative convexity, because the bonds cannot go higher than a certain predetermined price. The bond will be called when the price hits the time, that point. How to calculate the duration of portfolio? Calculate the portfolio yield to maturity. Use the yield to maturity to calculate the Macaulay duration. Use the Macaulay duration to find the modified duration. Okay? Or you can calculate the Macaulay duration and then do Macaulay duration divided by 1 plus the yield to maturity. Effective duration, convexity, a little bit more explanation of that for you. And let's talk about the key rate duration, the one I have not explained much yet. So the key rate duration, that's the definition there. Bond sensitivity for specific maturities, because take a look on this graph here that I put here. Oh, not perfect, but that will do the job. Take a look here. The curve, right, has this funny shape here. So just an example. This shows that the 5-year bond, okay, will have way more sensitivity, right, than the 20-year bond because of the yield. Look at that, right? So let's say a change in yield that makes this happen. So this means that the 5-year duration, it's more sensitive than the 20-year duration. That's why we use key rate duration, a duration per maturity. So I can see the impact on the whole portfolio per each individual maturity on my portfolio. I only use that if the change on the yield curve change the curvature, right? It becomes a little bit more hump in one point and less on the other. Key rate duration will be better for that. All right, friends, we're approaching here almost the end of the fixed income, because we're talking about credit risk, and then we're going to talk about asset-backed securities, and then we're done with fixed income. We'll move on to derivatives, alternative investments, and then finish with portfolio management. So let's go. Credit risk. Describe credit risk, describe the use of bond ratings, and describe macroeconomics and market factors that change the spread that we saw there, G spread, I spread, Z spread, volatility. Right. Okay. So what is the source of the credit risk? The credit agents and credit ratings, and the factor impacting yield spread. So we already mentioned all of them. Okay, so this is just to reinforce. Credit risk, well, it has to do with the known payment or the possibility to not pay what is on, right? The credit rating agency is going to create the types of ratings, the AAA, the double A's, triple B's, etc. Okay. So here I put for you the credit analysis per issuer, because we're going to go over each one now. Credit analysis for government issuers, okay? Like I need a sovereign credit analysis. Right? So take a look. Sovereign debt, non-sovereign debt, and the characteristic consideration. So again, you might want to take a screenshot here because I'm not going to go over one by one, but try to read this and see credit risk assessment for a sovereign bond versus a non-sovereign debt, right? The legal framework for one and the other, right? The political and geopolitical risk for one and the other. So try to see if you can digest some of this difference, because we never know if you get a question like, between a sovereign and non-sovereign debt, what are the considerations related to credit analysis? That table give that to you. Okay? I'm going to have to move on. Now, credit analysis for corporate, not government, corporate issuers, right? So here a little bit different. Here is the accessing the corporate credit worth. So that's the rating. The rating agencies are going to do that for us. So look at that. A typical division rate go from AAA to triple C. Actually, it should go to D, or C and D. Well, let's say stop here. The cutoff from from investment grade and high yield, right, or investment grade and junk bond, is on the triple B minus. Okay, anything below triple B minus will have kind of like a junk bond characteristics, right? High yield. So double B plus has to pay high yield. Okay, so the problem is, I'm just going to mention here too, if you have downgrade risk. Okay, the triple B minus is the one that's going to suffer the most with a downgrade. The triple A being downgraded for double A plus, it's not good, but also not the end of the world. But a triple B minus being downgraded for double B plus, that's a big problem, because the double B plus will have to pay more interest. So kind of remember that, the cutoff on these ratings. Okay, that's what I found more important, because financial ratios, we already did that. Credit worth, how to access credit worthiness of a company. We do financial ratios. You see the interest coverage ratio that I showed there, the cash flow coverage ratio that I most showed before. They'll usually use those ratios to access that. All right, friend, now we're going to go to the securitization. That's the last point here, right? We're going to divide it in 3 learning modules, but that's it, right? Asset-backed securities, right? Securitization. What are the benefits? Why we do that, and so on and so forth. Okay. So this one is focused on the benefits and the process of securitization. Okay. Benefits: diversification, different alternative for borrowing, less risk exposure. What is an asset-backed security? Let me explain to you here with this graph. So look at that. We have a pool here. Okay. Now I have loan 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those loans are made by banks. Mortgage loans, credit card, vehicles, whatever. Good. So loan 1, all those loans are going to be sold to a special purpose entity. That's what you have here, or the special purpose vehicle. That's the role of the special purpose vehicle, is to orchestrate this whole thing here. So the special vehicle, go ahead and buy those loans, then put it on the pool. There you go. Oh, here. Now, all those loans are here. Now, the special purpose entity is going to channel those payments according to the different asset-backed securities that he created. So it can control the risk. It can shift more risk to one instrument, less risk to another instrument, right? Or you can create layers, and the top layer has less risk, the bottom layer has more risk. That's the whole idea of securitization. You can create layers, you can create protection, you can create different vehicles using the same pool of loans. Okay, I'm gonna just, this pool could be full of credit card loans, credit card backed securities. So imagine a credit card loan is usually very smaller compared with a mortgage loan, right? So that's what you say the credit card in vehicles or more credit card loans are granular pool. A granular pool is a pool that has a lot of little debt versus a non-granular pool, granular the grain, like the mortgage, right? So it's the size of the loans being used to securitization, creating this terminology, granular, because you could face this word in the exam. All right, now let's cover or tell you the most important asset-backed securities that you should know the features, definitions, etc. There you go. So I have all of them here on this box. So take a look to digest that, okay, and see if you can understand. I'm going to leave the scenario because now I want to take the opportunity to drink a little bit of water. Take a look on the definition examples and the types of ABS. All right. Good. So covered bonds. Make sure you understand the difference between a covered bond and an asset-backed securities, because covered bonds are not asset-backed securities. Okay. Covered bonds. I mean, they are. Let me rephrase that because not confusing much. Because covered bond is an instrument, right, that has more protection to the investor, like an asset-backed securities. But I like to consider covered bonds a little bit special case. Although it is in the category of ABS, I kind of find it different, huh? Because there is a pool of high quality assets, mortgage, public sector, right? But have dual recourse to the issuer in the covered pool. The covered bond, the covered bond has a little bit less risk than the conventional asset-backed security. So it's worth to take a look on definition features of covered bonds. Okay, all right. Where are we? There you go. I'm going to go back. There we go. I'm back. Good. Then residential mortgage-backed securities, commercial mortgage-backed securities. For example, residential mortgage-backed security has more prepayment risk than the commercial mortgage-backed securities that has absolutely almost no prepayment risk. What is a prepayment risk? The prepayment risk, friends, is the risk of the pool gets empty. How the pool gets empty? Well, if all those loans 1, 2, 3, 4 that you see here, people get prepaid, paid all, that loan disappear. And if this pool goes, no loans on that pool, no ABS. The ABS will stop paying the interest. Okay, that's the problem of prepayment. That's called prepayment risk. And you need to understand that the prepayment risk could be a problem. What? Because if I am a mortgage-backed security and I need to receive interest for the next 10 years, I want to make sure that during 10 years I receive interest, no more, no less. Okay? That's the prepayment risk could cause that impact. All right. So, continue here. So we're going to start talking now, how can we minimize the prepayment risk? Right? All right. So, by the way, make sure that you understand what's a mortgage pass-through securities, right? It's the mortgage that goes directly to the person. It doesn't go necessarily with an intermediated channel. All right. Prepayment risk includes contraction or extension risk. Contraction. My ABS, my asset-backed securities, will stop paying sooner. Extension risk. My asset-backed securities will be longer than I expected. Those are two risks. Because imagine that you have liability management to do. And you need to make sure that those cash flows arrive on that time that you need it, but no more than that. So either extension or contraction risk could be a problem. How do you minimize that? You create trenches. So the time trench is the one we use for the prepayment risk. For credit risk, we use credit tranching. Same idea. Tranching is dividing the instruments in less risk, more risk, and the more risk supports the least risky ones. Okay? So let me see and show an example here for you. There you go. Look at that. So I divided in four tranches. The last tranche, tranche D, is called the support tranche. Okay? Is the one that pays the most interest, is the support tranche. Of course, because the support tranche is the one that's, if the pool starts draining, getting out of loans, that's the first one that's going to burst. Bye. Then the second one is C. That means that the folks on tranche A will be relatively protected against prepayment risk. Therefore, because of that protection, they receive less coupon, and tranche D, because it's more risky, it receives a higher coupon rate. That's the idea of tranching. And I can create that tranche for also for credit. Right? I have a senior secured, and then I have like a junior bond. Right? That's, you know, the credit risk means that one, those bonds have preference on the liquidation, the other ones not. So that's called the tranching. If you want to take a screenshot of this, I think it's too much, but I put it here, standard PCA model, right? The Public Securities Association model. It's like explaining a little bit when the asset-backed securities may have indication of prepayment risk. Okay. The average life of a mortgage-backed securities is how long an investor expects to hold the mortgage-backed securities before it's paid off. So like I said to you, for liability management. Okay. All right. Commercial-backed securities, the critical feature is non-prepayment risk, because if you have a commercial mortgage, you're not allowed to prepay it most of the times. All right. No mortgage asset-backed securities, that's the only two that I mentioned to you, auto loans or vehicle ABS or credit card ABS. So remember, asset-backed security is the generic name, and I have three main categories: mortgage-backed securities, I have credit card-backed securities, I have auto loans or vehicle loans, mortgage-backed vehicle or auto loans-backed securities, and I could even have the famous CDOs and the CMOs, right? So look at that. You have the MBS, you have the automobile, credit cards, then you have the collateralized mortgage obligation, and then the collateralized debt obligation. What are those? Those are enhancements of the normal ABS. Enhancement for what? For risk, for credit risk. So I create tranches that the riskier one bursts first, but the other ones on top are protected. That's the idea of collateralized mortgage or collateralized debt obligation. That collateralized means tranching to minimize risk for certain investors. That's it. Friends, I am done with fixed income. I'm going to go straight to derivatives, okay? And derivatives in alternative investments, and then we conclude with portfolio management. All right, I don't know about you, but you know, I'm still motivated to finish this. Okay, so I hope you're still the same, especially if you're going to take the exam in the next few days. All right, derivatives have not changed much from the previous year or the last year. So it's just kind of divided a little bit differently. So let's see. Price and valuation of a future contract, classic. Okay, price and valuation of interest rates and other swaps. Price and valuation of options. Then replication with the put call parity. I can almost guarantee, I never guarantee, but I can almost guarantee the put call parity will be in your exam. And the binomial model also. All right, well, let's see. So derivative instruments and market features is description. Make sure you know your derivatives. Make sure what is the difference between a forward commitment and a contingent claim. Okay, so forward commitment, like I said here, look at that. Future contracts, forward contracts, and swaps are the classic examples of forward commitment, meaning I'm committed in the future to do something. I'm obliged to do something. A claim is an option. I could or not exercise that claim. Okay? So that's the main difference. Another difference, the price at T0 of any one of those instruments, the value at T0 of any one of those instruments is 0. Options always going to have a value at T0. What is the value of the option? The premium that you pay to purchase an option. Okay? So make sure that you understand the characteristics of those instruments, a forward commitment and a contingent claim. Okay? All right. So now, derivative benefit, risk, and issuers associated with the issuer and investor use. So the benefits, risks, and how the investors and issuers can use derivatives. Right? Wow. So look, usually it's for hedging, but you can also do speculation with derivatives as well. Right? The risk is there. So hedge funds a lot usually relies a lot on derivatives. Right? To explore arbitrage possibilities. That's where you're arriving now. Arbitrage, replication, and the cost of carrying when pricing derivatives. Okay? So what is that you get, okay, when or what is included when you're going to value or price a future contract or some kind of derivative? Let's put options on the side for now. Options will have its own category. So let's talk about future and forwards and swaps. Okay, so if I'm talking about a future or forward contract, think with me here. Okay, a future contract. What is the price? How do I price a future contract? So I put here the future price, future contract price is using the carry model. Okay, the carry model. Okay, the carry model price. What is the carry model price? Is the one that assumes that any security today will be earn the risk-free rate at time t. So that's it. That's the carry model. He assumes that the fair price in the future is the risk-free rate. Okay, but on top of that, some derivatives will have convenience yield and storage costs. So what is a convenience yield? Convenience yield is if I have the asset and you don't, but we sign a contract today that asset is going to be yours 1 year from now, technically the asset's yours. I'm just going to deliver to you next year. So any benefits that I receive from that asset before I deliver to you, I have to give back to you. That's convenience yield. So I subtract on the price. Now, if I have storage costs holding that asset for you for the next year, you have to pay me for the storage cost. That's it. So the price today higher increased by the risk-free rate minus convenience yield plus storage cost is usually the price of a future contract. There you go. Something that could show up in your exam is the replication. So take a look. It's not difficult. If I have a long asset and I short the derivatives, I sold the derivatives, I long the asset, short the derivatives, okay? What do I get? I get the risk-free rate. That's what I get. Well, sold the derivatives, right? And I have the asset. So that means the 1 year from now I have to give you, or X time from now I have to give you the asset. Well, if I short the derivatives, what is the value of the derivative in the future? Is the price of the asset today times 1 plus the risk-free rate, right here. There you go. Well, so if the derivative in the future is 1 plus the risk-free rate, S0 times 1 plus the risk-free rate, obviously at time t, or at the end, I give you the asset and I receive the value of the future contract. How much they earn? The risk-free rate. Now, if this makes sense to you, then the other ones, you just switch around. You take the long risk-free rate that's here, you bring it here to the other side, becomes short. You take the short derivatives and bring the other side, it becomes long derivatives. So if you learn how to do this mechanism, you'll be able to replicate derivatives and assets in risk-free rate all the time. Okay, so there you go. That could be a question about replication, right? The same as you're going to be doing with the put-call parity. We're going to also replicate the put-call parity. We're going to replicate payoffs using put-call parity. Okay, so if you want to take a screenshot of this, I think it's worth it. There you go. Now, pricing in forward contracts, which is very similar to the future contracts, okay? Except the forward contracts is OTC. Okay? So it's pretty much the same. You use the carry model as well. Okay? Always remember that's called risk neutral price, means that's why you have to receive the risk-free rate. Okay? That's the idea. So look at that. Future contracts equals to the price of a future forward contract as 0, 1 plus r power of n. Okay? All right. Let's see here, this is important. Forward contract value at initiation, 0. Future contract value at initiation, 0. Swap contract value at initiation, 0. Why? Because this is called arbitrage free. Okay? If I agree on a price in the future that's based on the risk-free rate, when I bring it to today, is the same value as the spot price. So there's no value. Value is 0. Now, after the initiation, then the future contract can go up, can go down, and then you're going to have a value, right? But at initiation is 0 value for those three. Options will have a value at initiation. A swap is equivalent to the series of forward contracts, okay? The most common swap is the vanilla swap, but you also have equity swaps, and you also have currency swaps, okay? Vanilla, equity, and currency swaps. Try to see the definition. Vanilla swap is I'll pay fixed and receive float interest or vice versa. Equity swap, I'll give you an example. Let's say you want to invest in a Brazilian security, the country I am right now, right? And you don't have access to that security, but I do. Then you contact me and say, Enrique, buy that equity, okay? And pay me the return on that equity. Keep paying me the return on that equity. And in return, I'll pay you a risk-free rate, or I pay you an amount, a fixed amount. And I agree, because the equity is not mine. The equity belongs to the other party. I'm just being an agent for that. There you go. So now every month, every year, every month, whatever, every period, I'll take the return and I pay the other person. What about if the return is negative, right? If the return is negative, the other person pays me. So I receive it twice on the equity swap, okay? The purchase of the equity swap, the one that's long, will pay twice in certain case. Okay, so negative return, to receive negative return is the same thing than they pay the return to the other party. So equity swap has this feature, okay? But that's it, that's the risk, because if you had to purchase yourself, then ups and downs of the equity, that's exactly how much you make, you know. And the agent on the other country will receive that flat fee no matter what. Okay, that's one of the features of the equity swap. What about the currency swap? Currency swap is interesting. If you want to invest in another country and you don't have access to cheaper interest rate there, find someone there, they want to invest on where you are. So let's say I go here for my neighbor country in Colombia, and I found someone there. They would like to invest, buy a property here in Brazil, and I want to buy a property in Colombia, right? Like in Santa Marta. It's a beautiful place. So let's say we found each other. There you go. Now, my Colombia counterparty can borrow at cheaper interest rate. I can borrow in Brazil at a cheaper interest rate than my counterparty. So I borrow the amount that that person needs to purchase the property here, and that person borrows the amount that I need to purchase the property there. So although that person borrows and I borrowed here, we swap the loans. Now, the Brazilian loan belongs to that person and the Colombian loan belongs to me. So I have to make those payments, okay? So I have to make my payments in that currency, so my counterparty takes my payments and pay the bank there. And the counterparty does the same. The counterparty gives me the money in Brazilian reals, I take the money and I pay the bank here until the end. And then one of the other features of the currency swap is that we have to swap the principals, right? Because the person needs to buy the property here, I have to buy my property there, so we need to swap cash flows. And in the end, we re-swap the cash flows. That's it. So those are the features of the currency swap. You're going to exchange cash flows in the beginning, cash flows in the end, and periodic payments in between, right? That's the only swap that you're going to need it for exchange cash flows at the beginning. The other ones you do not. Finally, my friend, it's not a swap, but it's a FRA, forward rate agreement. Okay, that's going to be kind of also asked questions, or you're going to face questions of that on level 2. What is the FRA? So look, it's simple. FRA is a commitment today to borrow in the future. So I lock in the rate today. So what is a FRA that's 3 by 9, 3 by 6, 1 by 7? Look at that. The first number means when I'm going to start that loan. And the second number is when I'm going to end that loan. So look at that. I'm going to start on month 3 and I'm going to finish on month 9. That means I'm going to borrow for 6 months. So look what happened. A 3 by 9 is 3 months from now. I'm going to get a loan for 6 months at a predetermined interest rate. So let's say I lock in 2% today. 3 months from now, the contract expires. And then if the interest rate at that point is higher than 3%, I won because I'm going to borrow at a lower rate. Now, if the interest rate at that point is less than 3%, then I lost. The interesting thing about the FRA is that you don't need to actually borrow. You just need to pay or receive the difference of the interest rates at expiration. Now be careful. I don't know if this is going to be level 1, but let me explain. Because the payment has to be done 6 months later, okay, is that 3 by 9, I have to discount that payment to the point where I am. Okay? So discount back 6 months, and that's the amount of money one party will receive, the other one will pay. That's it. That's a FRA. 3 by 6, in 3 months, I'm going to borrow for 3 more months. 1 by 7, in 1 month, I'm going to borrow for 6 more months. And that's so on and so forth. Okay? The forward rate is computed the same way as I explained before for the forward rate, implied forward rate on the fixed income. All right, friends, let's talk about options now, because options has chance to be in your exam. It's going to be short. Derivatives don't have not many questions, right? So let's say 10% are 18 questions. You're going to have less than 10%. Talking about what, 10, 12 questions of derivatives. So yeah, options are candidates to be in your exam. All right? So an option is, a call option is the right to buy at a determined time, and the put is the right to sell the option at a predetermined time. There you go. Put, call, and put. Right. Now, what is moneyness of an option? Well, in the money, at the money, out of the money. I hope everybody already know this, right? ITM, ATM, and OTM. That means that if the option has value, 0 value at that point. So in the money means the option has value. Value, not price. Price is what you pay at the beginning. That's called premium. Boom, that's the price of the option. After that, options will have value. Okay? Always remember, the word price refers at T0. The word value refers at in between now and the expiration. Okay? All right. In the money. So if it's a call option, okay, then means that I have the call option to purchase an asset at 100 and the asset is way above 100. So my option is in the money because I will buy something for less than the price that it is now. A put option is the right to sell. So when the underlying is below my option strike price, so I have the right to sell an option at $50. If the stock is trading below 50, my option is in the money because I can cash more. That's the idea of moneyness of the option. All options have two components of the value. One is called the strike price value, the value of the option, the strike price minus the spot price. And the other is called the time value. That's why an option that is deep out of the money, let's say a call option, right, of $200. So the call option was a strike price of $200, while the stock is trading at $10. How much do you think it would cost a call option strike price 200 when the option is trading at 10? You should say zero. I mean, come on. But it's not zero. You will pay something, a couple cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, I don't know. Why would I pay for something like that? Because you're paying for the probability that between now and the expiration, that stock is going to go from 10 and is going to surpass 200. It's not impossible. That's why options will always have value. Always. Always will have a price, even if it's small, because what we call the time decay, the probability that something will happen before the expiration, and that's hopefully in your favor. All right? So try to understand time value and strike value. All right. Another thing is that might be on level 1, it's also more on level 2, but level 1 here maybe on the basic of this. What is the effect of the risk-free rate on the price of an option? What is the expect of the time of expiration on the price of an option, volatility, and dividends? So think with me here. Let's put the risk-free rate on the side because I will use the put-call parity to explain that. Time to expiration. The longer the expiration, the more value the option will have, obviously, right? Because I have more probability to cash. Volatility always increase the value of any option. The more volatility, the better. Okay? Because volatility increase the probability of the stock to move on my favor. So I'll pay more for volatility. Okay? Dividends, well, dividends, if the company pays too much dividend, the price of the stock is not going to increase. It might even decrease. So the dividends are not good for call options. Right? Dividends, payments of dividends doesn't make the call option valuable because the probability of the stock to increase in price for a company that pays dividend, it's less. Okay? Now, the risk-free rate I explain using the put-call parity. Okay? That's the put-call parity, and you need to know that for the exam, friends. I mean, seriously, this one, it's fundamental. It's a fundamental concept of options. Okay. Oh, I got myself so large here. Sorry about that. So I was trying to minimize this. There you go. That's good enough. So put-call parity means that S0, which is the price of the underlying today, plus the put, the value of the put today, equals the price of the call option today plus the present value of the strike price. What's the strike price? Strike price is how much money I'm going to need it to purchase the option, right? Because if I buy a call option, what do I need if I buy a call option? I need money. When? At expiration. Because if I don't have money, I cannot purchase the option, even if it's a bargain price. So you need the money. How you guarantee that you have exactly what you need at expiration? Well, you buy a zero coupon bond that's going to pay you exactly what you need. So if you need $1,000, you purchase a zero coupon bond today, and then at maturity of that zero coupon bond is exactly the same maturity of the option, and you have the money you need. That's the logic of the present value of the strike price. You're going to need that money in the future. Good. So now, take a look. The present value is done with the risk-free rate. So I divided by the risk-free rate. Okay? So now let's talk about the risk-free rate impact on the price of call and put. Remember, this is an equation, right? This side has to be equal to this side. So think with me. If the risk-free rate increases, right? if the risk-free rate increases, right, what's going to happen to the call option? Well, look, if the risk-free rate increases, the call option has to decrease, right? It has to decrease because if the risk-free rate is pushing this x divided by something low, the call option has to go up to compensate the second side after the equal to be the same as the previous one, right? So if the x divided by 1 plus r goes down, the CO goes up. So there we go. That's the impact of the risk-free rate on the call option, right? And the put option is the opposite. Good. Now let's create synthetic assets or synthetic options, okay? So if I want to create a synthetic stock, what's a synthetic stock? Well, all I have to do, friends, for the synthetic stock, it's isolated S. So isolate the S0. What do you get? You get the C plus the PV of X. C plus PV of X. I don't know. That's, oh, what's got there? Yeah. There you go. One more time. S equals the call option, I'm going to call C, plus the present value of the strike price minus the put option. Look at that. I just took the P that was here and I brought to the other side, isolating S. That's a synthetic position on an underline. If I buy a call, I buy the bond, the zero coupon bond, with the value of the strike price, and I sell a put, exactly the same payoff as holding the underline. Okay? This is actually a good scenario for those that want to do short sale when the rule says that you cannot short sale on the stocks going down in value. Well, if you have the synthetic stock, you can short at any time. So that's an idea. There you go. There you go. Put call parity. Okay? All right. So you can create a synthetic put, a synthetic call. Right? I never seen synthetic risk-free present value of the strike price. So usually it's the synthetic call, synthetic put, synthetic underline. All right. Now I want to see a variation of this the put call parity. The variation of the put call parity is called the put call forward parity. So instead of having the stock price, I'm going to use a forward contract on that underline. Look, so it's simple to see. So remember, see this S0 that I'm putting here, see S0 here? Remove it. Remove S0. Now replace it with what? Replace it with the present value of the future price. Look at that. FT divided by 1 plus R. That's the present value, right? The FT is the future price. I'm bringing to the present, right? Now, if you remember what I said about the carry model, what is the value of a forward contract? Is the spot price times 1 plus R. So don't you think with me, if I take the future price and I divide it by 1 plus R, I get the spot price? Correct, I do. So look, FT divided by 1 plus R, it's equal S0. So that's the put call for parity. I'm just replacing the S0 and I put a future contract, the present value of the future contract instead, because it's the same thing. Okay? So in this case, now I can create a synthetic future contract, a synthetic put, a synthetic call using futures. Okay? Make sure you get this. All right, friends, I'm approaching here to the end because this is the option binomial. Look at that, the binomial option here. Okay? There we go. So the binomial options, if you get this question, I think it's going to be an easy one because it's time consuming if they have like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So they might give you only 1 year. From now to 1 year, what happened? So look, it's logical. This formula that I put here on the side, that's level 2, is to calculate the probabilities on the branches, the probability of going up and the probability of going down. All right? Good. So let me, and you can use the option, the binomial to calculate option prices or put prices and call prices. All right. So let's see how this works. Assuming that you be given the 65% probability of going up, 35% probability of going down, and the stock price today is 100. And the problem says, look, in 1 year, the stock could be two values. The stock could be at 120, or the stock could be at 80, okay? And you have a put, or you have a call option, right? Call with a strike equals to, let's say, 110. Good. So look at that. I have a call option, strike price 110. Good. 1 year later, expire. Well, if the stock is at 120, how much is worth my call option? $10, right? $10 is the 120. That's the real price, and the option that I have to buy for 110. I'm going to buy for 110, sell immediately, I make $10. But if the stock goes to 80, well, then I made zero. Okay? Then I made zero. Then, what do? Then I have to apply the probability tree here. 10 times 0.65 plus 0 times 35%. What do I have? 6.5. Be careful now. Okay, where am I? There you go. I have 6.5. That's not the answer you're going to put there. The value of the call option 6.5. Letter A, yes. Quite careful, because the answer will be on letter C. Letter C will be equal to 6.5 divided by the interest rate, the inflation, right? You have to bring back to the present. You have to discount the value. So I'm going to divide it by 1 point. The risk-free rate, what was it? Let's put 3%. 1.03. And that's the answer, 6.3. Will be right there on letter C, and you got fooled by the 6.5 that was on letter A. Be careful. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but in mock exams, sometimes it happens that to show it to you that, hey, you thought you got it right, but you didn't, right? So they're more or less the same idea. Good. So here it will be equal to 6.3107 because you have to address for the interest rate. Don't forget to divide it by 1 plus the interest rate to bring the number 1 year in the past. Good. I really hope you can do a good job on the put-call parity and also on the binomial. Classic questions about options. Okay. All right. And finishing here, because I'm going to go to alternative investments now. What is the effect of the risk-free rate on the call option? It lowers the call value, increase the put value. The effect on the time of expiration, the closer to the expiration, the lower the value. It's called time decay. The more time to expiration, the more value. Volatility always increase the price of any option. The more volatility, the better. And the payment of dividends will lower the value of the call option as well. So you might get a question like that. Sounds good? I hope it does, because now I'm going to alternative investments, then portfolio management, and then we're done. All right, alternative investments. It changed a little bit from last year, so be careful with alternative investments. Yes, you're not going to get too many questions on alternative investments. I thought, that's one of my comments here. I think alternative investments in 2023 was easier to digest than in 2024. They changed alternative investments. CFA Institute that's my opinion as well, is giving some emphasis on the alternative investments, right? Alternative investments, honestly, I'm one of those that believe that alternative investments are not alternative anymore. It's become like part of the everyday, real estate investment trust, right? Including some hedge funds. We even have a model for use for institutional investors called the endowment model. The endowment model, we're going to learn that on level 3. The endowment model for allocation, it includes alternative investments, right? X% should be on alternative investments. So again, alternative investments is becoming something that's very important, and I believe the CFA Institute is giving that emphasis now. Anyhow, let's see. Learning module 1 is features, method, and structures. Then the returns of alternative investments, and investment in private capital, equity, and debt. Right? What is investment in debt? You lend money. Private equity, you purchase stocks on a private equity venture. Real estate and infrastructure. Infrastructure now very well, not explained, but I'd say more, in my opinion, infrastructure has more heavier content on 2024 than was last year. Natural resources got an entire learning module by itself. So natural resources could be some other alternative investments that you get. Hedge funds, and then digital assets. We're talking about here, right? Digital ledger technology, DLT, cryptocurrencies, all the above. I don't know how much you're going to get a question on this, okay? I think the alternative investments are going to focus on private equity, hedge funds, real estate, and I think the two new guys here, the natural resources and infrastructure, you could probably expect some questions related to that. All right. So let's see here. Let me see what I do. All right, good. So alternative investments. No, that's too many. Little symbol here. That's too many. There you go. And good. Features, methods, and structures of alternative investments. Let's see. Describe features and categories of alternative investments. Why? Compare direct, co-investment, and fund or indirect investment. Think about real estate. I purchase an apartment, right? I purchase an apartment as a group of people, or I purchase a fund that has apartments that generate some cash flow there. There you go. That's direct, co-investment, and indirect investment. Understand the risks and returns associated to each one. Describe ownership and compensation structure in alternative investments. There you go. Okay, so those are the key points of the learning module 1, alternative investment features, methods, and structure. Because I'm going to explain one by one now, I did not put much details on here. So let's see. Alternative investment performance and returns. So describe the performance appraisal, calculate the returns, both before and after fees. So this is the typical J curve on a private equity investment. What is a J curve? J curve is that it's going down, turns around, go up, right? That's typical. So the fund going down because the fund is investing the money, but at a certain point the fund has to start making money. That's the idea, and then you go up again. That's a typical curve, okay? Capital commitment, capital deployment, capital distribution. Right? Those are the phases, okay? Typical from a private equity investment. A rate of return, MOIC, rate of return, in alternative investment, you might want to put that on your pocket, right? Is the realized value plus the unrealized value divided by the total invested capital. The M stands for multiple. Multiple on the invested capital. That's MOIC. How many times? 2 times, 1.5, 1.3, 0.5, right? So that's MOIC. And MOIC is calculated this way. Well, I don't know, but maybe you get a question like that. What is the MOIC on the investment above? And, oh my God, I don't remember the formula. Well, now, if you remember this review here, you remember the formula. What is the total return? Total return is called leverage. This leverage return divided by your cash position. That's another formula that you want to put in your pocket. We never know. But the MOIC, I don't know. ROIC, remember the ROIC, return on the invested capital, now is multiple on the invested capital. Well, ROIC we saw in corporate issuers, MOIC we see in alternative investments. Hey, ROIC and MOIC, maybe they will appear in your exam. All right. So let's talk about fair value hierarchy on alternative investments. So level 1, exchange traded equity. Okay, how do we find that we observe the fair price or the fair value? On level 1, the fair value is observed on the market, right there on the exchange. Now the net asset value, right? That's observed. So that gives you more security for the investor because you know like what's the true price. Same as finding the price of a stock, whatever the market is giving. Now, level 2 is an observed OTC price. Be careful with the OTC because the OTC could be used in a model. It could have some appraisal. So, you know, it's the observer price is not as reliable as the previous one. And level 3 is a private equity or real estate investment. Assumptions will make this less reliable, right? So levels 1, 2, and 3. I don't know, maybe they gonna question like saying, private equity or real estate investments, it's part of the fair value hierarchy level 1, level 2, or level 3. There you go. Then if you did not see this, you would risk missing the question. All right. Then another learning outcome was the return and fees after, right? The return and the fees of an investment, of a private equity investments, or usually on a hedge fund investment. So I put an example here, okay? I'm not gonna do it, but usually you have to understand certain things about management fees, incentive fees, hurdle rate, and even the watermark. Those are very important names to remember. So what is management fee? Is a percentage on the value of the fund at the end of the year, called asset under management, usually 1-2%. Well, okay. Then you have the incentive fee. The incentive fee is if the fund made return. So if you have a positive return, you can get an incentive fee. Now, if the return has a benchmark, which is called the hurdle rate, the management fee, or excuse me, the incentive fee, it's only paid, if it beats the hurdle rate. If it doesn't, you don't get an incentive fee. And what about the watermark? The watermark is if the fund went down, when at the highest point last year was this, then went down, and then the manager made money again, but if that value has not yet came back toward the previous one, oh, I lost my camera, but that's fine. We can do it without it here. Sorry about that. I'm gonna remove it here, and you're gonna just hear me. Okay, there we go. There we go, goodbye. And the watermark is that the manager has to bring it back to where it was before, okay? So those are the things that you have to kind of like pay attention on this case. All right, friends, so let's see here. Continuing on our journey here, approaching to the end, okay? Investment in private capital, equity and debt. So understand here, private equity. Private equity it's kind of like, has high chances to be in the exam, in my opinion, okay? Because it's private equity, right? Is becoming more and more popular, right? It has a high volume in the market about that. So again, it could be that you're gonna get a question on this. All right, good. So let's continue here. Private equity. Remember leverage buyout, venture capital as well. Okay, so leverage buyout. It's when you use some leverage to actually purchase, right? Or to have access to a particular investment, usually in a fund, right? But a leverage buyout, you're just gonna borrow a bunch of money, and then you're gonna use to invest on some kind of private equity investment, right? Leverage buyout. So it relies a lot on that, okay? So you have a management buyout or a management buy-in. It's all part of the leverage buyout. So one is leverage buyout. The other one is called venture capital. Venture capital is more money-oriented, doesn't have much leverage. So understand the difference between leverage buyout and also the venture capital, okay? Or how to kind of make money on each one of those investments, all right? All right, I'm back. All right, friends, so let's continue here and approaching to the end, right? So people are getting tired now. I'm not actually too tired, to be honest with you, right? Because, I'm entertaining myself talking and explaining, so I didn't even see the time goes by, but it's been quite a while since I started, I know. All right, just take a look here on the private equity. This is a material from the CFA Institute. So take a look on this graph here to understand the life cycle stage of private equity. Look, the seed stage, startup, the growth, maturity and decline, the types of revenues, the type of cash flows, and the type of business risk that you're going to find in each scenario. Maybe a question will appear from there. Okay. All right. We didn't see, at least I didn't notice much heavy calculations on returns, except for the returns on hedge fund. It's a classic question. Not much emphasis on the return on investment on private equity as they used to do before. You have to calculate the IRR, the internal rate of return on that investment. We didn't see much in this material 2024. So I imagine that in 2024 you're going to get some more conceptual questions of alternative investments. All right. So let's see here, exit strategies of a venture capitalist. So you can do a trade sale, you can do an IPO, you can do a special purpose acquiring company, right? The advantage and disadvantage of each one. So make sure you get remember the ways to exit in a private equity fund and advantage and disadvantage of those exit strategies right there in front of you. You can take a screenshot if you want. Or pause the video if you're not watching live. All right. Another point that I found interesting on the material was the diversification benefits of the private capital investments, right? So you can start with low risk and low return, obviously, right? From infrastructure debt. Infrastructure usually is done by countries or large corporations, so they usually that debt, it's probably you're gonna get it back. Then you go moving up to senior real estate debt, senior direct lending, unitranche debt, debt mezzanine, all the way to private equity, co-investing. You see the private equity co-investing has a higher return, but is also higher risk. So take a look, because we could create a question from this graph. Correlation with traditional assets, we know by fact, and that's one of the good things about alternative investment, is that they usually have good diversification, alternative assets in general. Okay, you can think that way. All right. Let's now move on. So we leave in private equity and move into real estate and infrastructure. Okay, so explain. There's no calculation. Explain. Explain the investments on real estate. Explain investment, the characteristics. Explain the features of infrastructure and the investment in infrastructure. So real estate and infrastructure are together now. All right. So real estate is uniquely different from other sets because, right? It's the initial investment. If you want to be a direct investment, it's large investment, right? Then buy a participation on a private equity fund, on a hedge fund, okay, or even in an infrastructure deal. Right? Real estate, there aren't two identical properties, so you have this valuation scenario. There are multiple types of real estate investment, which is interesting here. Okay? You have direct, indirect, income producing. A lot of people today are buying, before people say, you don't need to buy or a property. I actually think being direct investing now, with all the features we have, let's say Airbnb, for example, you can actually make some income on your property, not even being there, right? So in this case, seems like a good idea to start investing in direct investment in real estate, for example. Diversification is another key, right? All different types of alternatives may be difficult to, So diversification across all types of alternatives might be not easy, right? Because real estate is a little bit complex. It's not like that you're going to find the net asset value of the real estate property. Complicated. Private market index replicating the performance of real estate are not directly investable. So again, try to memorize some of those characteristics, what make real estate investments a little bit peculiar compared with other alternative investments. All right. This is the characteristic of a real estate investment trust. Okay, I'm not going to explain very much. I'm just giving you a hint. Know how to explain how a real estate investment trust works. Okay. On level 2, you're going to have to explain very well in detail how an ETF, an exchange trading fund, work. Okay. Here, it's on the rate, real estate investment trust. Okay. So try to really understand. Real estate, they have some characteristics. For example, the real estate investment trust must distribute, right, almost all the gains to the investors, right? The real estate investment trust has some tax benefits. So I would create a list of features, characteristics, pros and cons, risks of all of the alternative investments listed in the material. Right? All right. Next one here, it's again some risk and return according to the real estate return. So you can start with senior debt. What is senior debt? So you can do some mortgages, right? Or investment on commercial mortgage-backed securities, for example, right? Then you have core plus, value add, opportunistic investment. So again, try to memorize those names and understand which example to be on this one, because we never know. A difficult question would ask you, right? Which of the following is an example of an opportunistic real estate investment, right? For example. Right, now we're arriving to infrastructure. Infrastructure is a new topic, infrastructure. And, well, not relatively new, but I think it's more emphasized now, Material 2024. Okay, so the economic infrastructure of investments. Okay, all right. So there you go. That's the example, okay, that I have here. Economic infrastructure investments. We have transportation, information communication, utility, and then you have some social infrastructure investments, right? So roads, bridges, airports are the part of the transportation, satellite communications, right? And electrical grid. So are large projects that usually governments finance, and then you can actually get a piece of the action as well. Or social educational assets, correctional facilities, right? Government buildings, right? So again, the infrastructure could be private sector, could be government, but usually infrastructure are large projects, and you can get a piece of the action with that. So for example, I could get a question like, I don't know, which of the following is an example of social infrastructure investment? Which of the following is an economic infrastructure investment? So that's why I put this little graph here for you. Most institutional investors consider infrastructure. What is an institutional investor? It's a pension, a foundation, an endowment, those institutional investors, large corporations, not necessarily an individual, because it can be quite expensive to get into a piece of action of that. Right. Approaching to the end here, friends, we have natural resources, right? So natural resources, right? We have raw land, timberland, and farmland. So I create here a table for you. Take a look, take a screenshot, memorize, understand, because we never know, maybe a question on this will be on your exam, natural resources, right? So look at that. Return drives the revenue, the value, the risks, the type of owner structures are raw land, farmland, and timberland, right? So the return drive, the price of the land, the farmland, the price of the land, and the commodity price. So everything that has value investing on natural resources, right? On this. So it could be, again, create a question about which of the following is not a return driver of raw land, right? Commodity price. Because if this is raw land, I don't have anything there. So, you know what I'm saying? So I could create several different questions based on this little table. So I found interesting. I put it here in the review. I said, okay, take a look. Okay. Commodities. We already explained a little bit of commodities in future contracts, right? Because usually commodities are traded on futures, but commodity itself has some kind of peculiarities, and a commodity is usually considered a alternative investment. A future contract on a commodity is a derivative. All right. So remember contango and backwardation, might be a question on your exam. Contango is, hold on a sec. There we go. I lost my camera. Sorry about that. But I will do it again. All right. Before we end, we'll be able to do that. All right. So contango is when the market, the price, look at this. I want you to see this little arrow here going from here to this point. Let me actually put it there. I'm going to do it there. Just a second. There you go. There you go. Right. Now it's approaching to the end here. There you go. So right here, friends, this little point here is we're starting here. Now we're going to go backwards. Now the time is going down, down, down. If the market is in contango, right, that means that the future price it's higher than the spot price. If the market is on backwardation, look at that. As you keep going forward, the price goes down. Okay, contango, backwardation, backwardation future price at the end, at the maturity, right? If I regressing on time as I'm doing here, right, that's backwardation. If I'm regressing on time, that's contango, right? The price is increasing, the price is decreasing. I found maybe it might be a good idea for you to know how to price the commodities, right, on each one of those in that case. All right, let's continue here. The price of the commodity in future contracts. There you go. We already did that, right? The future price is spot price plus storage cost minus convenience yield. So here is again for you to know exactly what it means. Finally, I have the raw yield, price yield, and collateral yield. Those are the ways to make money on commodities or future contracts on commodities. Raw yield, you roll to another contract and you make money on the rolling. Price yield, you get the difference on how much you paid, how much you sold, right? And collateral yield is how much money you get if you put a collateral there. So imagine you put some money on that future account, a margin, and then you got some return on that collateral. All right. Characteristics, inflation hedge. That's good for commodities. Very good inflation hedging. Low correlation with traditional assets. So those are pretty good alternative investments as well. Right? So farmland, timberland, and commodities exhibit potential portfolio diversification. Historically, all three have low correlation with traditional investments. Right. Approaching here, we had hedge funds. Hedge funds is a traditional topic. So here I focus on the strategies of hedge funds. Right? If it's equity, event-driven, relative value, opportunistic, and multi-manager, right? What are the ways the hedge fund would act under each scenario? So look at that. I could be a long short equity, short bias, market neutral, merger arbitrage. Right? What is a merger arbitrage? I'm betting on the stock of the company that's being acquired, or the merger, and the acquirer. So let's say you short sell the stock of the company that bought another one, and you purchase the stock of the company that has been acquired, and you try to make on the difference. That's an event-driven. Distressed securities is another example, event-driven in a special situation. So this could be a question, right? Based on distressed securities, relative value, distressed securities is an example of equity, event-driven, relative value. Or even better, right? Which of the following is an example of an event-driven hedge fund strategy? Merger arbitrage, distressed securities, or could be a special situation. Right. Convertible bond arbitrage. Convertible bond arbitrage, I'm betting on the convertible bond and the stock price discrepancies. That's a relative value. Opportunistic, managed features. Multi-manager, when you have several fund of funds. All right? So make sure that you kind of get at some of those, because you could create a question about those types of hedge fund strategies for you. All right. Characteristics distinguishing hedge funds from traditional investments. Take a look on that. Right? I'm going to give you a few seconds to take a look on that while I'm going to drink a little bit of water. Right? Just take a look. You can take a screenshot if you want. I'm going to put both here, because I still think that the types of hedge fund strategy will be important. All right, good. So let's continue here. I'm going to go now. We need to approach here on the digital assets, will be the last one, and then we finish with portfolio management. All right? So the next one, there you go. I put this here as well, right? Hedge fund strategy. So just to remind you to take a look on those images on the official material. Take a look, okay? The source of return, right? And the types of hedge fund strategy, traditional strategies, right? This might be something of a question. It could be a question on your exam. All right. And the diversification benefits of hedge fund investments, well, of course, is again the correlation, the possibility to be in different markets. That's actually very, very key. That's why hedge fund investments are or still part of the alternative investments here for us. All right, where am I? I guess we're gonna come and use, oh, I'm back. And we're going to be doing here now digital introduction to digital assets, and then I'm going to conclude with portfolio management. Yeah. All right, that's it. So introduction to digital assets, friends. So I'm just going to kind of like show it here to you. I don't know how much this is going to be in your exam. It seems to me that this is more for information purpose, but maybe one question. Again, alternative investment, you're not going to have too many questions. It's low weight. Therefore, we can infer that maybe one question on introduction or digital assets might be there, if there. All right. So try to understand here the key points. What is DLT, Distributed Ledger Technology? What is a digital asset investment? What is the features of this investment? What's the form to invest in digital assets? Right? Not only buying crypto, you can buy NFTs now. Right? What is the risk return and the diversification purpose? It's relatively new, right? So we need to kind of be careful. The risks, we don't know much about those instruments yet. All right, so take a look on that. This explains what DLT is. DLT is like, imagine a big T account, and that big T account, right, will have a that big T account will have a debits and credits, and all the transactions related to digital assets will be registered there. So it's a way to register all the information related to transaction. It's reliable, at least it seems like it, appears to be, and relatively verified. There you go. So cryptocurrency is smart contracts, trade finance, secured settlement, and identity verification. All the DLT, digital ledger, the distributed, I don't know why I say digital, distributed ledger technology, DLT, will be important. Okay? All right. So like I said, I don't know exactly how much emphasis the CFA Institute is giving to this yet, but it's becoming something important for the future. All right, we're gonna end with portfolio management, part 2, because I already did part 1. Remember CML, SML, capital allocation line, Markowitz, that's the part 1. Part 2, it's all conceptual in my opinion, right? The overview, the basic of portfolio planning and construction, I predict a question of this learning module. Behavior bias, I predict at least one bias question in your exam. And risk management, maybe. So I think that of all those 4 learning modules of the part 2, I think that learning module 1 might not be your candidate to be in the exam. Okay? All right. So there you go. Put a little bit there. Good. So let's see here, friends. The learning outcomes of the portfolio overview. Okay. So the perspective, diversification or risk reduction, the asset management. It's all about. Right? In my here, it's they call. It's related to the characteristics, right? The features of portfolio management. It's just an overview. Okay, so what is a pool of interest? Pool of interest is when you have a fund. Have several interests. That could be a mutual fund, could be a open-end fund, closed-end fund, could be any type of fund. That's a pooled interest. Okay, all right. key points of this learning module 1 here. Portfolio perspective, diversification, risk reduction. Okay? The risk-return trade-off, downside protection, and modern portfolio theory, MPT. Okay? The steps in the portfolio management, the types of investors, right? What's pool of interest means. Those are the key points of the learning module number 1. It's an overview. I don't know exactly how much or how in details they would ask you a question here. So, I don't know. Now this one here, the basic of portfolio construction, I think it's important, right? So, describe the reasons for a written investment policy statement. Describe the major components of an IPS, okay? What is the investment portfolio statement? That's what we have to do before we go into the next phase, which is allocation to that portfolio, right? So first thing, you sit with the client and you decide the return objective, the risk objectives, the factors that affect liquidity, tax, unique factors. Make sure that the client understands everything. When he's ready, the return is defined, the risk is assessed. Then you go to the next phase. What is the next phase? Capital market expectations. You're going to have to read the economy and see which assets are going to be good to put in the portfolio at that moment. Then you do asset allocation. Then you're going to allocate the assets in the portfolio, and then you do monitoring and rebalancing. There you go. Those are the steps of portfolio planning and construction. Okay. All right. Then we have, next one is behavioral bias. So on the behavioral bias, I did this way for you, okay? So the key point here, what? It's the types of bias, and you're probably gonna get, right, some of those in the exam, okay? Or one, I predict one question of bias. I don't think why they would ask you more than that, okay? So you probably should memorize most of that. So I'm gonna give you a little bit more time here. Take a look on the difference between emotional bias, information processing bias, and belief perseverance bias. Take a look on those names and the acronyms that I put it there. And I'm going to get a little bit of water, and then at the same time, just try to memorize as much as you can from here. All right, so look at that. Emotional bias, friends, are the bias that we can never get rid of, okay? Those are psychological or embedded on the individual personality, and you cannot get away with that. So if you are a portfolio manager and you find those type of bias in your clients or something like that, you may be able to minimize, but you're never going to be able to remove, and you have to deal with that. Which ones are they? So I put the losers here. Look, losers. Loss aversion, overconfidence, status quo, endowment, regret aversion, and self-control. Okay. Loss aversion is the person that really feels bad about losing something. Okay, that's an emotional. Overconfidence is kind of the opposite. Status quo is the person that doesn't like changes. Endowment is that bias which you value more something that you have now than if you could buy the same thing again. Right? Let's say you have a stock in your portfolio, but you don't want to buy more of that, but you want to keep the one you have there. Right? Kind of. Regret aversion or regret, okay? It's when you kind of like, you feel bad when you do something that it didn't go your way. Self-control is when you're not able, right, to exhibit self-control. Those are all emotional bias. Then you have another category which is possible to remove or mitigate it very, very much from your clients. Those are called cognitive errors, and they are divided in two categories: information processing and belief perseverance. Information process is relatively easy to explain to the client and make the client to see in a different way. Okay, for example, framing. Okay, I put FAMA, F-A-M-A. Frame, anchoring, mental accounting, availability. Frame is that story of like, you can present it like the glass of water is half full or the glass of water is half empty. It depends how you're framing. Okay? So if you frame properly, the client is seeing one way, but then you point in another way, the client might be able to say, oh, and then lose that. It's different than emotional bias. You're never going to make an overconfident or a regret-aversion person to change like that, because that's the work for a psychologist or a psychiatrist, not for the financial analyst. Well, anchoring is when you kind of like stay around an investment. Mental accounting is when you divided the returns in different portfolios instead of combining everything in one. And availability is kind of like just use the ready available information to make decisions. Also, that's easy to lose it. Availability, you can make the client to change that, just adding more information that was not there, and then the client starts saying, hey, hold on a second, that's not exactly as I thought. Well, availability is gone. And then you have what we call some belief perseverance, right? Which I use this con-con rep hin, con-con rep hin. Conservatism, confirmation, illusion of control, representativeness, and hindsight, okay? So those are also emotional bias. That's, again, it's relatively easy or possible to mitigate or even eliminate from the client, okay? Illusion of control. Illusion of control is just show it a different way, okay? All right. Professor of mine always compare, he used to say, the illusion of control is like, imagine you have a piece of wood going down the river, and you have a bunch of ants, right? The little insect on top of it, and there's one in front of it thinking that it's able to control that piece of wood going down the river, which it's not. That's like an example of illusion of control. You think you think you're in control, but you're not. It's different than overconfidence. Overconfidence you can't lose. Or illusion of control, you can kind of demonstrate to the client that's not a good idea to exhibit that. All right, finally, friends, risk management, introduction to risk management, right? So here, risk management is going to be big on level 2. So this is an introduction. Maybe one question, because again, portfolio management, you have part 1, part 2, you have chances to have questions on the efficient frontier, capital asset line, capital market line, SML. So let's say you have like 3 or 4 questions from that. How many other questions are left for those topics, right? One for bias, right? Maybe one for risk management, and so on and so forth. Right. So here it's important to understand the risk management framework. Okay, that's very important. Okay, risk governance, risk tolerance, risk budgeting, all the key points are risk management. Okay, so really understand what is this process of risk management is important. The risk management framework is fundamental for any company. What the company should do in this case, in that case, minimizing risks. Level 2, you're going to learn about the value at risk, VAR, right? Conditional value at risk, CVAR, but not level 1. Level 1 is more broad, the risk management, right? So for example, a question that I could imagine is the difference between the risk prevention, risk avoidance, or risk acceptance. When you prevent, when you avoid, and when you accept it, right? You prevent and avoid if it's not expensive. If it's too expensive or relatively low impact, then you accept it, okay? Or you can transfer, shift, or how to choose the risk, okay? That's a ways to modify the risk that's being presented on that scenario, right? Risk tolerance, budget. So my tip for you here, because I'm ending this review very soon, risk governance, understand, be careful, not confuse just corporate governance. Risk governance is related to the risks, how much risk up to how much the company can take or that situation. So the do's and don'ts of risk, oriented to risk, right? And the risk management framework, I would advise you to take a look on the steps of the risk management framework presented in the official material. All right? I think It's good. All right. All right, friends, I hope this was useful, right? That was really my intention, to make sure that we could cover as much as possible without rushing, right? So I presented to you here a comprehensive review of all the topics from QM all the way to portfolio management, and I hope this was a good contribution, especially for those that are taking the exam in the next few days, okay? Any questions, get in touch with me. We present to you my social media in the beginning of this video. It's also in the description. Get in touch. Any questions, last minute question, anyone is welcome, right? Like I said to you, one of my compromise as being a prep provider listed on the CFA website is also the commitment that I have in teaching the subject, right? That making sure that you're learning. Okay, so I'm available for last minute questions, tips, strategies, whatever you need, get in touch with me. Okay? All right, friends, I think that's enough, right? We are already done here. So wish you the best. Good luck to all of you that are going to take the exam in the next few days. And that's it, right? May exam, I'm going to do another review. And level 2. And August, we're going to do another review for the level 3. Okay? All right, take care, and I hope it was enjoyable. Bye-bye.